Chapter 171. Clap. The spinning folding fan returned to Zhou Donghuang's hand after it had completed its mission, bringing with it a splatter of fresh blood. A young man dressed in robes whiter than snow, holding a folded fan in his hand, and with his handsome features and extraordinary aura, he looked like an elegant scholar. From a moment Lu Xuanyu appeared to the moment he was killed by Zhou Donghuang, only a few breaths had passed. During this time, no one had entered the alley. Only after Zhou Donghuang had taken Lu Xuanyu's space ring and left for a while did someone enter the alley and discover Lu Xuanyu's death. Lu Xuanyu was a mid-primal core adept, the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect. His death naturally caused quite a stir. How did the 17th elder die in that alley? In the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuaku, had an ugly expression on his face. Today, he had helped the Divine Light sect by the formula for a qi-gathering elixir that could increase the sensitivity to qi by 20 times. He had not expected that just as alchemist Su had brought the formula back to the sect, the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, would die in a small alley in the capital city. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. As the third elder of the Divine Light sect and the person in charge of the black market, it was not difficult for Tuaku to find out from some of the disciples that Lu Xuanyu's trusted subordinates had been investigating the new faces who had entered the black market since half a year ago. What happened? Tuaku's face was gloomy as he looked at the old man who was bowing and shivering. His voice was low as he said, "Don't tell me you don't know." Third elder. Now that Lu Xuanyu was dead, the old man did not dare hide anything from the third elder of the Divine Light sect. He hurriedly told him everything that had happened. Half a year ago, the person who sold us the formula for the qi-gathering elixir at the price of 1,000 spirit stones was a middle-aged man. Beside him was a young man. That young man, the Yang family said he was an early primal core adept. After hearing all this, Tuaku's mind flashed. It was not difficult to connect this young man with the black-robed man who had sold them the formula for the qi-gathering elixir. The black-robed man had a very young voice and was also an early primal core adept. Summon the patriarch of the Yang clan, Yang Qi. Following Taku's orders to the old man, it didn't take long for the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Qi, to be led by the old man to the black market. Yang Qi of the Yang family greets third elder. Yang Qi respectfully saluted Taku. He should have told you everything. The young man who went to your Yang family that day. Are you sure he was an early primal core adept? Tuaku looked at Yang Qi sternly, getting straight to the point. Yes. Yang Qi nodded hurriedly. At that time, he used his inner yuan to hold a piece of paper in front of me. The inner yuan surrounding the paper was as faint as mist. It was the inner yuan of an early primal core adept. You should know the consequences of lying to me. Tuaku's voice suddenly turned cold. Thump! Yang Qi was so frightened that he dropped to his knees. How could I possibly dare to deceive you? Third elder. I, Yang Qi, swear to the heavens that if I lied to you, third elder, then I'll die a horrible death. I'll give you one last chance. Tuaku said calmly. If you dare lie to me, from now on, the Yang family will no longer exist in the Xinguang Empire or even the entire planet of Ziyun. Third elder, I really didn't lie to you. Yang Qi saw that Tuaku was using his family to threaten him. He was speechless and helpless, and his face was filled with a bitter smile. Tuaku finally believed Yang Qi's words. That middle-aged man was also an early primal core adept? Yes. Yang Qi nodded. After they came to our Yang family, the middle-aged man made the first move and killed my son. I don't know who it was, but they kept spreading false news that the middle-aged man was only a late Khanate adept, and they harmed my son and the Yang family. As he spoke, Yang Qi's tone was filled with resentment. Of course, he did not hate the primal core adept who killed his son, because he knew that resentment was useless. What he hated was the person who had spread the false news. What else was so special about the two of them? For example, did they say where they came from? Tuaku had always felt that the person who could produce the two formulas for the qi-gathering core either had a powerful background or was just lucky enough to have had a fortuitous encounter. Yang Qi thought for a moment. They did not say where they came from, but the middle-aged man, although he was also an early primal core adept like the young man, called the young man master. Also, when he called the young man master, he was very natural and willing, without the slightest bit of hesitation or awkwardness, and from the bottom of his heart, he acknowledged the young man as his master. Yang Qi told him everything he knew in one breath. The middle-aged man called the young man master. Tuaku's eyes narrowed slightly. If that was the case, the young man was more likely to have a powerful background. After all, if he did not have a powerful background, how could he have someone of the same level of practice as him willingly acknowledge him as his master? There must have been some powerful force behind the young man, or perhaps a powerful teacher who had intimidated the middle-aged man into willingly acknowledging the young man as his master. You may leave. After dismissing Yang Qi, Tuaku's eyes flashed with wisdom. So, the person in the black robe who sold us the Qi Gathering Core formula today must be that young man. Lu Xuanyu must have noticed this. So, after the young man left the black market, he went to kill the young man, wanting to take what the young man had obtained from the black market today, as well as the 100 spirit stones he had extorted from him. However, Lu Xuanyu was a mid-primal core adept. Whether it was the young man or the middle-aged man beside him, they were both early primal core adepts, and even if they joined forces, they would not have been a match for Lu Xuanyu. So, there's only one possibility. The young man had a primal core adept protecting him, and when he saw Lu Xuanyu attack the young man, he killed Lu Xuanyu. Thinking of this, Tuaku's eyes flashed with wisdom. Look at Lu Xuanyu's body. There are no signs of a fight. He was killed in one blow. That means the person who killed Lu Xuanyu was at least a late primal core adept like me. Tuaku thought to himself. As he took a deep breath, Tuaku's eyes flashed with fear. This matter, I can't solve it, and I have no way of solving it. I better send the news back to the sect and see what the sect decides. Naturally, Donghuang was not a late primal core adept. However, he had indeed killed Lu Xuanyu in one blow. In fact, he had killed him with brute force and a spirit weapon without using any techniques or the rich experience of life and death battles from his past life. The inner yuan of a mid-primal core adept was about twice as strong as that of an early primal core adept. Although Donghuang was only an early primal core adept, he had 2 primal cores in his body, and because both primal cores were his, the inner yuan in both primal cores could be perfectly combined to fight against an enemy. Under such circumstances, the power of his inner yuan was twice as strong as that of an ordinary early primal core adept. Coupled with the 60% increase in power from the superior grade spirit weapon he had just forged the night before, just based on the explosive power of his inner yuan, he could easily crush Lu Xuanyu, who was a mid-primal core adept. Furthermore, Lu Xuanyu was made of flesh and blood, and he did not know how powerful Donghuang's superior spirit weapon was. So Lu Xuanyu was killed in one blow. If Lu Xuanyu had been more careful, he might have lived a little longer. His carelessness had caused him to be killed by Donghuang in one blow. With my rich battle experience from my past life and my skills in using inner yuan, I could have easily killed Lu Xuanyu without using a spirit weapon. The mid-primal core adepts of Ziyun can only be considered half-baked, and they cannot be compared to the mid-primal core adepts of the supreme sects and great galactic clans of the universe. In the courtyard of a guest room in the Yuntai Inn, Donghuang sat before a stone table and opened his folding fan. He seemed to be admiring the dense patterns on the fan, but he was actually thinking about something else. The supreme sects and great galactic clans were basically all-powerful forces that stood at the peak of the universe. They had their own way of nurturing their disciples. Not only did they improve the level of practice of their disciples, but they also helped them improve their battle experience and techniques. Even if the disciples of the supreme sects and great galactic clans were only at the level of a mid-primal core adept, they could easily kill a late primal core adept of Ziyun. Even if the latter's inner yuan was more than twice as strong as the former's inner yuan. Even if the inner yuan was strong, it could only be used to its fullest potential. Just like today, when the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu attacked Zhou Donghuang. His inner yuan seemed to be condensed, but it was actually full of flaws. If Zhou Donghuang really wanted to fight, even without using a spirit weapon, he could easily take his life. I was thinking, if I could produce an ultimate primal core spirit weapon this time. Even with my current level of practice, as long as there are no golden essence adepts on the planet of Ziyun, I will be able to dominate the world. But plans can't keep up with changes. I don't have the materials, and I can only produce this superior primal core spirit weapon. Zhou Donghuang sighed. The most important thing now is to condense the third primal core. When that time comes, even if I only have a superior primal core spirit weapon, I will be able to dominate all the adepts of Ziyun below the golden essence stage. As for now, against a silver essence adept, such as the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Ku, even if I can fight him to a draw at the start, as time goes on, my inner yuan will definitely not be able to keep up with his. At this thought, Zhou Donghuang felt the pressure. He stood up and returned to his room. Zhou Donghuang once again shut himself away to practice. Chapter 172. The Divine Light Sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Ziyun planet. It was located in the mountains to the north of the Xinguang Empire, and the highest peak was where the sect was based. After the founder of the Divine Light Sect had established the sect here, he had named the peak Xinguang Peak. The sect leader has ordered us to investigate the origins of the young man and the middle-aged man. These are their portraits. Each of you take a copy, and with the Xinguang Empire as the center, conduct a carpet search for their origins. On a wide stone platform halfway up Xinguang Peak, an old monk of medium build, dressed in a silver cassock, spoke to the 11 people before him in a low voice. Now, the 11 people before the old monk were either middle-aged monks in red cassock or middle-aged men in casual clothes. In the Divine Light sect, besides the Buddhist disciples, there are also many secular disciples. Now, the 11 of them were each standing on a huge flying beast. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He was tall and burly, with a hideous knife scar on his face. Although the giant eagle beneath his feet was about the same size as the other eagles, there was a faint white fog surrounding it, as if to tell the others that it was a primal core demon. The other 11 flying beasts now maintained a certain distance from the giant eagle, their huge bodies stiff, as if they did not dare to move. As for how to divide the area of the investigation, you can arrange it yourself, 10th Elder. The old monk looked at the middle-aged man in black as he spoke. All right. The black-robed man nodded. Let's go. After bidding farewell to the old monk, the black-robed man rode on the giant eagle beneath his feet and flew away, leaving Xinguang Peak in the blink of an eye. The giant eagle beneath his feet was 20 meters wide when it spread its wings. This size was the mark of an ultimate Khanate stage eagle-type beast. However, this giant eagle was not an ultimate Khanate stage beast, but a primal core demon. For most beasts, once they entered the ultimate Khanate stage, their size would be fixed and would not change. Even if they entered the primal core, dharma, primordial soul, or divine transformation, there would not be any changes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the black-robed man, the other 10 Buddhist and secular disciples of the Divine Light sect also rode on their flying beasts to catch up with the black-robed man. The flying beasts beneath the feet of the Divine Light sect disciples were also huge in size. There were a few eagle-type demonic beasts with a wingspan of 20 meters. Clearly, they were innate realm demonic beasts. You head northwest and investigate the origins of those 2 people. If you find nothing in the northwest region of the Xinguang Empire, continue northwest and search for other empires. I'll leave the west to you. You go southwest. As the middle-aged man in the black robe and the 10 elders of the Divine Light sect gave their orders, one by one, they rode their flying beasts and left at top speed. Finally, the middle-aged man in the black robe rode his primal core beast in the southeast direction. The reason why he chose the southeast direction was that it was extremely far away from the border of another empire. He would need to cross a very long distance. It was best for him to travel this part of the journey himself. I don't even know who this middle-aged man and this young man are. They've only just entered the world, and they've already alerted the Divine Light sect. Even the sect leader has personally ordered a thorough investigation of their origins. The middle-aged man in the black robe raised his hand, and two portraits appeared out of thin air. One of the portraits was of an elegant middle-aged man, looking very lifelike. The other portrait was of a young man. The young man was handsome and had a transcendent aura, as if he had transcended the world. The two portraits depicted Donghuang and his servant. Ever since I joined the Eagle Eye, it seems like this is the first time the Eagle Eye has come out in full force like today. The middle-aged man in the black robe muttered to himself as he kept the portraits. The Eagle Eye was the intelligence department of the Divine Light sect, and it was managed and overseen by the late Primal Core Adept, the fifth elder of the Divine Light sect. The second person in charge was the middle-aged man in the black robe, who was the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect. The middle-aged man in the black robe was also the next most promising adept of the Divine Light sect to enter the late Primal Core stage. He was the number 1 mid-Primal Core adept in the Divine Light sect. Big brother, this is actually quite good. We can take the opportunity to come out and relax. The slightly immature voice of a young man came from the mouth of the giant eagle beneath the middle-aged man in the black robe. The Primal Core beasts had already refined their laryngeal bones and could speak. That's true. The middle-aged man in the black robe smiled faintly. However, I hope that this trip will be fruitful. I'm also very curious about the background of that young man. A Primal Core adept who is not even 20 years old. Is that possible? I still feel that this news is not very trustworthy. The giant eagle's tone was full of doubt. The news was sent back to the sect by the third elder, so it should not be false. I just don't know if that young man had some special encounter, or if he has a powerful teacher behind him. The tone of the middle-aged man in the black robe was full of curiosity. As a Primal Core beast, the giant eagle was extremely fast. However, because it needed to descend all the way to cooperate with the middle-aged man in the black robe in finding out the background of the target, it still took about half a month before it arrived at the southeastern border of the Xinguang Empire. Whoosh! After leaving the southeastern border of the Xinguang Empire, the giant eagle continued in the southeast direction. After 7 or 8 days, there was no sign of human habitation. Big brother, isn't this place too remote? It's practically a barren land. The giant eagle could not help but complain to the middle-aged man in the black robe as it overlooked the wilderness beneath it. This area is indeed barren. However, it is said that behind this desolate land, there are quite a few people, and there's even a small sect. The middle-aged man in the black robe said with a laugh. How small is a small sect? The giant eagle asked curiously. Within the sect, the strongest person is at most an ultimate Khanate adept. The middle-aged man said, Ultimate Khanate adept? The strongest? The giant eagle's sharp eyes flashed with disdain. It is indeed quite small. In the various empires, there are not many Primal Core adepts, and they're even too embarrassed to establish a sect. And in this small place, there's not even one Primal Core adept, and yet they dare to establish a sect. What a joke. The more the giant eagle spoke, the more disdainful it became. 3 days later, in the sky above a vast valley, 2 uninvited guests, 1 man and 1 eagle. If I'm not wrong, this should be that small sect. I have seen records of this small sect in our Eagle Eyes notes. I think it is called Valley of the Medicine Masters. On the back of the giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the vast valley below him. There are sentries at the highest points around the valley. The giant eagle's sharp eyes flashed. It was not difficult to see the rather inconspicuous lookout towers around the valley. Furthermore, there were people on the lookout towers monitoring the surroundings. Go down. As the middle-aged man in the black robe spoke, the giant eagle swooped down and landed near one of the lookout towers. On that lookout tower, the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters looked at the man and eagle who seemed to appear out of thin air. especially when he saw the huge size of the giant eagle. His expression changed. An ultimate Khanate, adept demon. The giant eagle's wingspan was over 20 meters, a sign of an ultimate Khanate adept demon. An ultimate Khanate adept demon? Hearing the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters exclaim in shock, the giant eagle was a little unhappy and said directly to the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, "Hey, old man, I am not a little Khanate adept demon. If you dare speak nonsense again, I will tear you apart." As soon as he said this, a cold light flashed in the giant eagle's eyes. "Speak. Speak human language?" The elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, whose expression was already very ugly, heard the giant eagle's words, and his eyes narrowed. He was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. You are a primal core demon?" Although there had never been a primal core adept or a primal core demon in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, this did not prevent the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters from knowing that after demons entered the primal core stage, they could refine the laryngeal bone and speak human language. Speaking human language was a sign of a primal core demon and above. "At least you are knowledgeable." The look in the giant eagle's eyes softened. Whoosh! At the same time, the middle-aged man in the black robe on the back of the giant eagle flashed, his body surrounded by a milky white halo, and he flew directly into the air and slowly landed in front of the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Primal core adept? The elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, narrowed his eyes again. His shocked heart was at this moment even somewhat numb. First was a primal core demon, then a primal core adept. As far as he knew, in the history of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there had never been anyone who had received such treatment. "I am the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Han Tian." The middle-aged man in the black robe was the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, the second in charge of the intelligence department of the Divine Light sect, Eagle Eye. As he spoke, he neatly displayed 2 portraits in front of the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. "Do you recognize these 2 people? The Divine Light sect." The elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was puzzled because he had never heard of the Divine Light sect. However, as a primal core adept, he was the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, and it was not difficult for him to guess that the Divine Light sect was not an existence that the Valley of the Medicine Masters could compare to. Now, the other party displayed the 2 portraits in front of him and asked if he recognized the 2 people in the portraits. He subconsciously looked over. With just one glance, his expression could not help but freeze. This was because he knew the 2 people in the portraits. One of them was the leader of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo. The other person, although the childish look on his face had faded, he still recognized him at a glance. It was the master that Su Mo, the leader of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, recognized. Donghuang, a person from the country of Yinyang, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley, and a former Khanate stage youth. "Sir, I wonder, why are you looking for these 2 people?" The elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters asked cautiously. After all, he did not know whether the other party was a friend or a foe. If they were enemies, and he exposed the identity of their valley head, it would be harming their valley head. Chapter 173. I asked you if you knew him. The face of the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Han Tian, suddenly darkened. The inner yuan of a mid-primordial soul adept swept out and pressed down on the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, causing the early Khanate stage elder's expression to change as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters also realized that the man in front of him was not friendly, and hurriedly shook his head. "I don't know him. I'll give you another chance. Are you sure you don't know them?" Lin Han Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow and white teeth as he asked again. "I don't know them." The elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters continued to shake his head. "I've given you a chance." As Lin Han Tian spoke calmly, the inner yuan in his hands pressed down on the elder's head. The raging inner yuan was like a meat grinder, and in an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Your eyes can't fool me. Just now, Lin Han had seen the look of surprise in the elder's eyes and could tell that he most likely knew the person in the portrait he had taken out. He had asked him again, just to be sure. It seems that they came from this barren land. No wonder the third elder said that the 17th elder, Lu Xuanyu, had sent someone to investigate and confirm that the two men were not from the Xinguang Empire, and that the other four empires could not find anything about their origins. After killing the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Lin Han returned to the back of the giant eagle. Since they came from here, it is normal that Lu Xuanyu could not find anything about their origins. This place is too remote. After Lin Han returned to the eagle's back, he steered the giant eagle into the valley. His rash actions naturally alerted the other three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who were on the lookout post. However, when the three of them saw the giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 20 meters beneath Lin Hantian's feet, their expressions changed completely. An ultimate Khanate stage demon? No. Look at the pale white halo around the giant eagle. That is clearly the sign of a primal core demon. An early primal core demon? After confirming that the giant eagle in front of them was an early primal core demon, the faces of the three elders changed again, and their eyes were filled with horror. How could a primal core demon appear in the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Furthermore, there was a middle-aged man riding a primal core demon. Needless to say, they were certain this middle-aged man who had appeared riding a primal core demon was most likely also a primal core adept, and it was very likely that he was even more powerful than the primal core demon beneath his feet. Just now, I asked the person over there a question. He wasn't honest, so I killed him. Lin Han stood on the back of the giant eagle, looking at the three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters sitting on the backs of the flying beasts, who were all agitated by the giant eagle beneath Lin Hantian's feet. The three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters looked in the direction of the lookout post that Lin Han had pointed to, and their expressions changed. Just now, they were still wondering why the person on duty at the lookout post did not come with them. It turned out that he had been killed by the person in front of them. I only hope that you won't disappoint me. As Lin Han spoke, he raised his hand, and the two portraits were wrapped in a milky white light and flew out to reveal themselves in the void. Two portraits were displayed before the three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters at the same time. And this move by Lin Han also made the three of them realize a problem. The middle-aged man in the black robe before them was not only a primal core adept, but also a mid-primal core adept. The concentrated milky white inner yuan was the hallmark of a mid-primal core adept who had already condensed the primal core into a solid one. Valley Head, one of the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, in a moment of surprise, saw one of the portraits and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. And at the same time that he let out this cry, his eyes also showed a hint of remorse. The person in front of him obviously did not come with good intentions, and looking for their Valley Head was certainly not a good thing. Valley Head? Lin Hantian's eyes lit up. That middle-aged man is your Valley Head? I really didn't expect that in a small sect like yours with such barren mountains and unruly rivers, there would be an early primal core adept. He should be the first primal core adept in the history of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. As Lin Han asked this question, his eyes narrowed slightly. Primal core adept? The three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were stunned. The person in front of them said that their Valley Head was a primal core adept. Sir, you must be mistaken. Our Valley Head is not a primal core adept, but only a late Khanate stage adept. One of the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters said, Yes, sir, there must be a resemblance between the two. You must be mistaken. Yes. The other person, we don't know. Perhaps, sir, you are mistaken. Our Valley Head is really just a Khanate stage adept, and has not even reached the ultimate Khanate stage, so it is impossible for him to be a primal core adept. The other two elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters also chimed in, although they could be 100% certain that the person in the portrait was the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Even if there was a resemblance between the two, how could the young man in the other portrait be explained? That handsome young man with an extraordinary aura was obviously the young Khanate stage adept of the past, and at the same time, the master of their valley head. Now, realizing that the person in front of them did not come with good intentions, the three of them tried their best to salvage the situation and not let the person in front of them know that the middle-aged man in the portrait was their valley head. Hearing the words of the three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Lin Hantian frowned. Could it really be that there was a resemblance between the two? However, in order to confirm, Lin Hantian personally stopped a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and asked him if he knew the person in the portrait. To be on the safe side, he did not bring the three elders of the valley with him. The three elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were in the air, stepping on the trembling, flying beasts, their eyes flashing with imperceptible anxiety. Now, they only hoped that the disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters would not betray them. It was a coincidence. The person that Lin Hantian stopped was not just anyone, but the disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters whom Donghuang had met not long after he had arrived at the Valley of the Medicine Masters and left the cave abode for the training grounds, Huang Mingfeng. At that time, Huang Mingfeng had acted as if he was very familiar with Donghuang, and had even personally brought Donghuang to the training grounds. "Young man, do you recognize the two people in this portrait?" Lin Hantian descended from the sky and appeared in front of Huang Mingfeng. Naturally, Huang Mingfeng's expression changed. Fly. You are a primal core adept. Tell me the truth, or I will take your life." Lin Hantian's voice was cold, giving one the feeling of falling into an ice house, and Huang Mingfeng was so frightened that his body involuntarily stiffened. At this time, Huang Mingfeng looked at the two portraits in Lin Hantian's hands, and when he saw that one of the portraits was of Su Mo, he subconsciously made a sound of surprise. "What? Do you know him?" Lin Hantian raised an eyebrow and asked in a low voice. "He looks somewhat familiar, but upon closer inspection, it is not the same person." Huang Mingfeng shook his head, and at the same time, he kept cursing the person in front of him. "Who asked you to scare me? So what if he is a primal core adept? Even if I know that he is the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, so what if I don't tell you? Bite me? Come on, bite me." It was precisely because of this thought that when Huang Mingfeng saw the young man in the other portrait, he only glanced at him briefly before he shifted his gaze away. "You're head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. What is his level of practice?" Lin Hantian asked coldly. "Khanate stage." Lin Hantian's voice was so cold that it scared Huang Mingfeng so much that his heart trembled, and without thinking, he responded to Lin Hantian's question. After responding, he could not help but feel some regret. Why did he not continue to lie to this bastard? "Khanate stage?" Lin Hantian frowned, and then looked at the other disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters not far away, who had long been scared stiff by his descent from the air, and asked in a low voice, "You're head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. What is his level of practice?" However, the disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters did not realize that Lin Hantian was talking to him and ignored him. It was not until Lin Hantian took a few steps forward and stood in front of him and questioned him that he hurriedly responded, "Late Khanate stage. Late Khanate stage. The head of the valley is a late Khanate stage adept. My lord, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." For a primal core adept, not to mention killing him, even if he wanted to destroy the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, this disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, faced with the descending Lin Hantian, had long been scared out of his wits. Late Khanate stage? Lin Hantian's face darkened slightly. Could it be that people really did look alike? However, at this time, Lin Hantian still did not give up. After subconsciously putting away the two portraits, he went to find two elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and threatened them with their lives to ask them what level of practice the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was at. Finally, Lin Hantian confirmed. The head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was indeed only a late Khanate stage adept. At least a year ago, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was still a late Khanate stage adept. It seems that people really do look alike. At this time, Lin Hantian did not even bother to find the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters himself to confirm, and directly rode the giant eagle out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Not long after, he appeared in the sky above one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. In Lin Hantian's view, even the most talented disciple of the Divine Light sect would not be able to cross 2 stages from the late Khanate stage to the Primal Core stage in a short year, much less the valley head of a small sect like the Valley of the Medicine Masters in this barren land. Therefore, he felt that people did look alike. According to some of the records of our Eagle Eye, there are 16 small countries near the Valley of the Medicine Masters, collectively known as the 16 countries of the East Valley. This should be one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Lin Hantian looked down and then called out to the giant eagle at his feet. Although it's unlikely that those two came from such a small place. But since we're here, let's ask around in the various countries of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Chapter 174. The capital of the Donghuang Empire. Yintaiyin. The third primal core has finally been formed, but the Buddhist essence has been completely depleted and no longer exists. In the room, Zhou Donghuang sat cross-legged on the bed. As he opened his eyes, they shone brightly. At the same time, in his dantian, there were 3 hollow primal cores formed by white fog floating there. 3 primal cores. Now, Zhou Donghuang was 1 step closer to the primal core stage required by the lore of the Four Supremes. Only by forming the 4th hollow core would he be considered to have officially entered the early primal core stage required by the lore of the Four Supremes. At that time, he would be able to control the power of the 4 primal cores. At that time, with just his inner yuan alone, he would be able to easily crush anyone of the same level. Even a mid-primal core adept would be able to crush him. After all, although a mid-primal core adept had formed a solid core, the inner yuan that the solid core gave them was only twice as strong as that of a typical early primal core adept. And the inner yuan that Zhou Donghuang's 4 hollow cores gave him was 3 times stronger than that of a typical early primal core adept. Of course, even if Zhou Donghuang had only formed 3 hollow cores, it was enough to easily crush anyone of the same level. Just based on his inner yuan alone, regardless of anything else, he was on par with a mid-primal core adept. On March 3rd, 1231 of the Xian era, the 20-year-old Zhou Donghuang successfully formed his 3rd hollow core and improved his level of practice. With my current ability and that superior primal core spirit weapon, in Xian, as long as there are no golden essence adepts, I will be able to dominate the world. Zhou Donghuang exuded a strong sense of confidence. These 1,000 spirit stones have only been depleted by about a third. Very quickly, Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the 1,000 spirit stones that had formed the energy-gathering formation. He noticed that these spirit stones were about a third dimmer than before. However, there was still about 2/3 of the spirit in each spirit stone. Without the Buddhist essence, if I continue to practice, even if these 1,000 spirit stones are completely depleted, I will not be able to form the 4th primal core. Shaking his head, Zhou Donghuang put away the 1,000 spirit stones on the bed, got off the bed, and walked out of the room. Not bad. I've entered the ultimate Khanate stage. After leaving the room, Zhou Donghuang went to the other corner of the yard to look at the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold. He noticed that Big Gold was bigger than it had been 2 months ago. It's all thanks to the spirit stones and Xiantian pills that young master gave me. With the help of the Khanate elixir that Zhou Donghuang had refined and the spirit stones that Zhou Donghuang had given him, Big Gold progress had far surpassed Sumo's. No matter what, it was now practicing the demonic beast cultivation method that Zhou Donghuang had taught it. Although it was not as good as the 3 top cultivation methods of the universe, such as the 1,000-star sword technique, the fiery thunder training regimen, and the manual of unruffled sages, which were in Zhou Donghuang's memory, it was not far behind. Now, Little Gold has at most just attained the Khanate stage, or perhaps it hasn't even attained the Khanate stage yet. Zhou Donghuang shook his head and laughed. If it knew that you had already entered the ultimate Khanate stage, it would probably go mad with anger. Ha! Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Big Gold could almost see Little Gold fuming with rage. Young master, 2 months ago, you said you were going back. When are we going back? In a few days' time. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed. In these few days, I will think of a way to get some herbs and spirit stones in the capital of the Xinguang Empire. There are so many people at home, and everyone needs spirit stones for practice. As for the herbs, Zhou Donghuang would need them to refine the elixirs. Of course, the elixirs that Zhou Donghuang could refine from the herbs that were currently available were not of much use to him, and he intended to leave them for his family. Soon, I will be leaving the Ziyun planet. Before I leave, I will do my best to create the best practice environment for them. This was Zhou Donghuang's plan. Of course, Zhou Donghuang was clear in his heart. This return would not be the last time he returned. Only after he had settled all his affairs on the Ziyun planet and had obtained the ability to dominate the entire Ziyun planet would he leave. Master. Only when Sumo's voice sounded did Zhou Donghuang snap back to reality. Looking at Sumo, he asked, "How has your progress been? You're almost at the mid-primal core stage, right?" "I'm still far from it." Sumo was a little embarrassed. "I feel that, after entering the primal core stage, even with the help of the spirit stones and the power of the Buddhist essence that Master has given me, my practice speed is still very slow. Then it must be because of your talent and technique." Zhou Donghuang shook his head, and with a lift of his hand, a space ring appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a flick of his finger, it flew towards Sumo, surrounded by a faint white fog. This space ring originally belonged to the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu. I have refined it again, and the space inside has increased from 1 square foot to 2 square feet. Now, in this space ring, there's a technique that I have left behind from today onwards. You will practice this technique. The primal core portion and the Dharma form portion of this technique are all recorded in the manual. After you have read it and memorized it, it is best that you destroy it. As for the primordial soul technique, I will give it to you when your level of practice is high enough. Zhou Donghuang said. The 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu? Sumo's eyes narrowed. Master, 1.5 months ago, when I went to the Yang family to get some medicine, I heard that Lu Xuanyu had been killed. Was it you who killed him? Zhou Donghuang nodded casually. The last time I went to the black market on the way back, he blocked my way and tried to rob me, so I killed him casually. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched, and the shock in his heart increased. Although his master had said before that he did not fear Lu Xuanyu, and he believed it. However, after knowing that Lu Xuanyu had died at the hands of his master, he could not help but feel inexplicably shocked. Taking a deep breath and trying to suppress the shock in his heart, Sumo took the space ring that was floating in the air and took out the 2 pieces of paper that were filled with words to read. After a moment, Sumo's eyes became extremely bright and his face flushed. In this world, there is actually such a wonderful technique. Heavens! Compared to this technique, the technique that I use to practice is the worst of the worst. Now, Sumo was extremely emotional. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but when he did, he was shocked. He had only glanced through a little of the technique that his young master had given him, and he had discovered all sorts of wonderful things about it, leaving all the techniques that he used to practice behind in all aspects. Although he had not started to practice this technique, he was still sure that it would be of great help to him. Master, what technique is this? Sumo looked at Zhou Donghuang excitedly. The 1,000-star sword technique. Zhou Donghuang said casually, it is considered one of the best techniques in the universe, and it is a swordsmanship technique that focuses on killing. One of the best techniques in the universe? Sumo was stunned, and when he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his gaze was different. Master, there is a question. I don't know if I should ask. Ask away. Zhou Donghuang looked at Sumo questioningly. You are not the reincarnation of an old monster, are you? Or perhaps some mighty martial artist above the primordial soul stage has taken over your current body. Sumo asked the question that had been bothering him. Although adepts above the primordial soul stage can take over another's body, They usually have to pay a hefty price. More than 90% of them will not be able to surpass their previous level of practice, and they can only wait for death in the new body or continue to live in the body until they can no longer take over. Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Suemo. Furthermore, after taking over another's body, the primordial soul will still be there, and with a little bit of cultivation, they will be able to attain the early primordial soul stage. There's no need to go through the process of qi gathering, primordial core, and even dharma all over again. Zhou Donghuang said. Zhou Donghuang's words had undoubtedly opened a door to a whole new world for Suemo, and Suemo was suddenly enlightened. These are things that Suemo had never come into contact with before, and were not things that he could come into contact with. However, after that, because Zhou Donghuang did not mention whether he was the reincarnation of an old monster, Suemo naturally assumed that was the case. In fact, it was more or less the same. However, in his previous life, Zhou Donghuang was not considered an old monster. Among the thousands of races in the universe, a powerful martial artist who had entered the heavenly man stage was only 1,000 years old and could not be considered an old monster. This was because the lifespan of a heavenly man was 10,000 years. In front of a lifespan of 10,000 years, 1,000 years old could only be considered a youth at most. If you have nothing to do, come with me to the black market. Zhou Donghuang said to Suemo, Master, you intend to go to the black market to sell prescriptions again? Suemo asked instinctively. No. Zhou Donghuang shook his head, and a light flashed in his eyes. This time, we're going to openly meet the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect. Fair and square? Suemo's eyes narrowed. In the past, when he went to the black market, he had always been secretive. Now, his master suddenly said that he was going to openly bring him to meet the third elder of the Divine Light sect. It was tantamount to completely removing his disguise and revealing himself completely to the third elder of the Divine Light sect. More than 2 months ago, after I killed Lu Xuanyu, he most likely already knew that Lu Xuanyu's death was related to me, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. The only reason he did not do anything to me was because he was wary of me. Unless he and the Divine Light sect can thoroughly investigate my background and confirm that I am not a threat to them. Otherwise, they would not dare to touch me so easily. After saying this, Zhou Donghuang seemed to have everything under control. In a chapter. Chapter 175. Black Market. Inside the spacious hall, a handsome young man dressed in robes whiter than snow sat at the head of the table. The scholarly middle-aged man stood behind him, looking very humble. Soon, a series of footsteps could be heard outside the door. Following that, 3 figures strode into the hall from outside. The leader was an old monk dressed in a silver cassock. He was the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuaku. As for the 2 people following behind him, they were a middle-aged man in casual clothes and an old monk in a red cassock. For the 2 of them to be able to appear here with Tuaku, it meant that their status in the black market, and even in the Divine Light sect, was not low. Sir, do you think of yourself as the host? As soon as Tuaku entered the door, he discovered that the youth that he had only seen in the portrait was sitting in the main seat of the hall. Tuaku's complexion immediately darkened. That seat is my seat. If you want to sit, go to the next seat. Although Tuaku did not know how powerful the young man in front of him was. But the other party's actions, to a certain extent, could be considered a provocation. If he did not do anything, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing. After all, he had 2 elders of the Divine Light sect behind him. If he did not correct this matter, once word got out, where would he put his face? This seat is not bad. It's quite comfortable. I won't move, Zhou Donghuang said casually. Zhou Donghuang said calmly. Furthermore, I came to you today to discuss something. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. If you want to sit here, after I leave, you can sit as long as you want. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Tuaku was so angry that his face turned red. Young man. At this time, Tuaku was so angry that he could not speak. As the silver inner yuan danced around his body, the middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes behind him looked coldly at Zhou Donghuang and said in a low voice, "The third elder is giving you face by asking you to give up your seat. You don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I have accepted a toast, but a forfeit Zhou Donghuang, have not." Zhou Donghuang laughed lightly, and then his eyes narrowed. "Why don't you demonstrate?" "Do." Ever since Zheng Yong had attained the mid-primal core stage and become the 15th elder of the Divine Light sect, this was the first time he had been looked down upon like this. Instantly, he flew into a rage, and a milky white light burst forth from his body, like streaks of white silk. He looked like he was about to attack Zhou Donghuang. However, at this time, Tuaku stopped him. At the same time, he retracted the silver inner yuan on his body. He looked at Zhou Donghuang with fear in his eyes and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" The unbridled manner of this young man in white reminded him of the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, who had died 2 months ago. Initially, he had suspected that Lu Xuanyu had been killed by a hidden late primal core adept by the young man's side. "I have a deal with you." Zhou Donghuang got straight to the point. "What deal?" Taku frowned. "Make a deal? This guy, didn't he always trade with him in the black market? Why did they directly come over this time? Could it be that he knew that his identity had been exposed?" "I want to sell a spirit weapon to the Divine Light sect," Zhou Donghuang said calmly. Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, both Taku and the 2 men behind him were shocked into a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. A spirit weapon? In the entire Ziyun planet, only the Divine Light sect and one other sect had a spirit weapon. The value of a spirit weapon in the Ziyun planet was immeasurable. If the Divine Light sect was willing to hand over that spirit weapon, the other 3 sects that did not have one would even be willing to exchange half of their spirit stone reserves with the Divine Light sect for the spirit weapon. Although the spirit stone mines in the Ziyun planet produced very little, the Divine Light sect still had a lot of spirit stone reserves. But even so, after 1,000 years, the spirit stone reserves of the 5 sects were still very large, more than 100,000. You have a spirit weapon?" Taku's eyes were filled with disbelief. 50,000 spirit stones, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. Zhou Donghuang said mildly, "If the Divine Light sect is not interested, I will find another sect. Of course, if you sell it to other sects, it will not be as simple as 50,000 spirit stones. It will be at least 60,000 spirit stones. Seeing that we have traded with the Divine Light sect twice in the past, and everything went smoothly, this time I will give the Divine Light sect a discounted price. Let's see if you're interested." As he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang raised his hand, and an exquisite little hill appeared in it. As he infused his inner yuan into the hill, its surface glowed with a series of intricate patterns that covered the whole of the hill. Bursts of powerful auras accompanied the surging quintessential origin energy on the small mountain as they swept out. Without needing to personally test it, Taku and the other 2 had already determined from Zhou Donghuang's actions that this exquisite hill was indeed a spirit weapon. It really is a spirit weapon. Behind Taku, Zheng Yong's eyes were filled with greed, and the other old monk in a red cassock was also staring at Zhou Donghuang with shining eyes. "If you can't take out the spirit weapon just like that, aren't you worried that we will snatch it from you?" Taku's eyes were also filled with a burning desire. "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." As Zhou Donghuang spoke again, he stood up, and his eyes swept over Taku and the other 2. He said calmly, "The 3 of you, come at me together." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang's figure flickered, and his entire body soared into the air. The exquisite mountain had been kept by him at some point, and in its place was a folding fan. The folding fan opened up, and the sharp ribs of the fan appeared before everyone's eyes. If the late primal core adept behind you were to attack, he might be able to exchange a few blows with me. But you forget it, Taku said disdainfully. Because the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, had been killed, Taku had always thought that there was another late primal core adept by Zhou Donghuang's side. Besides, from what the young man had just said, Taku was completely sure that the person before him already knew that his identity had been exposed, or else he would not have voluntarily brought up the matter of the 2 previous transactions with the Divine Light sect. Arrogant. Zheng Yang's face darkened, and he took a step forward, flying forward. You are just an early primal core adept. Even if you have a spirit weapon to rely on, I alone am enough to defeat you. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, and let you know that there is always someone better out there. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yang had already arrived in front of Zhou Donghuang. With a loud crash, he pushed out his palm, and a vast and condensed milky white inner yuan whizzed out toward Zhou Donghuang's shoulder. It was like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, its momentum fierce. However, in the face of Zheng Yang's lightning-fast palm strike, Zhou Donghuang merely shrugged his shoulders lightly and easily dodged Zheng Yang's palm strike. He allowed the wind from Zheng Yang's palm strike to hit his body, causing his long hair to flutter. You are too weak. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, his palm struck out like lightning, and before Zheng Yang could even brush past him, his palm struck Zheng Yang's other shoulder. The violent inner yuan was incomparably sharp, and in an instant, Zheng Yang's arm was broken. Fresh blood dripped, and it was eye-catching. Oof. Zheng Yang grunted in pain, and then he fell to the ground pathetically, standing at the side of the room. When he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He had not expected that his opponent would be able to dodge his attack. Even more so, in such a short time, his opponent had not only dodged his attack, but had even retaliated with a palm. This level of combat experience caused him to feel as if he was fighting a monster that had walked out of the Azura arena and had experienced a myriad of battles. It caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness in his heart, and he was unable to arouse any thoughts of going against it. The old monk in the red robe behind, Taku gasped as he watched the scene unfold before him. When he looked at the youth in white again, his gaze became even more serious, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Zheng Yang's ability was no less than his, but he had been defeated so tragically. Although everything had happened in the blink of an eye, he could see that Zhou Donghuang had not been lucky, but had controlled everything in the palm of his hand. With a turn of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain. If it had been him, the result would have been similar. An early primal core adept, how could he have such skills? The old monk in the red robe trembled in his heart, and at the same time, he subconsciously took a step back. If he could, he really did not want to face this young man who had crippled Zheng Yang's arm in one move. Lu Xuanyu, did you kill yourself? Even Taku didn't know why, but at this moment, he subconsciously asked this question. In the past, because he knew that the young man before him was only an early primal core adept, he had never completely linked Lu Xuanyu's death to him. But in that moment, he could clearly feel that if the young man had not stood up for him, Zheng Yang would have been dead. You think it was someone else who killed him? Zhou Donghuang asked with a faint smile. It seems I have underestimated you. Tuaku's expression darkened, and he said bluntly, that spirit weapon of yours, the Divine Light sect wants it, but since you have the intention of sparring with me, I will grant you your wish. At the same time, as Zheng Yang said earlier, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, and let you know that there is always someone better out there. As Tuaku's voice fell, the silver inner yuan on his body bloomed, making him look as if he had transformed into a person wrapped in silver light. Bang! As Tuaku's legs shook the ground, the entire floor of the room suddenly sunk in. Horrifying cracks spread out just like a giant spider web crisscrossing together. At the same time, everyone in the black market felt the ground shake violently. What's going on? An earthquake? End of this chapter. Chapter 176. Inside the room. Now, it was not only the ground that was cracking, but even the walls had been shaken to the point where rocks and snow were flying everywhere, and the ceiling was falling continuously. You are an early primal core adept, and yet you have the ability to defeat a mid-primal core adept. No matter how skillful you are, that is your limit. Tuaku's eyes were indifferent as he rose from the ground, his face expressionless, as if he was talking about something unimportant. The power of a late primal core adept is 10 times that of yours. 10 times the power. No matter how skillful you are, it is futile. Listening to Tuaku's words, it was obvious that Tuaku could tell that Zhou Donghuang had used skillful techniques to defeat Zheng Yong. Is that so? Zhou Donghuang smiled as he faced Tuaku, who had risen from the ground and was now flying through the air, his body glowing with a silver light. He threw out the fan in his hand. Whoosh! The fan flew through the air, spinning. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang followed like a shadow, landing on the fan and stepping on it to meet Tuaku. At the same time, the white light on the fan grew stronger. A spirit weapon. At this moment, not only Tuaku, but the other 2 elders of the Divine Light sect, Zheng Yong and the old monk in the red robe, could all tell that the fan beneath Zhou Donghuang's feet was also a spirit weapon. Immediately, their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The fact that Zhou Donghuang had just taken out a spirit weapon was enough to shock them, but now he had taken out another one, and from the looks of it, it was stronger than the previous one. If you can withstand this blow of mine, I will give you a spirit weapon for free. Just as the silver saber light in Taku's hand began to condense, ready to strike, he heard the indifferent words of the white-clothed youth who was flying towards him on his folding fan. Instantly, his heart trembled and his eyes narrowed. He could feel the young man's confidence. In the next moment, he did not dare to act rashly. He was on full alert, staring at the young man in front of him as well as the spirit weapon beneath his feet. Whoosh! 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 The sound of whistling swords rang out. It was the folding fan beneath Zhou Donghuang's feet. Every rib of the fan seemed to transform into a sharp sword, carrying with it inner yuan as it shot out. In the blink of an eye, all 18 fan ribs had flown out, and there was nothing beneath Zhou Donghuang's feet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 18 fan ribs that flew out floated above Tuaku's head, forming a circle, and each fan rib seemed to form a mysterious connection. This was a type of sword formation. This is a formation. No matter what, Tuaku was still the 3rd elder of the Divine Light sect, and the Divine Light sect also had a simple combination of formations, so he could tell at a glance that what Zhou Donghuang was using now was a type of formation. You are quite knowledgeable, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. This formation of mine is called the 10 sides, 8 directions sword formation. 10 sides lie in ambush, 8 sides turn into rain. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang rose into the air and in the blink of an eye appeared above the sword formation above Tuaku's head. He looked down at Tuaku as if he were standing on the sword formation. Crash! Crash! Without any warning, as Taku was completely focused and vigilant, the 8 fan ribs in the sky were like 8 swords falling from the sky, bringing with them a sky full of sword light, as if they were raining down on Taku. Oomph! Tuaku snorted coldly, and the silver light on his body surged even further, making him look as if he was bathed in a silver light. In the face of absolute power, any fancy tricks are futile. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, in Tuaku's hands, 2 silver inner yuan 4 feet long blades appeared. The blades were incomparably sharp and fierce. Then I'll wait and see. Zhou Donghuang laughed coldly. For a golden essence adept to say such words in front of him, it would have been fine. But a silver essence adept dared to doubt the power of the sword formation he was using? Ridiculous. You'll see soon enough. Tuaku laughed coldly, and the silver light on his body surged. As his hands danced, the 2 silver blades were like tigers blocking the way, easily blocking the sky full of swords. Clang! 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 The 8 sword-like ribs of the fan were sent flying after being blocked, but they quickly made a comeback. It's no use. Tuaku fought bravely, fearlessly, and the 8 fan ribs were evenly matched. 3rd elder, watch your step. Tuaku's face changed completely when he heard Zheng Yong's urgent voice. He then remembered that the young man was not only relying on the 8 fan ribs, but also the other 10. He had blocked the sword rain from all directions. But he had barely blocked it. Ambushed from all directions. How could he block it? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 10 fan ribs silently circled around Tuo Ku's body like sharp swords. And Tuo Ku, who was tired of dealing with the sword rain from all directions, became a defenseless target in the blink of an eye. Third Elder, watch out. The old monk in the red robe was the first to move, wanting to help Taku. Whoosh! At this moment, one of the fan ribs changed direction in the air and flew directly towards him. Oof! Tuaji, am a mid-primal core adept. How can I not block one of the 18 fan ribs of a mere early primal core adept? Tuaji snorted coldly, and the milky white inner yuan in his hand swelled, transforming into 2 giant hands that grabbed at the incoming fan rib, intending to grab it. Uffed. However, with a soft sound, Tuaji's muffled groan rang out. Blood spurted from his hands, and, at the same time, there was a bloody wound on the side of his neck. Tuaji's face was bitter as he took 2 steps back. He knew that if his opponent had not been merciful, his throat would have been slit by now. Now, not only would he dare to attack again, but his opponent would also not be merciful, and he would not have the face to attack again. Whoosh! One of the fan ribs returned, and the ambush from all directions was formed once again. Even if Tuo Ku desperately tried to block it, he could not. At this moment, although his inner yuan was strong, it was completely useless. He could change the direction of his spear and try to kill the white-robed youth in one strike and destroy his formation. But before his attack could take shape, he would probably be turned into a hornet's nest by the fan ribs that were as sharp as swords. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Flashes of sword light flashed from the fan ribs as they flew past Tuo Ku's hands, legs, neck, and forehead, leaving clear bloody wounds. His originally neat and clean silver robe was now riddled with holes, and he looked extremely wretched. At this time, Tuo Ku could only smile bitterly and retract the silver inner yuan on his body. Looking up at the young man in white, he said, "I have lost. I am no match for you." After seeing his opponent's methods, Tuo Ku was very clear. Unless the Golden Essence adepts of the Divine Light sect acted, no one in the Divine Light sect below the Golden Essence stage could be a match for this young man in white. Under the shocked gazes of Tuo Ku and the others, the 18 fan ribs returned to the young man's body and once again formed a folding fan, which the young man easily caught. When the young man, dressed in robes whiter than snow and holding a folding fan in his hand, descended from the sky and returned to his seat at the head of the table, the 3 elders of the Divine Light sect, led by Tuo Ku, no longer dared to underestimate the young man. "Young master, I am the 3rd elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuo Ku. May I know your name?" Tuo Ku bowed respectfully as he asked. "Zhou Donghuang." Zhou Donghuang glanced at Tuo Ku. 50,000 spirit stones. Prepare them as soon as possible. I will be away for a few days, and I will look for you when I return. As he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang stood up and prepared to leave. Also, before leaving, Zhou Donghuang remembered something and looked at Tuo Ku. "You did not find some of the rare materials I asked you to look for in the black market. If the Divine Light sect has those materials, you can use them to exchange for spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang led Su Imo out of the battered room. After Zhou Donghuang and Su Imo had left, Tuo Ku heaved a long sigh of relief, looking as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. "Third Elder," Zheng Yong asked gravely, "what do you think? Who is he? Not only does he have many spirit weapons, but he is only at the early primal core stage, and yet he has such power. It is incredible." Early primal core stage? Tuo Ku shook his head. He is definitely not just at the early primal core stage. When he fought with me just now, the pure explosive power of his inner yuan far exceeds that of a mid-primal core adept with the help of a spirit weapon. He must have some secrets on him. Although his inner yuan is only at the early primal core stage, The amount of it is not something an early Primal Core adept can compare to. Even an early Primal Core demon cannot compare. In the battle just now, Tuaku had discovered many problems. Next, you will manage the black market on my behalf. I will personally return to the sect, Tuaku said again. Over the next few days, Zhou Donghuang brought Su Mo around the capital of the Xinguang Empire and bought a bunch of herbs. A few days later, a giant black eagle with a wingspan of more than 20 meters soared into the sky from the Yuntai Inn with Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo on its back. Very quickly, they left the capital of the Xinguang Empire and headed southeast. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. After leaving the southeastern border of the capital of the Xinguang Empire and entering the desolate mountains and lofty ridges, Zhou Donghuang looked in the direction of the 16 countries of the East Valley. His gaze became somewhat dazed, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. He remembered very clearly. A year ago, the day he had left Qingshan town was the 8th of January, 1230 of the Ziyun era. And now, it was the 12th of March, 1231 of the Ziyun era. With Big Gold's current speed, we can return to Qingshan town in less than a month. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. Of course, on the way back, Zhou Donghuang did not stay idle. He set up an energy-gathering formation on the golden-crowned eagle's back to assist him and Su Mo in their practice. Chapter 177. The 16 Countries of the East Valley. The country of Yinyang. Are you sure you know him? In the Yang family household in the Chu royal city of the western Chu Ridge, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe sat at the head of the hall, looking at another middle-aged man standing respectfully below him. In the hands of the middle-aged man in the black robe was a portrait of a young man. Sir, not to mention the fact that the childishness on his face has faded and he looks much more mature. Even if he returned to Ash, I would still recognize him. The middle-aged man said with absolute certainty, his name is Zhou Donghuang, and he is from the inferior Yinfeng prefecture of the western Chu Ridge. This is no secret in the Chu royal city. Sir, if you do not believe me, you can go ask elsewhere. The middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Grand Yang family, Yang Yunji. Today, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the Yang family household. Yang Yunji was so shocked that he hurriedly led a group of Yang family elders over to take a look. What he saw almost scared him half to death. A giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters appeared in the spacious front courtyard of the Yang family's mansion. As the head of the Yang family, coupled with the fact that he had lived for a long time, Yang Yunji had a certain level of understanding towards demon beasts. A giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Even if it was a Khanate stage demon, it was definitely not an ordinary Khanate stage demon, because as far as he knew, an ordinary Khanate stage demon with a wingspan of only slightly more than 10 meters. But this giant eagle, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters, what shocked him the most was the black-robed middle-aged man who had descended from the eagle's back. The black-robed middle-aged man was surrounded by a milky white halo, and he flew directly in front of him, looking down at him. Primal Core Adept. Even the most powerful Khanate stage Adept could not fly in the air. Only the legendary Primal Core Adepts, who could escape gravity and travel the universe with their bodies, could fly in the air. So, at that moment, he knew that the other party was a Primal Core Adept. Although he did not know what the other party was here for, Yang Yunji still welcomed him into the Yang family's living room immediately. At the same time, he dismissed his attendants, leaving him alone to serve the other party. He did this for two reasons. Firstly, he was worried that others would inadvertently offend him, and secondly, he was worried that this Primal Core Adept had some instructions that would allow others to get ahead of him. A Primal Core Adept only had to say the word, and the Yang family would change hands, and he would not even dare to complain. To be on the safe side, he dismissed everyone. What Yang Yunji did not expect was that the Primal Core Adept in front of him was actually here for Zhou Donghuang. In that case, come with me. The middle-aged man in black was none other than the 10th elder from the Divine Light sect, Lin Hantian. After searching the 16 countries of the East Valley for a period of time, he had come to the western ridge of the Chu King in the country of Yinyang. Then, he landed directly in the Chu royal city in the center of the western ridge of the Chu King, and coincidentally landed in the Yang family mansion, where he met the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Yunji. "I am willing to serve my lord," Yang Yunji replied respectfully. Almost as soon as Yang Yunji responded, Lin Hantian's figure flickered, and he was already in front of Yang Yunji like a bolt of lightning. With one hand, he grabbed Yang Yunji's arm and flew him out of the living room. After Lin Hantian had flown Yang Yunji out of the living room, he continued to soar into the air, looking down at the Chu royal city below him. All the buildings in the Chu royal city were clearly visible. "Who else knows that young man? I will bring you to confirm it," Lin Hantian said calmly. "My lord, that mansion in the center of the Chu royal city is the Chu royal household, which controls the western ridge of the Chu King. I, a mere patriarch of the Yang family, have no power to bribe someone from the Chu royal household." Yang Yunji boldly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to point to the Chu royal household. He said to Lin Hantian, "If I cannot prove that what I said is true in the Chu royal household, my lord, you can kill me directly. If I find out that you are lying, of course you will not live." As Lin Hantian spoke again, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he had brought Yang Yunji to the sky above the Chu royal household. He then casually dropped Yang Yunji on top of a building in the Chu royal household. "Wait for me here." "Yes, my lord," Yang Yunji replied respectfully. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hantian descended into the air and hid behind some buildings, disappearing before Yang Yunji's eyes. At this time, Yang Yunji finally had time to catch his breath, and at the same time, he was frightened. This primal core adept, who is he? He has obviously come with ill intentions. That Zhou Donghuang has offended him. Thinking of this, Yang Yunji could not help but laugh. To even dare to offend an extremely powerful primal core adept, that Zhou Donghuang must be tired of living. Not long after, Lin Hantian returned. "My lord, how is it?" Yang Yunji asked. "You should know where the inferior prefecture, Yinfeng Prefecture, is located?" Lin Hantian asked calmly. I know. Yang Yunji nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "If my lord wishes to go, I can personally lead the way." Lin Hantian nodded. "Come with me, and I will not mistreat you after this." "Thank you, my lord." Yang Yunji's eyes lit up, and at the same time, he hurriedly bowed in thanks. A reward from a primal core adept was definitely a great reward for a chi-gathering adept like him. Just thinking about it made him so excited that he could not sleep for a few days. Whoosh! Departing from the southeastern border of the Xinguang Empire, it only took half a month for the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, to bring Zhou Donghuang and his servant back to the vast valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. On March 20th, 1231 of the Xian era, Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo returned to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Valley Head. As the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, flew into the valley, one of the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who was on duty at the nearest lookout post, approached on his flying beast and recognized Su Mo from afar. Of course, the chi-gathering flying beast beneath him did not dare to approach Big Gold at all. In the past, flying demonic beasts at the chi-gathering stage would still dare to approach Big Gold. But now that Big Gold's cultivation had reached the ultimate Xiantian stage, flying demonic beasts at the chi-gathering stage would stop at a distance. "We've arrived?" At the same time, Su Mo was also startled by the sudden voice. "Valley Head, I'll go inform Head Elder." The elder on duty at the lookout post, after bidding farewell to Su Mo, left on his flying beast and flew off into the distance. However, it was not long before he returned. On the back of his flying beast, there was an additional person. It was the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yu Mei-chin. "Valley Head, you finally returned." Yu Mei-chin looked at Su Mo and smiled bitterly. "Why? Could it be that, while I was away, something happened in the valley?" Su Mo frowned slightly, and with a shake of his body, he stepped out into the air. Under the shocked gazes of Yu Mei-chin and the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters beside him, he walked step by step through the air towards them. Valley Head, you've really entered the primal core stage? The elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters stared in shock. He still remembered that some time ago, a primal adept had descended upon the Valley of the Medicine Masters riding on a primal core beast, and had boasted that the Valley Head of the Medicine Masters was a primal adept. At that time, he had still been somewhat puzzled. When had the Valley Head of the Medicine Masters become a primal adept? Today, he finally understood that the primal adept of the past had not been speaking nonsense. A year after leaving the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the Valley Head of the Medicine Masters had entered the primal core stage and become a primal core adept who could fly in the air. Primal core adept? Yu Mei-chin's eyes also narrowed at this moment, and her face went blank for a long time before she regained her composure. The Valley of the Medicine Masters also had a primal adept. In the history of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, a primal adept had finally appeared. From what you say, you already knew that I had entered the primal core stage? Su Mo frowned as he looked at the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Valley Head. Faced with Su Mo's question, the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters hurriedly recounted what had happened, without hiding anything, and how they had fooled the primal adept. You actually fooled him? Hearing that the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had fooled a primal adept, Su Mo could not help but be speechless, but at the same time he was relieved. That person had obviously not come with good intentions. If he had confirmed that he was the Valley Head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who knew what he would do to the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Just as Su Mo guessed that the person who had brought him and his master's portrait to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to investigate them was from the Divine Light sect, and was about to inform Donghuang. Yu Mei-chin spoke first. Valley Head, there's one more thing. Not long after you left, 2 people came, claiming to be from Yunyang country, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. They said that they were looking for you, Valley Head. Later on, when they learned that you had left, they told me why they were looking for you. They said they wanted to tell you that in the western ridge of the Chu King in Yunyang country, there was a youth named Donghuang, who had obtained a treasure left behind by a primal core adept, and that you could snatch it from him. At this point, Yu Mei-chin glanced at the young man in white sitting cross-legged on the back of the huge eagle behind Su Mo. She remembered clearly that the master of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo, was named Donghuang. Oh, someone would come to me with such a message? Su Mo's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. It seems that they must be the master's enemies. Where are they now? Su Mo asked. I also guessed that they were young Master Donghuang's enemies, so I ordered them to be locked up until Valley Head and young Master Donghuang return. Yu Mei-chin said, I will inform the master, and then you can bring us there. I want to see who would dare to harm the master. As Su Mo spoke, his eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. Feeling the respect that Su Mo had for the young man in white on the eagle's back, Yu Mei-chin's heart trembled. It seems that Valley Head being able to become a primal core adept in a short year has something to do with Donghuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there was a special prison cell. Usually, the elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who made mistakes would be locked up in a cell to reflect on their mistakes, and would only be released after a certain period of time. And now, in one cell, there were 2 people who were not from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Sure it will be a year soon. How long do you think the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will take to return? Lu Yuanshan, the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the top tycoon families in the Chu royal city of the western ridge of the Chu King in the country of Yunyang, was no longer as handsome as he had been a year ago. He sat on one side of the cell, his hair disheveled like a beggar. For nearly a year, he had to eat, drink, and defecate in a cell. He couldn't even bathe. No matter how glamorous a person was, he would become the sloppy person he used to hate the most. On the other side of the cell sat another young man with disheveled hair. He was the first young master of the Tycoon Shi family of the Chu royal city, Shi Yu, who had traveled thousands of miles from the Chu royal city to the Valley of the Medicine Masters with Lu Yuanshan. More than a year ago, Shi Yu went to find Lu Yuanshan, borrowed a flying beast from him, and then rode the flying beast with Lu Yuanshan to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Their original intention was to inform the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters that someone in the country of Yunyang had obtained a treasure left behind by a primal core adept. Shi Yu wanted the Medicine King Valley to act and kill the youth that he hated to the bone. Lu Yuanshan hoped that after the Valley of the Medicine Masters obtained the primal core adept's legacy from the youth, they would reward the Lu family with something. However, what they didn't expect was when they arrived at the Valley of the Medicine Masters, they learned from the head elder that the valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had gone on a long journey. When they had told the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters why they had come, and asked her to pass on the message to the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, they had not expected that the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters would order them to be imprisoned here. This imprisonment lasted for nearly a year. When they were imprisoned, the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had told them that when the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters returned, he would release them. I don't know. Shi Yu sighed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come with you. Lu Yuanshan said regretfully. There's no point in saying anything now. We'd better just wait here for the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to return. When he returns, we'll be free. Shi Yu's eyes lit up. Furthermore, if he can successfully obtain the Primal Core Adept's treasure from Donghuang, he will definitely reward us handsomely. Now, my greatest wish is to leave this godforsaken place and return to Yunyang country, to the Lu family. I don't care if the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters rewards me with anything. Lu Yuanshan said. Almost as soon as LV Yuanshan finished speaking, the cell door was opened and a voice was heard. You too, our Valley Master is back. Now, I'll take you to freshen up and change your clothes before we meet our Valley Master. The head of the Valley of Medicine Masters is back. Whether it was Lu Yuanshan or Shi Yu, both stood up at the same time and left the cell at lightning speed. They had been waiting for this day. The two of them were taken to freshen up by the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and changed into clean robes. They were in high spirits and no longer looked like unkempt beggars. Nephew Shi Yu, what do you think the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters will reward us if we obtain the legacy of the Primal Core Adept? First-grade techniques? Could be a first-grade swiftness technique. Lu Yuanshan could not help but asked Shi Yu as he was led by the disciples to the residence of the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Chief Lu, didn't you say that you didn't care about the reward from the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as long as we can leave that godforsaken place? Why are you changing your mind now? Shi Yu asked mockingly. That was then, and this is now. If the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters generously rewards us, I wouldn't be able to reject him, would I? Lu Yuanshan smiled awkwardly. At the same time, Lu Yuanshan could not help but frown. But there's one thing that I still don't understand. Even if the Valley of the Medicine Masters wants us to stay and let us personally tell the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there's no need to lock us up in that kind of cell, right? It doesn't feel like they're treating us like guests, more like criminals. At the mention of this, Lu Yuanshan had nowhere to vent his anger. Maybe they're worried that we're lying to them, so they're afraid that we'll run away before their head returns. So, they locked us up in the cell. Sure, you guessed. Otherwise, why wouldn't they just kill us directly, but lock us up instead? If they really wanted to harm us, even if they wanted to kill us, we wouldn't be able to retaliate. Lu Yuanshan nodded in agreement at Shi Yu's words. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, nephew Shi Yu, for avenging your father's death. Lu Yuanshan smiled at Shi Yu and said, that valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Once he obtains the treasure left behind by the Primal Core Adept that Donghuang obtained, he will definitely not let Donghuang live. Thank you, Chief Lu. Shi Yu smiled lightly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. As the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo lived in a secluded corner of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Here, there was only an elegant courtyard. Other than the courtyard filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, as well as some colorful, unique objects of different shapes and sizes, the courtyard was also green and lush. Now, in the only room in the courtyard, Suemo was telling the young man sitting cross-legged on the bed what had happened in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Two people from the Chu royal city, looking for you to tell them that I've obtained the legacy of the primal core, adept. Zhou Donghuang's mouth turned up in a mocking smile, and his eyes flashed coldly. How persistent! Looks like there are still people who haven't given up. In the Chu royal city, there were many people who had enmity with him, and he could not guess who it was. Does Master know who it is? Suemo asked. I don't know. Zhou Donghuang shook his head, and the mocking smile on his face deepened. But didn't you send someone to bring them here? When they come, I should be able to recognize who they are. You just said there were two things? What else? Zhou Donghuang asked. The other thing is some time ago, a mid-primal core adept came to the Valley of the Medicine Masters riding on a primal core demon. Sumo's expression was solemn as he said, he killed an elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. His purpose in coming to the Valley of the Medicine Masters was to find someone. In his hands, there were two portraits of me and you, Master. Originally, one of the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had already exposed me. But because he mentioned that I was a primal core adept, a few of the elders were quick-witted enough to say that they had mistaken me for someone else. And that person, in the end, was tricked by a few of the elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters into leaving, thinking that the person in the portrait only looked like me and was not the same person. After all, he could not possibly believe that a late Khanate adept could become a primal core adept in the short span of a year. Suemo finished in one breath. A mid-primal core adept? A primal core demon? He has portraits of you and me? After hearing Sumo's words, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed across them. Looks like it's someone from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Valley of the Medicine Masters wants to investigate our background. But, although he was tricked into leaving, he might still go to the 16 countries of the East Valley to continue his investigation. If he goes to the Chu royal city of the country of Yunyang, my identity will definitely be exposed. At this point, Zhou Donghuang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch, as if it could burn everything. I have to go back. Although Zhou Donghuang was not worried that the person from the Divine Light sect would dare to do anything to his family after finding out his background, he was still anxious to return. After all, only by seeing his family safe and sound could he be at ease. Of course, as long as the primal core adept from the Divine Light sect was not an idiot, he would not make a move on his family before confirming that Zhou Donghuang did not have a powerful background. Master, those two people should be here soon. Let's wait for them to arrive, then I will accompany you back. Suemo suggested. After dealing with the two of them, I'll go back by myself. You stay in the Valley of the Medicine Masters and help me arrange a quiet place to stay. When I return, there should be many people coming back with me. Zhou Donghuang said to Suemo. When he had first left the country of Yunyang, the reason why he had not insisted on bringing his mother and the rest to the Valley of the Medicine Masters was because his abilities were limited at that time, and he was worried that Suemo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, would do something behind his back. Now that he had sufficient abilities and Suemo had gained his absolute trust, it was time to bring them all over. As for his mother's previous words about liking the living environment in Qingshan town, it was nothing more than an excuse to not be a burden to him. Water flowed downwards, and people sought to climb higher. If the conditions were right, how many people would not want to climb higher? Yes, master. Suemo responded respectfully to the young man's instructions. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from outside the door. Valley Master, I brought the person you wanted to see. Master, I will go take a look first. Suemo bade farewell to the young man and pushed the door open, closing it behind him. Valley Head. In the courtyard, after Suemo came out, both Shiryu and Lu Yuanshan bowed respectfully to Suemo, not even daring to breathe too loudly. I heard that you were looking for me? Suemo asked bluntly as he glanced at the two of them. Valley Head. Sure Yu stepped forward and said respectfully, "We came all the way from the western ridge of the Chu King in the country of Yunyang to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to tell you that within the western ridge of the Chu King, someone has obtained an opportunity left behind by a primal core adept. That person is called Zhou Donghuang, someone from the inferior prefecture of Yinfeng Prefecture?" Suemo asked. "Looks like head elder has already told you everything." Sure Yu smiled. End of this chapter. Chapter 179. Valley Head. If you help, the primal core adept's treasure that Zhou Donghuang obtained will definitely be yours. Lu Yuanshan also smiled at Suemo that Zhou Donghuang, a country bumpkin, was able to use the treasure left behind by the primal core adept to attain the Khanate stage before the age of 20. If you were to obtain the treasure left behind by the primal core adept, you would have a chance of attaining the primal core stage and becoming a primal core adept. In the history of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there had never been a primal core adept, but Lu Yuanshan had heard of it. That's right. Sure Yu smiled in agreement. Valley Head, that country bumpkin Zhou Donghuang, does not deserve the treasure left behind by the primal core adept. Only you, the high and mighty head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the leader of the 16 countries of the East Valley, deserve the treasure left behind by the primal core adept. As he said this, Sure Yu flattered Suemo again, but Suemo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. What did he mean by his master did not deserve it? And only he did, just as Suemo's expression darkened and he was about to explode. Creak! The door behind Suemo opened, and a figure dressed in snow white walked out slowly. "I was wondering who it was that wanted me to be unlucky. So it's you, Sure Yu." Zhou Donghuang looked at Sure Yu, his eyes calm and his face relaxed. Zhou Donghuang. Sure Yu stared seriously at the youth in white before him for a moment before confirming that the person before him was Zhou Donghuang. But after not seeing him for a long time, he had lost his childishness and had completely transformed from a youth to a young man. Zhou Donghuang. Hearing Sure Yu's exclamation, Lu Yuanshan was stunned at first. Then his expression changed and his heart filled with fear. This Zhou Donghuang, why is he here? And he came out of the Valley Head's room? At this moment, LV Yuanshan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lu Yuanshan had never seen Zhou Donghuang, but that did not affect his understanding of Zhou Donghuang's characteristics. He wore snow-white clothes all year round, had handsome features, and had an extraordinary aura. The youth in white before him met all these requirements. Coupled with Sure Yu's exclamation, he was basically 100% sure that the young man in white before him was Zhou Donghuang, the one who had obtained the treasure left behind by the primal core adept in the western ridge of the Chu King in Yunyang country. Zhou Donghuang, why are you here? Now, Sure Yu also vaguely realized that something was wrong, and his face instantly turned pale. Judging from the current situation, this Zhou Donghuang did not look like someone who had been held hostage by Suemo of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Master, how do you want to deal with these two? Just as Sure Yu and Lu Yuanshan were trembling in fear, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear, Suemo bowed and asked. When Sumo's words were transmitted into the Sure Yu duo's ears, their expressions drastically changed. Terror and despair appeared in their eyes. And Master, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the leader of the 16 countries of the East Valley, actually called Zhou Donghuang Master. At this moment, they thought they were dreaming. Sure Yu stretched out his hand to pinch his face at the first possible moment, whereas Lu Yuanshan stretched out his hand to pinch his thigh instead. The intense pain caused them to realize an extremely shocking problem. They were not dreaming. Everything that was happening before them was real. No, impossible. This is impossible. Sure Yu cried out in panic, his eyes filled with despair as he took a step back, shaking his head incessantly as if he had lost his mind. He simply could not accept the reality before him. Thump! As Sure Yu lost his composure, Lu Yuanshan was already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Zhou Donghuang. Young Master Donghuang, I am Lu Yuanshan, chief of the Lu family of the Chu royal city. You and I have no enmity. I have no intention of harming you. I really have no intention of harming you. With your status, you will not hold it against me. You will definitely not hold it against me, right? Lu Yuanshan was scared out of his wits. The young Khanate sage whose name shook the Chu royal city had actually become the master of the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who ruled the 16 countries of the East Valley. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have believed it to be true. At this time, hearing Lu Yuanshan beg for mercy in front of Zhou Donghuang, Shiryu shuddered and completely recovered from his crazed state, and with a thud, he knelt before Zhou Donghuang. Moreover, Shiryu kowtowed even harder than Lu Yuanshan. Young Master Donghuang, I was wrong. I was wrong. You have a high status, and I am no different from an ant in your eyes. You are a man of great stature, so just treat me as a fart and let me go. I, Shiryu, promise that I will never make an enemy of young Master Donghuang again. I promise. I promise. In the face of death, Shiryu's mind was only filled with the thought of survival. Whoosh! Glancing at the two of them, Zhou Donghuang's figure flickered, and he rose into the air, flying off into the distance, leaving only these words. You deal with it as you see fit. Yes, master. Su Mo replied respectfully. Whether it was Shiryu or Lu Yuanshan, they were both dumbfounded when Zhou Donghuang rose into the air. Primal Core Adept. Flying through the air was the legendary symbol of a Primal Core Adept. At this moment, they realized that the young Khanate stage adept had already surpassed the Khanate stage and entered the Primal Core stage, becoming the legendary Primal Core Adept. No wonder even the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters acknowledged him as his master. Both of them had the same thought at the same time. How dare you harm my master? You are seeking your own death. Su Mo rose into the air and looked down at Shiryu and Lu Yuanshan, then raised his hand and pressed it down. Instantly, a pale white light gathered to form a palm, descending from the sky. Bang! With a loud crash, Shiryu and Lu Yuanshan did not even have a chance to react before they were crushed into a pool of blood by the huge palm descending from the sky. The ground where they had been kneeling had become a huge pit of blood, the huge pit in the shape of a palm, and it looked exceptionally glaring. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of Sumo's hand, the soil and rocks that had been splattered were immediately wrapped in a pale white light and brought back into the pit, filling it up. In the blink of an eye, everything had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Su Mo seemed to sense something, and he suddenly looked up into the sky. Whoosh! On the horizon, a huge golden-crowned black eagle was flying out of the Valley of Medicine Masters in the direction of Yunyang Country, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. And on the back of the giant eagle, a young man dressed in clothes whiter than snow stood with his hands behind his back, like a deity. Yunyang Country, western ridge of the Chu King, Yunfeng Prefecture. Tell me, what exactly did your son Zhou Donghuang encounter that allowed him to achieve what he has today? In Qingshan Town, in the courtyard behind Yinxian Restaurant, in the messy front yard, a black-robed man stood in the air, looking down at the only girl standing in the front yard. This girl was none other than Lin Lan. Who are you? Lin Lan looked at the black-robed man, standing in the air with a serious expression, her eyes full of fear. She knew that standing in the air was the mark of a legendary Primal Core Adept. Today, this Primal Core Adept had suddenly flown into the house on a giant eagle, not only destroying most of the buildings in the house, but also injuring everyone, including her. If not for the fact that the Primal Core Adept had intentionally held back, she would not be standing now. Now, besides Lin Lan, everyone else such as Yin Lu, Yang Zishi, Fu, Freezing Wind, Granny Lien, and the others were all bleeding for the corners of their mouths, either sitting or lying on the ground, no longer having the strength to stand. The golden-crowned eagle, Xiao Jin, lay in the distance, barely breathing. At this moment, Yin Lu and the others looked at the black-robed man, their eyes full of fear and fear. The person before them had only casually waved his hand, and they had all been injured to this extent. If not for Xiao Jin, who had recently attained the Khanate stage, taking the lead and blocking most of the Black-Robed Man's attack, they would have been crippled if not dead. Flying in the air, he is a primal core adept. Yin Lu murmured bitterly. Smack! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Black-Robed Man casually lifted his hand, and a white light flashed, causing Lin Lan's head to tilt to the side. At the same time, a bright red palm print was left on Lin Lan's face. Now, I am the one asking questions, not the other way around. The Black-Robed Man looked coldly at Lin Lan and said in a low voice, My lord. At this time, the middle-aged man standing behind the black-robed middle-aged man on the back of the giant eagle that was shrouded in faint white mist grinned and said, You threatened her that if she didn't cooperate, you would kill one person here. She definitely wouldn't dare to not cooperate. Yang Yuanji. Yang Zishi looked up at the middle-aged man on the eagle's back, her eyes cold as she said in a low voice, Back then, I should have let brother Zhou kill you to avenge third uncle. Yang Zishi, you're destined to be unlucky for the rest of your life. After following that unlucky bastard, perhaps you will die today. Yang Yunji looked disdainfully at Yang Zishi and smiled brightly, looking like a scoundrel who had achieved his goal. Not a bad idea. The black-robed man smiled faintly, then reached out and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a giant hand completely condensed from true essence appeared beside Yun Lu and grabbed her. In the blink of an eye, it carried her dozens of meters into the sky. Xiao Lu. Lin Lan's expression changed, and so did Yang Zishi, Fu, Freezing Wind, and the rest. Their eyes were filled with anger. But no matter how angry they were, they could do nothing but watch as Yun Lu was taken into the air. If the man let go, Yun Lu would definitely die from falling from such a high place. The answer was no. Being taken into the air, Yun Lu's eyes were filled with panic, but her face was unusually stubborn. She said to Lin Lan, Mother, ignore him. Xiao Lu is not afraid. Not afraid? The black-robed man grinned, and the giant hand that was grabbing Yun Lu slowly opened. No. Seeing this, Lin Lan's expression changed. I'll speak. I'll speak. Into this chapter. Chapter 180. Speak. The middle-aged man in the black robe was the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Hantian. He had brought the head of the Yang family, Yang Yunji, to Yinfeng Prefecture from the Chu royal city. After arriving at Qingshan town, he had further investigated the background of the young man he was looking for. It turned out that the young man was just as Yang Yunji had said, a country bumpkin. Furthermore, through his inquiries in Qingshan town, it was not difficult to find out that the other party had been a martial invalid at the age of 16. In a short span of 4 years, a martial invalid, who did not know what kind of miraculous encounter he had encountered, had actually managed to advance to the primal core stage and become a primal core adept. It had only taken him 4 years to enter the primal core stage from the very beginning of the martial way. Such an achievement was unprecedented in the history of the planet of Ziyun, and even in the history of those large planets that were rich in resources for practice. It was also unprecedented. Would a mighty adept descend to such a remote, rural place in the planet of Ziyun to find such a successor? Lin Hantian asked himself. He felt that the possibility of this happening was very, very small, close to zero. If he was a mighty adept looking for a successor and had unexpectedly descended upon the planet of Ziyun, he would surely have chosen a ready-made genius disciple from the 5 main sects, and would never have come to such a barren place to find a martial invalid. As such, Lin Hantian felt. The young man named Zhou Donghuang was more likely to have obtained a miraculous encounter left behind by a mighty adept on the planet of Ziyun. However, to be able to allow a martial invalid to step into the primal core stage and become a primal core adept in the short span of 4 years, such a fortuitous encounter. Just what level of cultivation could it have been that had been left behind? Dharma? Primordial soul? Or perhaps divine transformation? At least, Lin Hantian felt that even if it was a legacy left behind by a Dharma adept, it would be impossible for a martial invalid to achieve such a feat in a short span of 4 years. Their Divine Light sect had once produced a Dharma adept, and he knew a little about the methods of a Dharma adept. Thus, there was only one possibility, that Zhou Donghuang had obtained a miraculous encounter left behind by a mighty adept of the primordial soul stage and above on the planet of Ziyun. Even he would be envious of such a fortuitous encounter. First, there was the cost-saving formula for the Qi-gathering elixir that increased the sensitivity to Qi by 10 times. And then there was the formula for the Qi-gathering elixir that increased the sensitivity to Qi by 20 times. Alchemist Su of the Divine Light sect, who is widely recognized as the best alchemist on the planet of Ziyun, said that even on his home planet with primordial soul adepts, there had never been such a brilliant Qi-gathering elixir formula. Clearly, this elixir formula was also left behind by that mighty martial artist. That mighty martial artist was most likely an existence that surpassed the primordial soul stage. Even if he was only a primordial soul adept, he must have come from a large planet rich in resources. The more Lin Hantian thought about it, the hotter he looked at Lin Lan. Now, Lin Lan was the only one left to explain everything to him. As long as he could confirm that his guess was correct, he could use the group of people in front of him to threaten Zhou Donghuang, force him to hand over the fated opportunity, and then take it for himself. As long as he eliminated the source of the trouble afterward, even the Divine Light sect would not be able to find out. As long as he was given enough time, with the fated opportunity left behind by that mighty martial artist who was above the primordial soul stage, he would definitely be able to enter the Dharma stage and become the best martial artist on the planet of Ziyun. My son only told me that everything he has now was given to him by his sweetheart. His sweetheart is a primal core adept. Under Lin Hantian's gaze, Lin Lan said in a low voice, "Sweetheart? Primal core adept?" Lin Hantian frowned. What did that mean? Did Lin Lan mean that Zhou Donghuang was a man who lived off a woman, and the reason why he was where he was today was because he had found a primal core adept as his partner? Big Brother Zhou's sweetheart? Hearing Lin Lan's words, Yang Zishi temporarily withdrew her anxious gaze from Yun Lu and subconsciously looked at Lin Lan, her face slightly pale. And a primal core adept? Although this was the first time Yang Zishi had heard Lin Lan say this, it was also because of this that she felt that it was very credible. Furthermore, she was very clear about the importance of Yun Lu in Lin Lan's heart, and she did not think that Lin Lan would lie to the primal core adept before her at this time. Because of this, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. So, Big Brother Zhou had a sweetheart, and it was a primal core adept? At this time, Yang Yunji, who was standing on the back of the giant eagle, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Ridiculous! How could a primal core adept like your son, who is a martial invalid?" Furthermore, even if the high and mighty martial adept took a liking to your martial invalid son, after toying with him for a while, he would definitely abandon him. How could he possibly give him that kind of good fortune? I really didn't expect that at this time. You, Lin Lan, would still dare to lie. Yang Yunji laughed coldly. Yang Yunji's words suddenly made Lin Hantian understand, because everything that Yang Yunji had said did indeed make sense. Especially since he himself was a primal core adept. In the eyes of a primal core adept, even a Khanate stage adept or even a Qi-gathering adept were insignificant, let alone an ordinary person. Just like Lin Hantian, if he really took a fancy to a young girl who was a martial invalid, he would certainly play with her for a while and then abandon her. It was simply impossible to spend time and effort to groom her. That was not only troublesome, but also unnecessary. As for being tempted, a primal core adept was very experienced. How could he be tempted by one person? Furthermore, that person was a martial invalid. The possibility of this was so small that it was almost non-existent. You dare to lie to me, Lin Hantian? Lin Hantian looked at Lin Lan again, his gaze extremely cold. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and his cold voice revealed his anger. I did not lie to you. Lin Lan hurriedly shook her head and said, all of this was told to me by my own son. However, Lin Hantian clearly did not believe Lin Lan's words. Since you are so stubborn, then I will first make an example out of this little girl. I only hope that after she dies, you will be able to protect the others." As soon as Lin Hantian's cold voice fell, the giant inner yuan hand that had grabbed Yin Lu high in the sky suddenly collapsed, and then Yin Lu lost her support and fell from a height of tens of meters. As Yin Lu fell from the sky, a look of panic flashed in her eyes, and then a smile bloomed on her delicate little face. As she fell, she shouted, "Mother, if there is a next life, I want to be your biological daughter. I want to be Big Brother's biological sister." As Yin Lu's voice fell, the speed of her fall increased, and she was only 10 meters from the ground. Xiaolu, Lin Lan subconsciously moved, trying to catch Yin Lu, but she was sent flying by Lin Hantian's hand. She fell awkwardly in the distance, and could only watch helplessly as Yin Lu fell from the sky. In the face of death, Yin Lu's face maintained a bright smile as she looked at Lin Lan from afar. Seeing this, Lin Lan naturally felt even more distressed. "Xiaolu, no, who is it?" Just as Lin Lan, Yang Zishi, and the others were in despair, Lin Hantian's gloomy voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, they saw a huge black shadow pass low in the sky, and in the nick of time, it caught Yin Lu and took her away. Seeing this, Lin Lan and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. "The person who will kill you." A calm voice sounded in response to Lin Hantian. At the same time, the huge black shadow that had saved Yin Lu landed in the front yard of the dilapidated mansion, beside Lin Lan. At this time, everyone could see clearly. The person who spoke was a young man in white. The young man in white held Yin Lu by the waist in his arms, and at his feet was a huge golden-crowned black eagle with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. In terms of size, this black eagle was no smaller than the giant eagle that was carrying Yang Yunji in the air. "Big brother, you're Big Brother." The girl in the arms of the young man in white opened her eyes in panic, and her eyes suddenly lit up, and her delicate little face was full of excitement. "Donghuang, Big Brother Zhou, young master." At the same time, Lin Lan, Yang Zishi, Fu, Freezing Wind, and the others all clearly saw the young man in white. Although the young man had lost his childishness, they still recognized him at a glance. Whoosh! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang carried Yin Lu and flew through the air. He slowly landed beside Lin Lan and placed Yin Lu beside her. "Mother, Xiaolu, I have something to take care of first." Zhou Donghuang patted Yin Lu's head and smiled at Lin Lan, his eyes full of tenderness. "Donghuang, be careful." Lin Lan was shocked that her adopted son had actually become a primal core adept, and at the same time, she warned him, deeply afraid that he would be careless. After all, they were both primal core adepts, and it was hard to say who was stronger. Big Brother Zhou is also a primal core adept. Young master, he has become a primal core adept. When Yang Zishi, Fu, Freezing Wind, and the others looked at Zhou Donghuang again, their eyes were slightly dazed. They had never imagined that in just over a year, the young man before them had already surpassed the Khanate stage and become a primal core adept. "Don't worry, mother." Zhou Donghuang nodded at Lin Lan, and then turned and rose into the air to face Lin Hantian. "Someone from the Divine Light sect?" "That's right." Lin Hantian raised his head proudly. "I am the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Hantian." "Zhou Donghuang, I didn't expect you to come back on your own. This is good. It saves me the trouble of going to the Shengguang Empire to find a way to drag you out." Lin Hantian looked at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes full of greed. This Zhou Donghuang, how did he become a primal core adept? At this time, Yang Yunji finally recovered from his shock, and when he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. If he remembered correctly, this Zhou Donghuang, he seemed to be only 20 years old this year? A 20-year-old primal core adept? If there was anyone present who was not surprised that Zhou Donghuang had achieved the primal core stage, it was Lin Hantian, because he had long known that Zhou Donghuang was a primal core adept. Into this chapter. Chapter 181. If it had been before he had come to Qingshan Town and fully understood Zhou Donghuang's background, Lin Hantian would have been wary of Zhou Donghuang. But after coming to Qingshan Town and learning about Zhou Donghuang's background, he felt that Zhou Donghuang was only a person who had been lucky enough to obtain an opportunity left behind by a mighty adept of the primordial soul stage and above. As for the murder of the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, who was on duty at the black market, he felt that it was just a coincidence and could not have had anything to do with Zhou Donghuang. Lu Xuanyu was a mid-primal core adept, and although he was not as strong as he was not someone that Zhou Donghuang and the early primal core adept beside him could have killed. Is it not good to be alive? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang glanced lazily at Lin Hantian and shook his head with a sigh. Zhou Donghuang's words shocked everyone, including Lin Hantian. After a moment, Lin Hantian was the first to recover. His eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Zhou Donghuang, my life and death are not in your hands." Is that so? The folding fan in Zhou Donghuang's hand shook, and in the blink of an eye, it flew out as fast as lightning. Before Lin Hantian had time to recover, the 18 fan ribs that had been separated from the folding fan had turned into 18 sharp swords, suspended above Lin Hantian's head. A spirit weapon. Sensing the aura coming from the fan ribs, Lin Hantian's face froze, and then his eyes lit up and the greed in them grew stronger. "Zhou Donghuang, I didn't expect you to have a spirit weapon. This spirit weapon, Lin Hantian, want it." As soon as Lin Hantian's voice fell, it was as if he had turned into a gust of wind and soared into the air. As his hands rose and fell, a vast torrent of white true essence shot out from his body. It was as if he had turned into a giant beast, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing the 18 sword-like fan ribs that were suspended in the air. This Zhou Donghuang, a mere early primal core adept, dares to be so presumptuous in front of a mid-primal core adept. He has a death wish. Now, Yang Yunji had recovered from the shock of Zhou Donghuang stepping into the primal core stage, and seeing Zhou Donghuang take the initiative to attack Lin Hantian, his face was full of sarcasm. Seeing that Lin Hantian was trying to forcibly take away his spirit weapon, Zhou Donghuang's eyes were as calm as ever, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up in a faint, disdainful smile. "Xiao! Xiao! 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 Xiao!" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 18 sword-like ribs of the fan began to move, as if they had turned into a rain of swords, whistling towards Yang Yunji. When the rain of swords fell and was within reach, Lin Hantian could deeply feel the terrifying true essence contained within. Although it was only the inner yuan of an early primal core adept, the power contained within it had already surpassed all the power that his inner yuan could unleash. Impossible. In that split second, Lin Hantian's first thought was that it was impossible. It must be a smokescreen. How can the inner yuan of a mere early primal core adept be compared to mine? However, when the rain of swords fell and collided with the giant beast form from his inner yuan, he felt the taste of his power being crushed. In fact, at this moment, he felt as if he was suffocating. The smell of death could be distinctly smelled. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Between life and death, Lin Hantian's eyes widened, and he tried his best to activate the inner yuan in his body, using all the strength he could muster in an attempt to block the rain of swords. Hua la la. However, the sky full of swords fell, and even though Lin Hantian tried his best, he was still powerless to resist. He was so anxious that his face turned red, and his eyes were so wide open that they were bleeding. No! Just as Lin Hantian was screaming in his heart, a milky white light rose from his body, and in that instant, a dramatic change occurred. It became silver. Ha! Lin Hantian, who had been on the brink of death and despair, suddenly laughed heartily, almost maniacally. At the same time, the milky white inner yuan that had resisted the rain of swords was instantly replaced by silver inner yuan, and in one fell swoop, he had successfully blocked the further attack of the Rain of Swords. He actually broke through. The scene in front of him surprised Zhou Donghuang, and at the same time, he realized that although Lin Hantian was previously only a middle primal core adept, he was certainly infinitely close to the late primal core stage. This time, under his pressure between life and death, Lin Hantian took advantage of this opportunity to break through and enter the late primal core stage, becoming a silver essence adept. This is a late primal core adept. Just now, Yang Yunji had thought that Lin Hantian was finished, and his eyes revealed a look of despair. If Lin Hantian was finished, he would certainly not have a good ending. After all, he had personally brought Lin Hantian to Qingshan Town. Now, seeing that Lin Hantian's inner yuan had turned silver, he realized that Lin Hantian had entered the late primal core stage and had become a late primal core adept. With the Yang family's limited resources, it was naturally impossible for Yang Yunji to understand the primal core adepts through the Yang family. The reason why he now understood the primal core adepts so well was entirely because he had brought Lin Hantian to Qingshan Town, and while Lin Hantian was investigating Zhou Donghuang, he had learned about the specific stages of the primal core adepts. Because of this, he had previously known that Zhou Donghuang was an early primal core adept, and Lin Hantian was a middle primal core adept, and now he could see that Lin Hantian had entered the late primal core stage. Congratulations, big brother! At this time, the giant eagle at Yang Yunji's feet also spoke to congratulate Lin Hantian. The previous look of despair in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by bursts of excitement. However, Lin Lan and the others were not very clear about the division of the primal core adepts. Just now, Lin Hantian had almost been killed by Zhou Donghuang, and they all looked excited. Now, Lin Hantian had broken through and blocked Zhou Donghuang's attack, and the excitement on their faces had disappeared, replaced by a somber look. Zhou Donghuang, Lin Hantian, surrounded by a silver halo, looked at Zhou Donghuang and smiled sinisterly. Thanks to you, I was able to break through the middle primal core stage in one fell swoop and enter the late primal core stage, becoming a late primal core adept. So what? Zhou Donghuang's face was calm and unruffled. Even so, it only allowed you to live a little longer. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Lin Hantian was stunned at first, and then his smile became even brighter. Zhou Donghuang, I have to say your strength is indeed very strong and very strange. With a mere early primal core adept, with the help of a fairy weapon, you can actually display an attack comparable to that of a late primal core adept. But by now, can't you see? Your attack can't do anything to me. You've even taken out your spirit weapon. If I'm not wrong, this should be the strongest move you can display right now, right? That's also because I don't have enough inner yuan now. Otherwise, if this continues, your inner yuan will definitely be depleted sooner than mine. At that time, I can still easily kill you. As he said this, Lin Hantian's tone was full of regret. But even so, my remaining inner yuan can still block your strongest move, and if I want to escape, I can easily do so. Lin Hantian's eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence. Today, I escape, and the day I make a comeback will be the day you and the people around you die. Unless you take them with you and leave the planet of Xion. But do you have that ability? With your current strength, how many people can you take with you and leave the planet of Xion? As he said this, Lin Hantian's face was full of a sarcastic smile. Now, I'll leave first. When my inner yuan recovers, I'll come back for you. As soon as Lin Hantian finished speaking, he prepared to leave. His words were full of confidence, as if he would definitely be able to leave successfully. Who said that was my strongest move? Just as Lin Hantian was about to leave, Zhou Donghuang spoke. 18 fan ribs. Now, you can only block 8 of them. 8 fan ribs? Looking at the rain of swords that he had blocked, Lin Hantian's face was full of disbelief. You think, by saying that, you can scare me? Frog in a well. As Zhou Donghuang shook his head, from the void beneath Lin Hantian's feet, 10 rays of light suddenly shot out. The rays of light were actually 10 clearly visible fan ribs. When 8 of the 18 fan ribs were mixed up with the rain of swords, the other 10 had already stealthily left without a sound. 10 sides, 8 sides, sword formation, 8 sides rain, 10 sides ambush. Since it was an ambush, how could it be so easily discovered? Not good. Lin Hantian, who had used all his strength to barely block the rain of swords from the 8 fan ribs, did not have the strength to resist the attack of 10 fan ribs. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hantian's entire body was pierced through by the 10 fan ribs. Blood sprayed into the sky, dazzling. Of the 10 wounds, none of them were fatal. If Zhou Donghuang had not done it on purpose, no one would believe it. Whoosh! Just as Lin Hantian was still clenching his teeth to resist the rain of swords from all directions, Zhou Donghuang's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of him like a ghost, and then he slammed his palm into his dantian. No, Lin Hantian, who had guessed what Zhou Donghuang was trying to do, turned pale, and his eyes widened in anger. Bang! Zhou Donghuang's palm smashed the defenseless silver elixir and also destroyed Lin Hantian's elixir field, completely destroying Lin Hantian's practice. After destroying Lin Hantian's practice, Zhou Donghuang raised his hand, and the 18 fan ribs once again transformed into a folding fan that returned to his hand. At the same time, Lin Hantian, who had lost his practice and was seriously injured, fell 7 or 8 meters from the air. Bang! Lin Hantian's body hit the ground heavily, and after coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he looked up at the young man in white in the air, his eyes filled with despair and hatred. Chapter 182. However, after crippling Lin Hantian, Zhou Donghuang ignored him for the time being. Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the giant eagle and the middle-aged man on its back not far away. If I remember correctly, you are the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Yunji? Zhou Donghuang glanced at the middle-aged man. Yang Yunji's expression changed completely when he saw Lin Hantian's level of practice crippled and severely injured. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. Now, seeing Zhou Donghuang look over and take the initiative to greet him, his expression changed again. Yang Yunji did not respond to Zhou Donghuang. Instead, he kicked his legs and urged the giant eagle beneath him. Run, run, run quickly. Do you want to die? Just as Yang Yunji was urging the giant eagle, it finally came back to its senses. However, its eyes flashed with a look of disgust, and the white inner yuan on its back shook and sent Yang Yunji flying. Bang! Yang Yunji fell from a height of 10 meters and landed on the ground. Both his legs were broken, and he screamed in pain. Whoosh! The giant eagle itself seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning as it flew into the distance. However, although it was fast, Zhou Donghuang was even faster. In a flash, he was in front of the giant eagle. My lord, I don't think I've offended you. The giant eagle looked at Zhou Donghuang with fear in its eyes, its huge body trembling. The human in front of it could even cripple Lin Hantian, a silver essence adept, to kill an early primal core demon like it would be a piece of cake. You want to tell me that the destruction of those buildings had nothing to do with you? Zhou Donghuang glanced at the half-destroyed mansion, and his gaze fell on the giant eagle again. The giant eagle was so frightened that it trembled and begged for mercy. My lord, I am willing to be your slave for 10 years to repay this debt. No need. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Just as the giant eagle's sharp eyes lit up, Zhou Donghuang spoke again. I'm more interested in your inner core, your beak, and those sharp claws. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang struck like lightning. In the instant that the giant eagle revealed a look of despair, Zhou Donghuang had already forcefully extracted the inner core of the giant eagle from its body, then slapped it to death with a palm, and dragged its corpse back to the sky above the courtyard with one hand. Bang! After throwing the carcass of the giant eagle in the front yard, Zhou Donghuang hovered in the air and looked down at Lin Hantian. The corner of his mouth turned up in a mocking smile. The 10th elder of the Divine Light sect? Zhou Donghuang, you will die a horrible death. Lin Hantian glared at him and let out an angry roar. Then He resolutely committed suicide with his teeth clenched, and there was no sound left. Have some backbone. Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze to Yang Yunji, whose legs had been broken. Yang Yunji, who didn't stay in the Chu royal city to be the patriarch of the Yang family, but came all the way to Qingshan town just to make fun of me? Young Master Zhou. Yang Yunji knelt on the ground with fear in his eyes and kowtowed repeatedly. You are a high and mighty primal core adept, and I am like an ant in front of you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I promise, if you spare me this time, I will never dare to appear in front of you again in this life. Please, I beg you. Yang Yunji kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Big Brother Zhou. Before Zhou Donghuang could say anything, Yang Zishi, who had already recovered from some of his injuries, was just barely able to stand up. He looked at Zhou Donghuang and said, "Can you let me deal with this Yang Yunji?" Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Yang Zishi and finally nodded. Yes, Zishi. Hearing that Zhou Donghuang had agreed to Yang Zishi's request, Yang Yunji's eyes lit up, thinking that he could be saved. But what he could not have imagined was that what he had been waiting for was the sword that Yang Zishi had pulled out from the scabbard at Freezing Wind's waist. The sword was right in front of his throat, and all it would take was a gentle shake, and he would die. Zishi, I am your uncle. Don't forget, I was the one who raised you. You can't be an ingrate. You can't be an ingrate. Yang Yunji panicked. He had never imagined that his niece would treat him like this. At this point, you still have the cheek to say this? Yang Zishi's gaze was cold. Ever since I found out that you caused third uncle's death, I no longer saw you as my uncle. You want to use the fact that you raised me as an adult to talk about this? My parents saved your life many years ago. It should be more than enough to compensate for the fact that you raised me, right? Zishi, seeing that Yang Zishi was so resolute, Yang Yunji's face was as white as a sheet. I am your uncle. I am your uncle. You can't know. The sword in Yang Zishi's hand trembled, and with a single stroke, he killed Yang Yunji. Big Brother Zhou. After returning the sword to Freezing Wind, Yang Zishi looked at Zhou Donghuang with a guilty expression. I'm sorry. I did not think that Yang Yunji would bring a primal core adept to cause trouble for Antlan. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yang Zishi apologized profusely until she was on the verge of tears. This has nothing to do with you. Zhou Donghuang stepped through the air and landed in front of Yang Zishi in the blink of an eye. He reached out and stroked her head, saying gently, "That primal core adept is here for me." Even if Yang Yunji did not bring him here, he could have found someone else to bring him here. The result was the same. You don't have to blame yourself. Zhou Donghuang smiled. Big Brother Zhou. Yang Zishi did not know where the courage came from, but she reached out and hugged Zhou Donghuang. Her body twitched, and tears streamed down her face. Zhou Donghuang's body stiffened involuntarily, and he only relaxed after a while. He gently patted Yang Zishi's back. Zishi, Big Brother Zhou, is not trying to comfort you. This really has nothing to do with you. Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly and helplessly, but he did not know that Yang Zishi was like this not only because Yang Yunji had brought the primal core adept to cause trouble, but more because of what Lin Lan had said before. Yang Zishi felt as if her heart was completely broken when she found out that Big Brother Zhou, whom she had been dreaming about, already had a sweetheart. In the past, when Zhou Donghuang had said that he only saw her as a sister, she had still felt that there was hope. But now, knowing that Zhou Donghuang had someone in his heart, her hopes were completely dashed. Yang Zishi cried for a long time and finally fell asleep from exhaustion. At this time, Zhou Donghuang looked at the woman beside Yang Zishi and said softly, "Auntie Mei, help Zishi back to her room to rest." Big Brother. Yang Zishi had just been taken away when Yun Lu flew into Zhou Donghuang's arms, as if she had been waiting in line. Big Brother, Xiaolu missed you so much. Silly girl. Zhou Donghuang touched the girl's head dotingly. Big Brother is back now, isn't he? Don't worry, This time, Big Brother is here to take you away, Zhou Donghuang said. Really? Yin Lu raised her head. Her big, watery eyes were shining brightly, and her little face was filled with anticipation. Of course it's true. Zhou Donghuang nodded with absolute certainty. Donghuang. At this time, Lin Lan spoke up. Actually, we are living quite well in Qingshan town. At the same time, she glared at Yin Lu imperceptibly, causing Yin Lu's eyes to darken. She quickly tried to salvage the situation and said, Brother, I'm just joking. Actually, I like Qingshan town very much too, really. Mother. Zhou Donghuang smiled at Lin Lan. As for the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I have already asked Su Mo to arrange accommodation for you, and it should be almost ready by now. For the time being, you will stay in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Of course, you will not be able to stay in the Valley of the Medicine Masters for long, because the next step will be a better place for you to stay. At this point, Zhou Donghuang paused and said, Mother, you do not have to worry about dragging me down in the future. When you are by my side, close to me, I will feel more at ease. Otherwise, if I had returned a little later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's expression became serious. Hearing this, Lin Lan suddenly remembered what had happened and broke out in a cold sweat. All right, as you wish. Leave the repairs here to the others. Prepare yourselves. I will take you away tomorrow. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he took out an elixir bottle and distributed the elixirs in the bottle to everyone. These are the healing elixirs that I made after I entered the primal core stage. They are many times more effective than the wound healing elixirs that I gave you previously. With the healing elixirs, everyone's injuries, which had already largely healed, were quickly healed. After all, these were not serious injuries. For example, Aunt May, without taking the healing elixirs, had already recovered to the point where she could help Yang Zishi down to rest. Young Master? After being fed the healing elixirs by Zhou Donghuang, Little Gold quickly regained consciousness. When it saw Zhou Donghuang, its eyes were full of disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Little Gold muttered. You are not dreaming. Just then, Big Gold, who had been circling in the air, swooped down and flew past Little Gold. Little Gold, you have improved quite a bit. You have actually entered the Khanate stage. You are Big Gold. Little Gold's eyes narrowed as it looked at Big Gold's wings, which were more than 20 meters wide, and swallowed hard. You have entered the Khanate stage? You have improved quite a bit, but I have improved even more. Big Gold laughed proudly. But this is nothing. Young Master, you have already entered the Primal Core stage. Big Gold said again. Primal Core? Hearing this, Little Gold looked at Zhou Donghuang in disbelief. At the same time, it remembered what had happened before it had been seriously injured. Looking around, it realized that the Primal Core Adept and the Primal Core Demon were both dead. This, Little Gold was dumbstruck and could not recover for a moment. It knew how powerful the Primal Core Adept was. With a wave of his hand, he had effortlessly sent it flying and knocked it unconscious. And now it was dead. Chapter 183. Young Master, didn't you tell me that when Big Gold attained the Khanate stage, you would let him take my place? How long has it been since you came back? Little Gold looked at Zhou Donghuang bitterly. Now, Little Gold is already at the ultimate Khanate stage, and I have only just attained the Khanate stage. That's enough. Zhou Donghuang interrupted Little Gold and looked at the body of the Primal Core Demon. I'll leave the body of this Primal Core Demon for you, but its beak and claws must be left behind for me. Besides that, the inner core of this Primal Core Demon is also for you to consume. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, a small white ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. It was completely formed from white mist and was faintly discernible. This was the inner core of the early Primal Core Demon that the 10th Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Han Tian, had written. Although the inner core of a demon was similar to a human's primal core, after the demon died, it could be preserved for a period of time before dissipating. In this aspect, it was more similar to the Buddhist essence of a Buddhist monk. However, compared to the Buddhist essence, the inner core of a demon was more straightforward. It could be consumed directly by the demon, and the inner yuan within could be digested to increase its level of practice. Inner core. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, Little Gold's eyes lit up as he stared at the inner core in Zhou Donghuang's hand, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. The inner core was a priceless treasure to any demon that had yet to attain the primal core stage. Young master, if I consume this inner core, can I use the inner yuan within to attain the primal core stage and become a primal core demon? Big Gold asked Zhou Donghuang curiously as he stared at the inner core. Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. As soon as Zhou Donghuang spoke, Big Gold looked at Little Gold and smiled. Little Gold, why don't we make a deal? No way. Don't even think about it. Don't even dream about it. Little Gold understood what Big Gold meant and immediately interrupted him. Give me this inner core and I will be able to catch up to you in a short period of time. If I give it to you and help you become a primal core demon, how can I catch up to you? Do you think I'm stupid? Little Gold snorted. Little Gold, I think you're really stupid. Big Gold said, if I consume this inner core and enter the primal core stage and become a primal core demon, I can bring you along to hunt other primal core demons. At that time, will we lack inner cores? Big Gold's words were so persuasive that Little Gold could not help but be tempted. Without waiting for Little Gold to make a decision, Zhou Donghuang had already shot the inner core into Little Gold's mouth. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Raise your current level of practice first. Yes, young master. Little Gold smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Big Gold did not say anything else. His cultivation had been bestowed upon him by his young master, so he would naturally listen to his young master's arrangements. Early the next morning, 2 golden-crowned eagles, one large and one small, rose into the air from the courtyard behind Yunxian Restaurant and headed for the capital city of Yunfeng Prefecture. Wait for me here. I'll go ask Lu Qinghu if he wants to leave with me. Zhou Donghuang called out to the group of people on the backs of the 2 golden-crowned eagles before leaving Big Gold's back and landing in the air towards the capital city of Yunfeng Prefecture. Standing in the air and looking down at the capital city, Zhou Donghuang quickly locked onto one of the courtyards, which was where the Lu family household was located. Arriving in the air above the Lu family household, Zhou Donghuang found that there were many people gathered in the front yard of the Lu family household. There were all sorts of food and drinks on the tables, just like a buffet on Earth. A gathering. The scene before him reminded Zhou Donghuang of the time when he and Yang Zishi had followed Rin Jiapei to the Wei family household's gathering in the Chu royal city. However, unlike that time, the main characters were from the Wei family. Today, the main character of the Lu family gathering was Lu Qinghu's son, the first young master of the Lu family, Lu Yuan. Big brother Lu Yuan, who doesn't know that the Lu family is the true emperor of Yunfeng Prefecture and that their status is above the governor's household, the Zhao family? Don't be so humble. In the front yard of the Lu family household, a young man dressed in a luxurious robe smiled and flattered Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed more mature than he had been in the past. In the face of flattery, his face was calm and gentle. You can't say such things. The governor's household, the Zhao family, is the true master of Yunfeng Prefecture. Big brother Lu Yuan, you're too humble. The other young man shook his head and smiled. Now, in the capital city of Yunfeng Prefecture, who doesn't know that half a year ago, your father, Elder Qinghu, stood up for your second uncle, the current chief of the Lu family, Lu Bao? The person who came looking for trouble was a level 9 adept from a tycoon family in a superior prefecture. But wasn't he seriously injured by your father and forced to return in defeat? Your father's current level of practice is probably at least petty consummation of the Qi gathering? The young man in the luxurious robe asked. I haven't asked my father about this, so I'm not sure. Lu Yuan shook his head. As he spoke, he could not hide the pride in his eyes. At this moment, in the corner of the front yard of the Lu family household, 2 young women stood there, their eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Li Rue, for us collateral descendants of preeminent families, if we can get close to this young Master Lu, Even if we're just concubines, we'll be considered phoenixes. One of the women said to the other, "Now, the status of the Liu family in the capital city of Yunfeng Prefecture is like the sun at noon." 2 months ago, for Elder Qinghu's birthday, the governor of Yunfeng Prefecture even personally brought gifts to congratulate him. If we can get close to this young Master Liu, with Elder Qinghu's reputation, even the governor's household of Yunfeng Prefecture, the Zhao family, will have to give in to us. The woman said. The other woman was a collateral descendant of the preeminent Li family of Yunfeng Prefecture, Li Rui. After the death of the chief of the Li family, the Li family still had a level 4 adept, so the Li family was still a preeminent family, but it had declined significantly. In contrast to the decline of the Li family, the Liu family had been like the sun at noon in the past few years. Hong Qian, do you think that the Liu family's current situation is really due to the efforts of Zhou Donghuang a few years ago? Li Rui asked Hong Qian with a look of stubbornness and disbelief. I heard that it is. Otherwise, how could the Liu family suddenly rise so quickly? In the past, the Liu family never showed such potential. It was only when Liu Qinghu and young master Donghuang formed a relationship that the Liu family soared to the skies. At this point, Hong Qian's eyes were burning. I heard that young master Donghuang entered the Khanate stage a year ago and became a Khanate adept. He is also the first young Khanate in the history of our country of Yinyang, and even in the history of the 16 countries of the East Valley. It's a pity that we can only look up to such a person and not be able to get close to him. The only person we can get close to is someone like young Master Liu Yuan. It's a pity that even young Master Liu Yuan is not so easy to get. As she spoke, Hong Qian sighed. Hong Qian's words made Li Rui's face darken. Zhou Donghuang, the youth that she had looked down upon, had not only entered the Khanate stage, but had also risen to such heights in the Liu family because of him. Did she regret it? Of course she did. If I had not treated him that way, even if we could not get together in the end, he would not have mistreated me and my mother. I missed such a great opportunity. Li Rui's eyes were dazed, and her heart was filled with regret. Just as Li Rui was filled with regret, a voice suddenly came from the sky. It was not loud, but it drowned out all the noise in the front yard. The voice sounded familiar to Li Rui. Liu Yuan. In the air above the front yard of the Liu family household, a handsome young man in a snow-white robe was floating in the air, looking down at the first young master of the Liu family, Liu Yuan. When a group of people, including Liu Yuan, heard the voice, they looked up and saw the young man in the white robe floating in the air like a god. Everyone's eyes narrowed. He's flying? He can fly? It's said that only primal core adepts have the ability to fly and stand in the air. He's a primal core adept. Primal core adepts are legendary. Why would they appear in a small place like Yunfeng Prefecture? Even in the 16 countries of the East Valley, many people hurriedly came back to their senses and cried out in shock. When Liu Yuan heard the newcomer call out his name, he was shocked by the other party's ability to stand in the air. He carefully sized up the other party. Although it had been a long time since they last met, and the youthfulness on the other party's face had vanished, Liu Yuan still recognized him at first glance. Young Master Donghuang? After recognizing him, Liu Yuan asked in a daze, You've entered the primal core stage? Only primal core adepts could fly in the air. This was the iron rule. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly, and then said bluntly, I'm here to look for your father. I'll call him over now. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Liu Yuan did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly left the group of people around him and rushed into the Liu family household like a mad rabbit. For some time after Liu Yuan had left, the front yard of the Liu family household was still in a state of dead silence. After a while, people came to their senses and looked in shock at the young man in white in the air. They whispered to each other, He's that Zhou Donghuang? The young Khanate sage who shocked the entire country of Yinyang a year ago? Liu Yuan can't be mistaken. My God, a year ago, we only received news that he had entered the Khanate stage before the age of 20. And now, a year later, he has already entered the primal core stage? He's only 20 now, right? A 20-year-old primal core adept? In the front yard of the Liu family household, everyone was stunned. Zhou Donghuang. Li Rue stood in the corner of the front yard, looking at the young man in white who was floating in the air with his eyes closed. Her expression was complicated. Chapter 184. Zhou Donghuang. Finally, Li Rue mustered up her courage and called out to Zhou Donghuang. I'm Li Rue. Do you remember me? My mother is the president of Ningping Town's Qinyan Merchant Association, Li Yan. She's good friends with your mother, Lin Lan. In Li Rue's opinion, with Zhou Donghuang's current level of practice, as long as he gave her some pointers, she would benefit immensely. Li Rue knows Zhou Donghuang. Hong Qian, who was standing beside Li Rue, was a collateral descendant of the preeminent Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture capital. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that this sister of hers would know the young Khanate adept of the country of Yunyang in the past, who was now a primal core adept. Instantly, her eyes lit up. If Li Rue could form a relationship with the other party, with her relationship with Li Rue, she might be able to use this opportunity to soar into the sky. Li Rue. Just as many people heard Li Rue's words and looked at her enviously, Zhou Donghuang, who was floating in the air, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Li Rue. I remember you. You are Aunt Yun's daughter. Yes. Hearing that Zhou Donghuang remembered her, Li Rue's face lit up with excitement, and the others looked at Li Rue with jealousy. How is Aunt Yun? Zhou Donghuang asked. Good. My mother is very good. Li Rue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Her face was flushed with excitement. Big brother Donghuang, it's rare for you to return to Yunfeng Prefecture. Why don't you stay for a few more days and let me take good care of you? Brother Donghuang. Hearing how Li Rue addressed him, Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at her, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Lady Li, I, Zhou Donghuang, am not worthy of such a title. In your eyes, I, Zhou Donghuang, am just a martial invalid who is not worthy of you. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, everyone looked at Li Rue in a completely different light. It was as if he was looking at an idiot. This Li Rue despised Zhou Donghuang? Did they think that Zhou Donghuang was a martial invalid? A 20-year-old primal core adept? A martial invalid? Was Li Rue blind? Big brother Donghuang. Although she could hear the sarcasm in Zhou Donghuang's words, Li Rue still wore a smile on her face. I was young then and did not know any better. I hope that you will forgive me for what I did and not take it to heart. You're quite flexible. Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly and retracted his gaze, continuing to close his eyes and rest. At the same time, he ignored Li Rue, who had taken the initiative to speak up. This caused Hong Qian, who was beside Li Rue, to completely calm down. She could see it. Zhou Donghuang had no intention of responding to Li Rue at all. Li Rue, who had taken the initiative to speak to Zhou Donghuang a few times and had the intention of giving in, saw that Zhou Donghuang was being stubborn, and her expression gradually turned ugly. In the end, when she noticed the gazes that were filled with ridicule from the surroundings, she felt too ashamed to show her face and left dejectedly. Lu Qinghu greets the young master. Not long after Li Rue left, a tall and skinny figure appeared in the front courtyard of the Liu residence like a ghost. He bowed to the white-clothed young man who was hovering in the air. His eyes were filled with respect, but there was also a timely expression of shock. How long had it been? And the young man of the past had already entered the primal core stage and become a primal core adept. When he had heard his son Lu Yuan say this earlier, he had not dared to believe it. Only when he saw the young man floating in the air with his own eyes did he confirm that everything his son had said was true. Long time no see. Long before Lu Qinghu appeared, Zhou Donghuang had already opened his eyes. Facing Lu Qinghu's bow, he nodded and smiled slightly. I have returned this time to prepare to bring my mother and the rest out of Yunyang country. I have come to ask you, will you be leaving with us? As long as I do not burden you, I, Lu Qinghu, will go wherever you go. Lu Qinghu said without hesitation. In that case, come with me. Zhou Donghuang raised his hand, and pale white inner yuan swept out and wrapped around Lu Qinghu's body. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang took Lu Qinghu into the air and flew out of the Lu family mansion, disappearing before everyone's eyes. This former chief of the Lu family is really perceptive. He follows Zhou Donghuang, and Zhou Donghuang is a primal core adept. In the future, even the imperial court of Yinyang country will not dare to provoke the Lu family. The Lu family is really lucky. The Lu family is really lucky to have Lu Qinghu. The disciples of the preeminent and lesser families in the front yard of the Lu family mansion all shook their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. When Zhou Donghuang and the others arrived at the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo, as the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, personally came out to welcome them and bring them to the accommodations that had been arranged beforehand. This little valley was specially carved out by you? Zhou Donghuang remembered that in the vast valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, there was no such little valley with lush green grass before him. With Su Mo's current ability, he could easily carve out a valley like this with a wave of his hand and his inner yuan. However, it was easy to carve out a little valley, but a newly carved valley would definitely be unsightly. And the little valley before him was lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. It was like a paradise to decorate the little valley like this in such a short period of time. It was obvious that a lot of effort had gone into it. Master, this little valley is a gift from me to Madam and Miss. I just don't know if Madam and Miss are satisfied. Su Mo looked at Lin Lan, who was beside Zhou Donghuang, and Yun Lu, who was in Zhou Donghuang's arms, and bowed with a smile. Thank you, Valley Head. Lin Lan was somewhat flattered. After all, the elegant middle-aged man before her was the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the true master of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Madam, you can call me Su Mo. Lin Lan's words frightened Su Mo so much that he hurriedly knelt on the ground, his body trembling. At the same time, he carefully glanced at Zhou Donghuang, who was beside Lin Lan, as if deeply afraid that Zhou Donghuang would not be satisfied with his current performance. Now, in Su Mo's eyes, his master, Zhou Donghuang, was like a god, high above and inviolable. And Lin Lan was his master's mother. Valley, Su Mo, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Su Mo's actions caused Lin Lan's expression to change. She had never imagined that the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who was publicly acknowledged as the master of the 16 countries of the East Valley, would be so frightened that he would directly kneel on the ground just because of the way she addressed him. Just as Lin Lan's voice fell, a voice full of disdain came from air not far away. Su Mo, you are really becoming more and more backward. You are actually kneeling to a woman. Long before the voice came, Zhou Donghuang had already noticed the newcomer. Besides the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had been standing guard on the observation deck and the flying demon he was riding, there was another flying demon, and on the back of this flying demon stood two people. Now, the person who had spoken was the middle-aged man standing at the back of the two people. The middle-aged man was dressed in a luxurious robe, and he had a dignified air about him. Now, as he looked at Su Mo, the corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile, and his eyes were full of disdain. Tan Che. Just as Lin Lan finished speaking, Su Mo, who had stood up, looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, What I, Su Mo, do is not up to you, Tan Che, to tell me what to do. Tan Che, why aren't you staying in the Guiyuan sect? Why are you here looking for me? Tan Che was the head of the Guiyuan sect. The Guiyuan sect ruled over the lands of the 14 countries of the southern border and was adjacent to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Because it was far from the Xinguang Empire, it had not been affected by the Xinguang Empire. An ultimate Khanate stage demon? Just then, on the flying demon, the eyes of the old man in gray, standing in front of Tan Che, suddenly lit up. His gaze immediately fell on the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, who was standing not far from them. Deep in his eyes, a look of greed flashed. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise this time? Congratulations, Lord Qi Ping. Tanshe congratulated the old man. Only then did he notice the huge black eagle with the golden crown on its head. He could not help but wonder, didn't the Valley of the Medicine Masters only have one early Khanate stage demon? Where did this ultimate Khanate stage demon come from? HM. Just then, Sumo's gaze fell on the old man in gray, and he frowned slightly. You are? Sumo. This is Lord Qi Ping of the Xianin sect. Tanshe smiled brightly. Lord Qi Ping left the Xianin sect this time precisely for the Valley of the Medicine Masters, but he mistakenly entered the Guiyuan sect and did not know the way to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. So I brought him here personally. Sumo, I really did not expect you to be so bold, to even dare to provoke an important person from the Xianin sect. At this point, Tanshe's eyes were filled with a hint of schadenfreude. Someone from the Xianin sect? When he looked at the old man again, Sumo's expression darkened slightly. Sir, what business do you have with me? Of course, although he asked this on the surface, Sumo could faintly sense that this person had come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to look for him because of Chun Dandan, who had been accepted as a disciple by Zhongya of the Xianin sect. I was entrusted by Miss Dandan to come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to exterminate the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters, as well as to kill a person named Donghuang. Qi Ping was an early primal core disciple of the Xianin sect. Normally, he liked to suck up to the Xianin sect, and even in his dreams, he wanted to establish a relationship with the two ultimate primal core elders of the Xianin sect, but he had never been able to. He wanted to start with the disciples of the two elders, but the disciples of the other party did not even bother with him. Until recently, he had established a relationship with the new female disciple of Zhongya of the Xianin sect, Chun Dandan. She had entrusted him with the task of exterminating the Valley of the Medicine Masters and killing a person. To him, this was an opportunity to earn a favor, so he had come directly. It would be easy for him to exterminate a small sect whose strongest member was only a late Khanate stage adept. As for the person named Donghuang who had the sword sphere, he was equally dismissive. Chapter 185. Whoosh. As soon as Qi Ping finished speaking, he left the flying beast beneath his feet and soared into the air. He stood in the air and looked down at Sumo and the others. I have no enmity with you, but since Miss Dandan wants you dead, I can only send you on your way. However, before that, you had better tell me where the person called Donghuang is. As long as you cooperate after I kill him, I can give you a quick death. If you do not cooperate, I will slowly torture you to death. As he spoke, Qi Ping's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Qi Ping stood in the air, his gray robes fluttering without any wind. He was like an old immortal, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Before Qi Ping had risen into the air, Lin Lan and the others had been wary of him. Now, Qi Ping had risen into the air, his body surrounded by inner yuan. This allowed Lin Lan and the others to confirm that he was at the early primal core stage. Along the way from Yunyang country, Donghuang had told Lin Lan and the others many things about primal core adepts. This included the differences in the inner yuan of primal core adepts of different stages of practice. Therefore, Lin Lan and the others could tell at a glance that Qi Ping was only an early primal core adept. Almost as soon as Qi Ping finished speaking, Lu Qinghu could not help but snort coldly. With a face full of disdain, he said, "A mere early primal core adept dares to threaten to kill my young master. You old fart, have you eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Donghuang is your young master?" Hearing Lu Qinghu's words, Qi Ping's eyes flashed. "Speak, where is Donghuang now?" Because Chun Dandan had told Qi Ping that Donghuang was a youth, and there was no youth present, so Qi Ping did not recognize Donghuang. "Chun Dandan asked you to kill me, but you don't recognize me?" Donghuang's body swayed as he rose into the air to face Qi Ping. His eyes were calm, and his face was calm. Whoosh! As Donghuang rose into the air, Qi Ping's eyes narrowed. This young man in white who looked no more than 20 years old, was actually an early primal core adept like him? Primal core adept? At this time, the leader of the Guiyuan sect, Tan Che, was also shocked. He had never imagined that there would be a primal core adept in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You are Zhou Donghuang? Thinking of what the young man in white had just said, Qi Ping finally reacted. His eyes and face revealed a look of disbelief, and his heart was filled with extreme shock. Didn't Miss Dandin say that he was only an early Khanate stage adept? How did you become a primal core adept? Qi Ping was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Master. At this time, under the shocked gazes of Qi Ping and Tan Che, Su Mo, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, also rose into the air and appeared behind Zhou Donghuang. He said respectfully, "Leave this person to me." Yes. Zhou Donghuang responded calmly. Although Su Mo had not yet entered the middle primal core stage, the inner yuan in his false core far exceeded that of an ordinary early primal core adept. In addition, he had now switched to the top technique of the universe, the Thousand-Star Sword technique, and the power of his inner yuan was enough to crush an ordinary early primal core adept. Throughout the entire Xian planet, there was basically no one below the middle primal core stage who could be a match for Su Mo other than him. How is this possible? If one were to say that Zhou Donghuang's rise into the air and display of primal core adept had already shocked Tan Che, the leader of the Guiyuan sect, but now, Su Mo's rise into the air and display of primal core adept made Tan Che wonder if he was seeing things or even dreaming. He knew Su Mo very well. 2 years ago, he had come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to spar with Su Mo. Like him, Su Mo was also a late Khanate stage adept, and in that spar, the two of them were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and it ended in a draw. It's actually true. After a while, after confirming that he was not seeing things and that he was not dreaming, Tan Che was completely stunned. A late Khanate stage adept had entered the primal core stage and become a primal core adept in a short span of 2 years. This Su Mo, how'd he do it? This Su Mo is also a primal core adept. Qi Ping's pupils constricted again. Before he left this time, he had clearly heard from Miss Dandin that Su Mo of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was only a late Khanate stage adept, but now Su Mo had displayed primal core adepts. Whoosh! Just as Qi Ping was shocked by Su Mo's level of practice, Su Mo had already made the first move. In a flash, his figure flashed, and he flew towards Qi Ping like a ghost. Swish! 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 The sound of swords whistling could be heard. As Su Mo moved, the inner yuan on the surface of his body whistled out, transforming into more than 10 flashes of swords. Except for one that supported his feet and increased his speed in an instant, the rest of the swords floated around his body and flew towards Qi Ping together with him. Seeing this, Qi Ping did not dare to be careless. His hands opened wide and pushed out, and a series of palms formed from inner yuan whizzed out from his hands, carrying with them the power of thunder as they flew towards the menacing Su Mo. Inner yuan is too scattered. Seeing Qi Ping's methods, Su Mo's indifferent tone was mixed with some disdain. A primal core adept of the Xianin sect is only SOSO. You. Just as Qi Ping's expression changed from anger at Su Mo's words, Su Mo had already met the incoming palms. As his hands danced rapidly, his sword fingers whistled out, and the palms were all destroyed by the white flashes of swords that shot out from his fingertips. Swish! 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 At the same time, a dozen or so sword rays had already brought Su Mo to Qi Ping's side against the palm prints that were constantly whistling towards them. At this time, Qi Ping's face was already slightly pale. He realized that his attack could not stop his opponent at all. His opponent's methods were obviously more brilliant than his, and by several levels. His strength and that of his opponent were simply not on the same level. Run! Using the last bit of inner yuan in his body, Qi Ping tried to escape. Too late. As Suemo spoke calmly, his figure flickered, and the dozen or so swords around him instantly merged into one, enveloping his entire body. They transformed him into a gigantic sword that whistled through the air. His speed had increased by another level compared to before. Swish! The sword broke through the air and caught up with Qi Ping in the blink of an eye. At this time, Qi Ping also realized the danger, and his expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly cried out, "I am a disciple of the Xianin sect. If you dare to kill me, the Xianin sect will not let you off, and they will not let the Valley of the Medicine Masters off." However, his words did not make Suemo give up just like that. As the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Suemo naturally knew that if he allowed Qi Ping to leave alive today, he, his young master, and even the Valley of the Medicine Masters would be in even greater danger. And if he killed Qi Ping, who knew how long it would take for the Xianin sect to react, with the speed of his young master's improvement, by that time, he might not have to fear the Xianin sect. Swoosh! The sword broke through the air and killed Qi Ping, who had a look of despair on his face. After all, he was only an early primal core adept of the Xianin sect. Qi Ping did not even have a space ring, and after his death, he only left behind some gold notes that were commonly used by the Xianin kingdom, a subsidiary of the Xianin sect. After personally witnessing Qi Ping being killed by Suemo, the Gui Yuan sect leader, Tan Shui could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he regained his senses. When he looked at Suemo again, there was now an additional fear in his eyes. However, he still mustered up the courage to congratulate Suemo, Valley Head Su. Congratulations on attaining the Primal Core stage and becoming a Primal Core adept. In the depths of Tan Shui's eyes, there was an undetectable flash of jealousy. He was even thinking that after he left the Valley of the Medicine Masters this time, he would inform the Xianin sect that Suemo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, had killed the Xianin sect disciple, Qi Ping. Sumo's entire body turned into a sword light as it entered his body. He glanced at Tan Shui and then suddenly opened his mouth. A white sword light howled out from his mouth. Tan Shui's face was filled with panic, and before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Suemo had already erased Tan Shui. Master, the leader of the Guiyuan sect, Tan Shui, is easily jealous. If we let him leave just like that, it will be a disaster. After killing the flying demon at Tan Shui's feet, Suemo returned to Zhou Donghuang's side and explained. Suemo and Tan Shui had known each other for more than 20 years, so he naturally knew what kind of person Tan Shui was. Thus, when he killed the Xianin sect disciple Qi Ping, he had no intention of letting Tan Shui leave alive. Zhou Donghuang nodded calmly. From beginning to end, he had not been involved in the matter, watching coldly. Madam, Mississippi at the same time, Suemo looked at Lin Lan and Yun Lu and said respectfully, "A year ago Suemo, was only a late Khanate stage adept. The reason I was able to enter the Primal Core stage and become a Primal Core adept in such a short period of time was entirely because of Master's generous help. I'm saying all this mainly to tell you, in the future, just treat the Valley of the Medicine Masters as your home. No need to worry. No matter what, if you come to me, Suemo, as long as it is within my power, I will do my best to help you." Suemo said solemnly. Hearing Sumo's words, Lin Lan and the others were shocked. This valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was only a late Khanate stage adept a year ago, and in a short year, he had become a Primal Core adept, and he could even easily kill the Primal Core adept of the Xianin sect. All this was because of the young man dressed in snow-white robes beside Suemo. In that instant, the gazes of Lin Lan and the others all fell on Zhou Donghuang. Just now, that was the Thousand-Star Sword Technique. Yun Lu also practiced the Thousand-Star Sword Technique, and when Suemo had attacked just now, she had felt a sense of familiarity. Now, after hearing Sumo's words, it was not difficult for her to guess that her brother Zhou Donghuang had also taught the Thousand-Star Sword Technique to this valley head. In the future, will I also have such great power? Yun Lu's large, watery eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 186. On his way back to the Valley of the Medicine Masters from the capital of the Donghuang Empire to the 16 countries of the East Valley, Donghuang made another trip to the black market to borrow some spirit stones in advance. At that time, the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Donghuang sect, Tuoku, was not there and had returned to the sect. The other elders in charge of the black market were afraid of Donghuang's terrifying power and worried that Donghuang would not sell the spirit weapon to the Donghuang sect. So not only did they take out all the spirit stones in the black market storeroom to give to Donghuang, they also took out all the spirit stones in their hands and gave them to Donghuang. Because of this, when Donghuang returned this time, besides the 1,000 spirit stones that contained half of their spirit energy, he still had more than 1,000 spirit stones in good condition. Donghuang kept a portion of the 1,000 spirit stones for himself and gave the rest to Su Mo, Lin Lan, Yin Lu, Yang Zishi, and the others so that they could use the spirit stones to further increase the speed of their practice. After all, they no longer had the Buddhist essence to assist them in their practice. Mother, I want to make another trip to the Donghuang Empire. After I get what I want, I will return to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. After bidding farewell to Lin Lan, Donghuang left the Valley of the Medicine Masters alone on the golden-crowned eagle Big Gold, once again heading to the Donghuang Empire. This time, his main purpose was to sell the inferior primal core spirit weapon in his possession to the Donghuang sect. Once he had received the 50,000 spirit stones from the Donghuang sect, he planned to return to the Valley of the Medicine Masters for a period of time to further increase his level of practice. Now, with his superior primal core spirit weapon, he was invincible in the entire Xian planet against anyone below the Golden Essence stage. But that was all. Once a Golden Essence adept attacked, it would be difficult for him to contend with him with his current power. Of course, while the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, was on its way to the capital of the Darkstone Empire, Donghuang did not remain idle. He set up a chi-gathering formation on the eagle's back and concentrated on his practice. It was only when they reached the capital of the Donghuang Empire and reached the sky above the black market that he stopped practicing. Big Gold, just wait for me here. After bidding farewell to Big Gold, Donghuang descended and entered the black market. This time, in the black market, Donghuang not only met the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuoku, but also an old monk who Tuoku was so respectful to. Young Master Donghuang, this is my uncle master, C.I. Xian. Tuoku introduced the old monk to Donghuang. This old monk wore a golden kasaya, and his bald head was dotted with 12 scars. He had been meditating with his eyes closed, but as Tuoku's voice fell, he suddenly opened his eyes. Although he looked kind and benevolent, his body exuded an invisible and oppressive aura. He really is a golden core cultivator. Donghuang had already guessed that the old monk was a golden essence adept of the Divine Light sect when he had first seen Tuoku's respectful attitude towards the old monk. Now, sensing the invisible aura emanating from the old monk, Donghuang was completely sure of this. Yes. Hearing Tuoku's introduction, Donghuang nodded lightly, completely ignoring C.I. Xian's gaze on him, as if he was trying to see through him. His expression did not change, and he was unperturbed. In the eyes of the Divine Light sect's golden essence adept, Donghuang's expression became even more unfathomable. Sir, please do not blame the Divine Light sect for being rash. C.I. Xian's wrinkled, old face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than a crying face. After all, this concerns a transaction of tens of thousands of spirit stones. The Divine Light sect has no choice but to be cautious. Yes. Donghuang nodded again, and with a wave of his hand, the exquisite hill that had previously appeared in front of Tuoku appeared once again. He used his inner yuan to send it in front of C.I. Xian, allowing C.I. Xian to reach out and test it. It is indeed a spirit weapon. After C.I. Xian tested the power of the exquisite hill, His originally cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, and his old face moved slightly, as if he had lost his composure. Although he was the Divine Light Sect's Golden Essence Adept, the entire Divine Light Sect only had one spirit weapon, and it was in the hands of his senior, the other Golden Essence Adept of the Divine Light Sect. Once this spirit weapon fell into the hands of the Divine Light Sect, it would definitely be his. Throughout the entire Divine Light Sect, only he was worthy of owning the second spirit weapon of the Divine Light Sect. Were the Spirit Stones. Seeing that C.I. Xian's attention was completely drawn to the spirit weapon, Zhou Donghuang reminded him. Upon hearing this, C.I. Xian reluctantly kept the spirit weapon in his hands and immediately handed an unused space ring to Zhou Donghuang. Sir, this is the 50,000 spirit stones of the Divine Light Sect. As for this space ring worth 10,000 spirit stones, consider it a gift from us to you. An ordinary space ring would not be able to contain 50,000 spirit stones. Therefore, the space ring that C.I. Xian had taken out now, which contained 50,000 spirit stones, was an expensive, high-grade space ring. The quality of the space stone used to make the space ring was incomparable to the quality of the space stone used to make the ordinary space ring. Of course, in Zhou Donghuang's eyes, using such a high-quality space stone to make a space ring of this grade was also a reckless waste of resources. As long as he refined the space ring again, he could make a better one. Zhou Donghuang, do not like to owe people favors. After Zhou Donghuang kept the space ring, he took out a pen and paper from his own space ring. On it, he wrote down the various materials needed to make the space ring. He then wrapped the paper with his inner yuan and presented it to C.I. Xian. As long as you can gather all the materials on this, the next time I come to the black market, I will help the Divine Light Sect to make a spirit weapon for free. Boom! As soon as Zhou Donghuang's words fell into the ears of C.I. Xian and Tuaku, it was like a bolt from the blue. The two of them were struck dumb, and it took them a while to recover their senses. Sir, you mean you can make a spirit weapon? C.I. Xian was the first to recover his senses. He inhaled sharply, and when he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his gaze was full of shock. This young man, who looked to be less than 20 years old, had the ability to make a spirit weapon? It should be pointed out that in the entire Ziyun planet, there was no one who had the ability to forge a spirit weapon. Even the only two spirit weapons that the Ziyun planet had previously possessed were from outside the planet, and they were not created by the local adepts of the Ziyun planet. But now, there was someone saying that he could make a spirit weapon. After Tuaku recovered his senses, he looked at Zhou Donghuang as if he had seen a ghost. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly. Gather the materials. Well, the next time I come to the black market, if the Divine Light Sect can produce those materials, I will make a spirit weapon for free. If the next time I come, the Divine Light Sect cannot produce those materials, I will forget about this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang turned and left without looking back. Only when Zhou Donghuang's silhouette disappeared from C.I. Xian and Tuaku's sight did the two of them regain their senses. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Tuaku, do you think he can really make a spirit weapon? C.I. Xian asked. Uncle, Tuaku smiled bitterly. In your heart, you should already have the answer, right? Of course, regardless of whether you already have the answer in your heart, I think that he is not lying. He must really be able to make a spirit weapon himself. Otherwise, he would not have made such a bold claim. Although he had not known the young man for long, Tuaku could tell that he was not someone who spoke without thinking. Furthermore, just by looking at the formula for the Qi gathering core that he had produced, he could tell that he could do what others could not. Even if he knew how to make weapons, it seemed logical. I will return to the sect immediately and inform the head of this matter, so that he can order us to gather these materials as soon as possible. Just as Tuaku had said, C.I. Xian already had the answer in his heart. This time, C.I. Xian had left the Divine Light Sect and followed Tuaku to the black market for two reasons. Firstly, to ensure that the spirit weapon transaction went smoothly, and secondly, to test the young man who had produced the spirit weapon. Although it was the first time they had met, the young man's calmness and fearlessness made him realize that the young man was no ordinary person. This kind of person, if the Divine Light sect could not afford to offend, it would be best not to. But what he did not expect was he had still underestimated the young man. The young man actually had the ability to make a spirit weapon. Even if he did not fully believe what the young man had said, as long as there was a glimmer of hope for the Divine Light sect to have a third spirit weapon, he had to seize the opportunity and not let it slip through his fingers. Big Gold returned to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. After receiving the 50,000 spirit stones, Donghuang did not linger in the capital of the Xinguang Empire and immediately ordered the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, to return to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Once he returned to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he would spend the next period of time in seclusion. 50,000 spirit stones were enough to set up a huge chi-gathering formation, and the effect would be strong, far beyond that of a mere 1,000 spirit stones. After this seclusion is over, I should also leave the planet of Ziyun. To Zhou Donghuang, the planet of Ziyun was just like the Earth in his previous life. It was too small, and it could only be considered as a starting point for him. There was no room for him at all. Only the vast and boundless universe could allow him to expand his abilities and forge a new world for himself. On May 25th, 1231 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Donghuang returned to the Valley of the Medicine Masters and used 50,000 spirit stones to set up a huge energy-gathering formation in a small valley that was like a paradise for himself and the people around him to practice. What a dense spirit energy. My God, what kind of technique is this? Young Master is really a god. If I practice here, it won't be long before I can definitely enter the Khanate stage and become a Khanate adept. After the spirit gathering formation was set up, the cultivation environment in the valley underwent an earth-shattering change. Fu, freezing wind, and the others gasped in surprise. Even Lu Qinghu lost his composure and started to shout like a child. As for Zhou Donghuang, he had already entered the wooden hut that Su Mo had personally built for him and began to practice in seclusion, paying no attention to the outside world. Chapter 187. The Shinin sect was one of the top 5 sects of the Ziyun planet, on par with the Divine Light sect. And today, the Shinin sect was not peaceful. Today is the birthday of Big Brother and I. We have an agreement that no matter what happens, we must come back before each other's birthdays to celebrate together. In the past 200 years, we have not missed a single year. On February 21st, 1232 of the Ziyun era, late at night, a skinny old man in a black robe walked out of the courtyard. This time, Big Brother did not come back. Something must have happened. This old man was called Qiyin, the 19th elder of the Shinin sect. The Shinin sect was like the Divine Light sect, where only mid-primal core adepts could become sect elders. Before Big Brother left a year ago, did he see the new female disciple of Elder Zhonya, Miss Dandin? After spending an entire night, Qiyin finally found the key clue of his big brother Qi Ping's departure from the Shinin sect. The clue pointed to the new female disciple of Zhonya, one of the 2 grand elders of the Shinin sect, Chen Dandin. Miss Dandin. Qiyin went straight to the door to find Chen Dandin. My brother Qi Ping met you before he left the Shinin sect. Do you know where he went when he left? Qi Ping. Chen Dandin frowned. Speaking of which, I have not seen him since I saw him a year ago. 19th Elder, are you sure that the time he left after meeting me was the last time he left? After that, no one has seen him return to the sect? I checked for an entire night, and I can confirm that after that time, he did not return to the sect. Qian's voice was too gloomy and seemed a little hoarse. Yesterday was our birthday. For the past 200 years, we have celebrated our birthdays together every year. That was also the agreement between us brothers. Since the day of the agreement, this year was the first time he did not keep it. There are only 2 possibilities for him not keeping it. Either he is trapped somewhere and cannot return, or he has already been killed. At this point, Qian's expression became even more gloomy. The reason I've come to look for you, Miss Dandin, is to ask you, do you know where he went when he left the sect? Qian asked. I know. Chen Dandin nodded. I had a chat with him at that time. I talked about my hometown, the 16 countries of the East Valley, and then I mentioned my enemies there. He said that he could go to the 16 countries of the East Valley and help me get rid of my enemies. Miss Dandin, you mean he went to your hometown and there was no news of him? Qian's eyes flashed. He knew his elder brother, Qi Ping, better than anyone else. Naturally, he knew why Qi Ping had taken the initiative to go to the 16 countries of the East Valley. It was because he wanted to curry favor with the woman in front of him and form a relationship with ancestor Zhongya of the Xianin sect. All along, his big brother, Qi Ping, liked to walk the unorthodox path. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have been lower than his. They were twins, and their martial arts talent was not that bad. However, he was already a mid-primal core adept, while his elder brother Qi Ping was only an early primal core adept. Yes, Chen Dandin nodded. However, in the 16 countries of the East Valley, there is no one who could be his match. In the 16 countries of the East Valley, the strongest is the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Suimo, but he is only a late Khanate adept. As for my enemy, Zhou Donghuang, he is only at the early Khanate stage. Although he has the Sword Sphere to rely on, the Sword Sphere does not pose any threat to a primal core adept. Chen Dandin said, Miss Dandin, please tell me the location of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Qian begged. Although his elder brother had most likely met with some accident, because he wanted to help the woman in front of him, he could not blame the woman in front of him, because it was his elder brother who had taken the initiative to help the woman. Taking a step back, even if his elder brother had not taken the initiative, and the woman had forced his elder brother to go, he would not dare to blame the woman in front of him. The woman in front of him was a disciple of the Xianin sect's Golden Essence Elder, and her status in the Xianin sect was very high. Even the late primal core elders of the Xianin sect had to be polite when they saw her, let alone a mid-primal core elder like him. All right, Chen Dandin nodded, and in a few words, she told Qi in the location of the 16 countries of the East Valley. After Qian left, Chen Dandin raised an eyebrow. I wonder if Qi Ping met with an accident on the way to the 16 countries of the East Valley, or on the way back to the Xianin sect. If it was the former, he definitely did not have time to kill Zhou Donghuang and destroy the Valley of Medicine Masters. And if it was the latter, he should have already killed Zhou Donghuang and destroyed the Valley of Medicine Masters that way. He would have died a worthy death. Chen Dandin did not care about Qi Ping's life or death. What she cared about was whether Zhou Donghuang had been killed by Qi Ping, and whether the Valley of Medicine Masters had been destroyed by Qi Ping. The Divine Light Sect. For more than a year, the people sent out by Eagle Eye, who were responsible for gathering information about the Divine Light Sect, had all returned, except for Eagle Eye's second-in-command, the 10th Elder of the Divine Light Sect, Lin Hantian. Why hasn't the 10th Elder returned yet? The highest person in charge of Eagle Eye, the 5th Elder of the Divine Light Sect, Tuabe, faintly felt that something was not right. With the speed of the primal core demon that he is riding, and being in charge of searching in one direction, it is reasonable to say that he should have returned long ago, definitely not later than the others. Could it be that something has happened to him? At this thought, Tuabe's face suddenly darkened. Although Lin Hantian was only the 10th Elder of the Divine Light Sect, his potential was so high that in his generation, it was enough to rank him in the top 3. Lin Hantian was also one of the few people of his generation who had the most hope of entering the ultimate primal core stage and becoming a Golden Essence Adept. Such a person was very important to the Divine Light Sect, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a future pillar. But now, something seemed to have happened to him. Without any hesitation, Tuabe went directly to the head of the Divine Light Sect and told him his guess. After the head of the Divine Light Sect heard Tuabe's guess, he immediately ordered Tuabe and 2 other late Primal Core elders to leave the sect and search for Lin Hantian. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. This was the request of the head of the Divine Light sect. When Tuo Bei and the other two left the Divine Light sect, they happened to meet an old monk in a golden cassock who had just returned from outside, and they immediately bowed respectfully to him. "Greetings, uncle. Greetings, uncle." This old monk in the golden cassock was none other than the Golden Essence Elder of the Divine Light sect, Ci Xian. "The three of you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you headed?" Ci Xian asked curiously. "Uncle." Tuo Bei smiled bitterly. "It's like this." After a while, Tuo Bei revealed his guess. "So, I think that something has probably happened to the 10th Elder. Does old man Lin know about this?" Ci Xian asked with a frown. Although Lin Hantian was only the 10th Elder of the Divine Light sect, because of his great potential, his importance to the Divine Light sect was no less than that of a few late Primal Core Elders who were more than 200 years old added together. The latter might have a glimmer of hope of entering the ultimate Primal Core stage, but it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Dharma stage. And Lin Hantian, who was not even 100 years old, was already a mid-Primal Core adept. In the future, he would most likely enter the ultimate Primal Core stage and even have a chance of breaking through to the Dharma stage. In addition, Lin Hantian belonged to the Crown Prince faction in the Divine Light sect. Lin Hantian's grandfather was one of the 3 Golden Essence Elders of the Divine Light sect, and he was also the only disciple of the 3 Golden Essence Elders. In the Divine Light sect, among the 3 Golden Essence Elders, Ci Xian and his senior were titled protectors. Ci Xian was the right protector, and his senior was the left protector. Lin Hantian's grandfather carried the title of Grand Elder. Among the 3 Golden Essence Elders of the Divine Light sect, Ci Xian Sr. was the strongest, followed by him, and finally Lin Hantian's grandfather. "Uncle Master, please keep this matter secret. Don't tell the sect Grand Elder for now. The sect leader feels that it is not appropriate for the sect Grand Elder to know about this. Otherwise, it will definitely affect the sect Grand Elder's state of mind and prevent him from ever entering the Dharma stage again." Tuo Bei said with a bitter smile. "I know the severity of the matter." Ci Xian nodded. "However, this matter, even if no one tells him, it will not be kept a secret for long. All right, you guys go." After Tuo Bei and the other 2 had left, Ci Xian sighed. "Now, I can only hope that Zhou Donghuang goes to the black market as soon as possible and helps the Divine Light sect forge the 3rd spirit weapon. When the spirit weapon is in old man Lin's hands, even if something happens to Lin Hantian, he will feel better. If the Divine Light sect obtained the 3rd spirit weapon, it would definitely be given to the Golden Essence Elder whose strength was second only to him." Ci Xian, the Golden Essence Elder of the Divine Light sect, had just returned from the capital of the Xinguang Empire. He had personally gathered all the materials that the young man named Zhou Donghuang had requested and delivered them to the black market, to the 3rd Elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuo Ku. "This is the Valley of the Medicine Masters?" The 19th Elder of the Xianin sect, Qian, had spent nearly 2 months before he finally found the location of the 16 countries of the East Valley. He had also inquired about the location of the Valley of the Medicine Masters from one of the smaller countries, and had immediately come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. "I am the 19th Elder of the Xianin sect, Qian. Where's the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo?" Qian's voice, which contained a strong inner yuan, spread throughout the Valley of the Medicine Masters in the blink of an eye, causing a group of people in the Valley of the Medicine Masters to subconsciously raise their heads to look at the horizon. The voice had come from there. The 19th Elder of the Xianin sect, Su Mo, was practicing in the valley, which was like a paradise. Upon hearing the voice, he opened his eyes immediately and frowned slightly. "Qian? He has the same surname as the disciple of the Xianin sect, Qi Ping, who died at my hands. Looks like he has come for Qi Ping." Based on the other party's background and name, it was not difficult for Su Mo to guess this. Chapter 188. The 19th Elder of the Xianin sect? Although Suemo had no idea what the title of the 19th Elder of the Xianin sect meant, he was still certain that the other party could not be a late Primal Core adept. After all, the 17th Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, who had died at the hands of his master, was only a mid-Primal Core adept. Although the Xianin sect and the Divine Light sect were equally famous, in terms of heritage, the Xianin sect was not as good as the Divine Light sect. The 17th Elder of the Divine Light sect was only a mid-Primal Core adept, and the 19th Elder of the Xianin sect was at most a mid-Primal Core adept. A mid-Primal Core adept? Sumo's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the voice. In the blink of an eye, Suemo was in the air above the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, facing off against an old man in a black robe who had been waiting there. He really is a mid-Primal Core adept. Before he had even gotten close to the old man, Suemo could tell from the milky white inner yuan that he was a mid-Primal Core adept who had already condensed his core. However, when he approached the old man and saw his face clearly, Suemo couldn't help but be stunned. If not for the fact that he was absolutely certain that the disciple of the Xianin sect, Qi Ping, had died at his hands, he would really have thought that Qi Ping had not died that day, and had instead recovered from his injuries and broken through to the middle Primal Core stage before returning to settle the score with him. This was because, at first glance, the old man before him looked exactly the same as Qi Ping, the disciple of the Xianin sect who had died at his hand a year ago. Of course, after carefully sizing him up for a while, Suemo still noticed some minor differences between him and Qi Ping. For example, the other party was much calmer than Qi Ping. "Who are you?" As Suemo approached, the 19th Elder of the Xianin sect, Qian, could tell from the milky white inner yuan that the other party was also a mid-Primal Core adept like himself. While he was shocked that there was a Primal Core adept in such a small and secluded place, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Didn't you come to find me? You even know my name, and now you're asking who I am?" Suemo raised his eyebrows and looked at Qi and mockingly. Almost as soon as Sumo's words fell, Qian's pupils shrank sharply, and he involuntarily asked, You are the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Suemo? I won't change my name or my surname." Sumo's tone was still indifferent. After receiving Sumo's confirmation, Qianxin could not help but silently curse the female disciple Chundandan of the Xianin sect, Zhongya. Didn't they say that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters was only a late Khanate stage adept? How is this a Khanate adept? He was clearly a Primal Core adept. Furthermore, it was a mid-Primal Core adept who was on par with him. Valley Master Su. After seeing that the other party was also a mid-Primal Core adept, Qian's tone became much friendlier. "I am the 19th Elder of the Xianin sect, Qian. I have a twin brother named Qi Ping. A year ago, he should have come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Have you seen him?" From Qian's perspective, his twin brother, Qi Ping, no matter how unorthodox he was, after seeing that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters was a mid-Primal Core adept, he would definitely not dare to provoke him again. "No wonder you look the same as that Qi Ping. So you are twin brothers." Suemo suddenly understood. "However, your twin brother is far inferior to you. He is only an early Primal Core adept." "Valley Master, Su has seen my brother?" Qian's eyes lit up. Just as Qian was about to ask Suemo further about his brother's whereabouts, Suemo had already spoken first. "I have. Yes, not only have I seen him, I killed him with my own hands." Suemo said this casually, as if he had not killed a Primal Core adept, but a wild chicken or dog. Whoosh! Qian's expression changed as Suemo spoke, and his eyes flashed with a cold, murderous look before he was able to suppress it. "Sir, why did you kill my brother? He is a disciple of the Xianin sect. Even if he was in the wrong, it should be the Xianin sect who punished him. Outsiders have no right to kill him. I did not just kill him today. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't go back." A murderous look flashed in Sumo's eyes, and his arms bent slightly. The most conspicuous thing was the pair of gloves he wore on both of his hands. On the index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger of each glove, there was a sharp claw embedded. Upon closer inspection, it was no different from an eagle's claw. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to see that on each eagle's claw, there were countless fine lines carved into it. Even on the surface of the leather gloves, there were some clearly visible lines carved into them, and they looked very special. I will immediately send you to reunite with him. Su Mo grinned. His brilliant smile was enough to charm thousands of women. Qian had never dreamed that this Valley Master of the Valley of Medicine Masters would be so domineering. Not only did he not reason with him, but he had immediately said that he would kill him and send him to reunite with his twin brother, Qi Ping. After a moment's daze, when he recovered, the anger in Qian's eyes exploded like a prairie fire, and it could not be controlled. Sumo, you talk big. Qian's face was full of anger, and he said in a low, cold voice, "However, if you want to kill me, you must first have the ability to do so." In Qian's view, this Valley Master of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Mo, was only an unorthodox mid-primal core adept, and his strength was certainly not as good as that of an adept from the Xianin sect. Even if Su Mo's strength was really stronger than his, and they were both mid-primal core adepts, he had full confidence that he could escape unscathed. As long as he returned to the Xianin sect, he could find helpers to come and destroy Su Mo and the Valley of Medicine Masters. "If you could take one blow from me, I will let you go." Su Mo smiled indifferently, and with a shake of his body, the inner yuan on his body surged and transformed into a huge sword, bringing him whistling towards Qian as fast as lightning. Whoosh! Qian had long been prepared, and as Su Mo transformed into a sword and swept towards him, he had already made his move. He was one step ahead of Su Mo's straight figure. "Shameless boasting. I'm sorry. I was just warming up, and now I'm ready to attack you." Su Mo did not seem all surprised that Qian could avoid his sweeping figure, and as he spoke again, his arms bent slightly, and his glove hands slowly clenched into fists. Apart from his thumbs, the other 8 fingers on his hands were bent like a strong bow. "To be the first person to die at the hands of the spirit weapon that my master has forged for me, you, Qian, have not lived in vain." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mo's arms suddenly straightened, and the fingers on his hands, which were bent like strong bows, also popped out in an instant. Spirit weapon. When he heard Su Mo's words, Qian's pupils subconsciously contracted, and his face showed shock. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, in the blink of an eye, the sound of swords whistling in his ears caused Qian to completely regain his senses. Only then did he realize that there were 8 rays of sword light shooting out from Su Mo's hands, and within each ray of sword light, there was an independent sharp claw. The 8 sharp claws were like 8 exquisite little swords, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Oomph. Even if he wanted to escape now, it was already too late. In a hurry, Qian's face darkened, and the true origin energy that he had been accumulating burst out completely. As his hands moved, it turned into blade after blade of true origin energy blade light, and met the 8 menacing and fierce rays of sword light. Hum, 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 hum. In the blink of an eye, on top of Qian's pair of palm blades, hundreds of rays of sword light flew out, one after another, intending to take turns to resist the 8 rays of sword light coming from Su Mo. However, the 8 rays of sword light were extremely fierce and overbearing, and as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, they completely defeated the oncoming rays of sword light, displaying a power that was on a completely different level. How is this possible? If it was said that Qian did not have any concept of these 8 rays of sword light before, then now, seeing the 8 rays of sword light easily defeat his all-out attack, he clearly realized that the disparity between them was simply not on the same level. The terror of the 8 rays of sword light was completely beyond his imagination. Run! After realizing that his attack had been completely crushed by his opponent, Qian did not even have time to think about how a middle primal core adept could display such a terrifying attack. Now, he only had one thought left, and that was to escape from this place, lest he die here. But, at this time, could Qian escape even if he wanted to? I've said, since you're here, don't go back. Sumo's figure flashed like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was near where Qian had been. With a lift of his hands, the 8 claws of the 8 rays of sword light returned to the fingertips of his gloved fingers. In the next moment, Sumo struck again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. This time, the 8 rays of sword light formed from the 8 claws joined together halfway, transforming into a 3-foot ray of sword light. With an absurd speed, it caught up with Qian, and after piercing through Qian's hands, which he had turned to defend himself, it pierced through Qian's brow. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Qian, the 19th elder of the Xianin sect, was dead. Whoosh! Sumo moved. After the 8 claws returned to the glove, he took the opportunity to remove the space ring from Qian's hand. Afterwards, a palm whistled out, and the vast true essence caused Qian's corpse to turn into a bloody mist that filled the air in the blink of an eye. It floated down as if it was raining blood. This mid-grade spirit weapon that Master gave me is really useful. Sumo looked at the pair of gloves in his hands, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The pair of spirit weapon gloves in Sumo's hands had been made by Donghuang using the sharp claws of the eagle-type primal core demon that had accompanied the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Han, and some other materials. It was a mid-grade spirit weapon that could increase one's inner yuan by 30%. In a moment, Sumo looked at the place that he had labeled as the forbidden area of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the little valley that was like a paradise, and muttered to himself, I wonder how long Master intends to stay in seclusion this time. Chapter 189, June 12th, 1232 of the Xian era. The 5th elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuabe, and the other 2 late primal core elders of the Divine Light sect had finally returned to the Divine Light sect after investigating the disappearance of the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Han, for nearly half a year. Patriarch. When the 3 of them returned to the Divine Light sect, they immediately went to find the Patriarch, Tuajin. Tuajin was a middle-aged monk in a white cassock. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. At first glance, he seemed very benevolent, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. But as his eyes focused on Tuabe and the other 2, he seemed dignified without being angry. How was the investigation going? Tuajin's voice was calm, as if it contained no emotion. Patriarch, after nearly half a year of investigation, we have finally confirmed that the place where the 10th elder Lin Han was last seen is a remote place outside the Xinguang Empire, known as the 16 countries of the East Valley. He was last seen in a small town in Yunyang, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. That small town is called Qingshan Town. Tuabe said, Why would he go to such a remote place? Tuajin asked again. Tuabe smiled bitterly. Patriarch, didn't you order us to investigate the origins of the 2 unknown people who appeared in the black market? The 10th elder went there precisely because he found out that the young man was from Qingshan Town. Young man? Tuajin's eyes lit up. You mean to say that the young man who sold us the formula for qi-gathering elixirs twice, and even sold us a spirit weapon, Donghuang, came from the remote 16 countries of the East Valley? At that time, Donghuang had fought with Tuaku at the black market, and after suppressing him, he had given his name. Tuaku had also reported the matter to the Divine Light sect in full detail. Therefore, in the Divine Light sect, Tuajin, the Patriarch, and Tuabe, the person in charge of the Divine Light sect's Eagle Eye, had long known Donghuang's name. Yes, Tuabe nodded. I specifically confirmed that Donghuang is indeed from the 16 countries of the East Valley. In fact, he is only from one of the small countries of the 16 countries of the East Valley. 5 years ago, he was still a martial arts cripple in the small town where he was born and raised. As he spoke, Tuo subconsciously glanced at Tuo Jin, the leader of the Divine Light sect. Indeed, as he had expected, Tuo Jin's eyes were filled with disbelief. When he first found out about these things, he also found it hard to believe. After all, before going to the 16 countries of the East Valley, he had already known that Zhou Donghuang had the ability to suppress the power of a late primal core adept, and he seemed to be able to forge spirit weapons. This person, who could be said to be a genius in the Xian planet, actually came from such a remote place? No matter who it was, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Grandmaster. At this time, another elder of the Divine Light sect beside Tao Bei reported, "We have also investigated the identity of the middle-aged man beside Zhou Donghuang. He is the valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, a small sect that controls the 16 countries of the East Valley. His name is Su Mo, and he was only a late Khanate adept 2 years ago. He can be said to be the most powerful person in the 16 countries of the East Valley, but in the end, he was willing to acknowledge Zhou Donghuang, who was of lowly birth, as his master. This time, Tuo Bei and the other two elders had investigated many things in the 16 countries of the East Valley. 2 years ago, he was only a late Khanate adept. Tuo Jin's eyes narrowed. Even in the history of the Divine Light sect, there had never been anyone who could leap from the late Khanate stage to the early Primal Core stage in 1 short year. If you remember correctly, the news from the black market said that the middle-aged man beside Zhou Donghuang was already a Primal Core adept more than a year ago. It looks like there are indeed many secrets on Zhou Donghuang. As the leader of the Divine Light sect, this was the first time that Tuo Jin was unable to see through someone. This young man named Zhou Donghuang was more mysterious and unpredictable than any of the Golden Essence elders of the other 4 sects of the Xian planet. Grandmaster, the elder of the Divine Light sect, who had been silent all this while, was the last to speak. According to our investigations, not long after the 10th elder arrived in Qingshan town, Zhou Donghuang also returned to Qingshan town, bringing his adoptive mother and the others to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. We suspect that the 10th elder was most likely killed by him. As the elder of the Divine Light sect spoke, the atmosphere in the courtyard became quiet in an instant. Finally, it was Tuo Jin, the leader of the Divine Light sect, who spoke first, breaking the silence. "These matters, you should keep them to yourselves. Do not spread it out. I will go report this matter to my master now, and see if we can inform the highest elder of this matter." Tuo Jin's master was one of the 3 Golden Essence elders of the Divine Light sect, the Guardian of the Right, Ci Xian. As for the highest elder that he spoke of, it was the other Golden Essence elder of the Divine Light sect. He was the grandfather of the 10th elder, Lin Han, who was most likely dead, Lin Ju. That rascal Lin Han could have died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang. When Tuo Jin reported the matter to his master, the Guardian of the Right, Ci Xian's brows were also furrowed. "Although I have only seen Zhou Donghuang once, but from a description of that rascal Tuo Ku, that Zhou Donghuang should not be someone who would kill indiscriminately." "Master," Tuo Jin smiled bitterly, "I believe that. But we have to consider another point. Perhaps it was the 10th elder who intensified the conflict, prompting him to kill the 10th elder." "That is possible." Ci Xian nodded. "Master, the truth cannot be contained. I feel that we should inform the highest elder of this matter." Tuo Jin said, "You do not have to worry about this matter. I will inform Senior, and then we will go look for old Lin together." Ci Xian's eyes flashed as he spoke in a low voice. Spring passed and autumn came. Unknowingly, it was already June 1233 in the Xian era, and in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it was still peaceful. I have finally broken through. At the edge of a small valley that was like a paradise, an old woman sitting cross-legged on a stone platform suddenly opened her eyes. The murkiness in her eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a brilliant light. The old woman was the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Qin. Ever since the energy-gathering formation in this little valley had been set up 2 years ago, not only had the valley head Su Mo come here to train, but even the 2 guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as well as the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, had received special permission to train at the edge of the little valley. More than a year ago, Qin had successfully entered the late Khanate stage. And today, she had successfully entered the ultimate Khanate stage and become an ultimate Khanate adept. As for the 2 guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, their level of practice was higher than Qin's, and, as early as half a year ago, they had already entered the ultimate Khanate stage and were now attempting to break through to the primal core stage. Head Elder, almost at the same time that Qin opened her eyes, a melodious voice reached her ears, causing her excited expression to freeze. In the next moment, a little girl of about 8 or 9 years of age moved, bringing with her a 3-foot-long green light with her. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Qin, her eyes shining as she said, "You have finally entered the ultimate Khanate stage. Come, let's spar." Miss Yinlu, looking at the little girl, Qin's eyes were filled with affection, and her old face was filled with a bitter smile. "Don't come and torture these old bones of mine. I'm no match for you. If you want to find someone to spar with, go find the 2 guardians. After all, they have become ultimate Khanate adepts before you." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin immediately looked at the 2 old men, one fat and one skinny, who were practicing on the adjacent stone platform with their eyes closed. These 2 old men were the 2 guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Wang Tao and Yue. "They are no match for me. There is no point in sparring with them." Yinlu pouted and shook her head. "I want to spar with you now." The corner of Qin's mouth twitched. 3 months ago, when this little girl had just entered the ultimate Khanate stage, the scene of her trampling on the 2 guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was still fresh in her mind. She did not want to follow in their footsteps. Just as Qin was racking her brains to think of a way to fool the girl in front of her, a figure walked out from a wooden house in the small valley. It caught her attention in a timely manner, causing her eyes to light up. She knew that she had been saved. "Young Master Donghuang, you have come out of seclusion?" Qin stood up and bowed respectfully to the person who had come. 2 years had not left any trace on the young man's face. He walked over, looking like his feet were on the ground, but if one looked closely, one could see that he was walking in the air, looking like he was stepping on the grass, but in reality, he was not touching the grass. Head Elder, don't try to trick me." Yinlu did not turn around as she looked at Qin and laughed. "You must be trying to slip away when I turn around, right? Head Elder, Guardian Wang Tao used this method a month ago, and I fell for it once. I will not fall for it again. Xiao Lu will fall for it again." After nodding at Qin, Zhou Donghuang looked at the girl's back with a doting expression and asked with a faint smile. The sudden voice behind her made Yinlu's body pause for a moment, and the next moment, her little face lit up with joy. She abandoned Qin and turned to run, flying into the arms of the young man dressed in snow-white robes. "Big brother, you have come out of seclusion?" Zhou Donghuang held Yinlu in one arm and stroked her little head with the other. He smiled and asked, "Xiao Lu, Big brother is preparing to go to the capital of the Xinguang Empire and may even make a trip to the Divine Light sect. Do you want to go with Big brother?" "Yes, yes." Yin Lu's eyes shone, and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice, as if deeply afraid that Zhou Donghuang would regret his decision. Chapter 190. Zhou Donghuang rode the golden-crowned eagle Little Gold with Yin Lu and left the Valley of the Medicine Masters for the capital of the Xinguang Empire. Originally, he had intended to bring Big Gold with him. After all, Big Gold had been to the Xinguang Empire many times and was familiar with the route. But Little Gold insisted on going, saying that the young master was biased and that he had never left the backwater of the 16 countries of the East Valley, so Zhou Donghuang let him be. Moreover, Little Gold's level of practice had now caught up with Big Gold and was not any slower. Young master, I heard from Big Gold that the capital of the Xinguang Empire is bigger than 10 of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Big brother, do the people of the Xinguang Empire look like the people of the 16 countries of the East Valley? After leaving the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Little Gold and Yun Lu seemed to have become curious babies and kept asking questions. At first, Zhou Donghuang would explain a little, but in the end, he did not speak anymore. Now, Little Gold was like Big Gold, having successfully condensed his inner core and entered the primal core stage. As a primal core demon, he no longer needed to communicate with Zhou Donghuang in the demon language, but could directly communicate with humans in the human language. Seeing that her brother was ignoring her, Yun Lu pouted, feeling wronged. But after being angry for a while, she started chatting with Little Gold again, occasionally letting out a tinkling laugh. One person, one win, they chatted happily. As for Zhou Donghuang, he sat cross-legged on Little Gold's back practicing with his eyes closed, as if he could not hear anything around him. We're here. In less than half a month, the capital of the Xinguang Empire appeared before the two of them and the eagle. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, both Yun Lu and Little Gold stared at the city in the distance, which looked like a giant beast crouching there. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a large city. Big brother, I don't want to go to that black market with you. Can I wander around the capital of the Xinguang Empire by myself? As they neared the capital of the Xinguang Empire, Yun Lu looked at Zhou Donghuang expectantly. However, you must promise me that you will not leave the capital of the Xinguang Empire. Also, if you encounter any danger, crush the jade tablet that I gave you, and I will rush over immediately. Zhou Donghuang nodded, but at the same time, his expression turned serious. Before setting off from the Valley of the Medicine Masters this time, Zhou Donghuang had specially refined a few matching pairs of mother and child jade pendants. The jade pendants were inscribed with a matrix. Once the child jade pendant was crushed, the mother jade pendant would sense it, and, at the same time, it could locate where the child jade pendant had been crushed. However, because of the materials used, the mother-child jade pendant that Zhou Donghuang had refined could only sense the entire capital of the Xinguang Empire. However, this was enough. Got it, brother. Yin Lu's eyes lit up, and she playfully stuck out her tongue when she got his permission. Who? After instructing Little Gold to enter the capital of the Xinguang Empire and arrive in the sky above the black market, Zhou Donghuang carried Yun Lu and flew out. In the blink of an eye, they landed at the entrance of the black market. As soon as they landed, Yun Lu greeted him and ran off happily. Seeing this, Zhou Donghuang shook his head with a smile, but it was understandable. After all, Yun Lu was just a child, and a child who had been stifled in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Young Master Donghuang, you're finally here. The person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Xinguang sect, Tuaku, could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Donghuang again. But at the same time, he faintly noticed something. This time, when he saw this young man again, the young man's aura was even sharper. His entire person was like a half-unsheathed sharp sword. Just by standing in front of him, he felt an indescribable pressure. 2 years ago, he was only 20 years old, and he was already able to defeat me. 2 years later, his ability must be even stronger. I just don't know how strong he has become. Tuaku's heart trembled. Now, Zhou Donghuang's background were no longer a secret to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Zhou Donghuang nodded lightly, and then glanced at Tuaku casually. Have you gathered all the materials I wanted? I have long since prepared them. Tuaku nodded hurriedly, and at the same time, he handed a storage ring to Zhou Donghuang. Young Master Donghuang, the materials you wanted are all inside. Prepare a quiet room for me. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, Tuaku immediately gave up his room to Zhou Donghuang and went outside to wait. At the same time, there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. This young man, could he really forge a spirit weapon himself? Inside the room, after Tuaku had left, Zhou Donghuang took out his own spirit weapon, the folding fan. Then he took out the pile of materials that Tuaku had given him, and took out a portion of the most precious materials, and began to forge a weapon. But he did not forge the spirit weapon that he had promised to forge for the Divine Light sect. Instead, he reforged his own superior grade spirit weapon, the folding fan. Initially, he had asked the Divine Light sect to gather materials, and among them, the most precious portion of the materials was to be used to upgrade his own spirit weapon. With these materials, his spirit weapon could be upgraded from a superior grade spirit weapon to a supreme grade spirit weapon. The amplification effect would also double from 60% to a full 40% increase. After spending 2 hours upgrading his own spirit weapon, the folding fan, Donghuang used the remaining materials to forge a spirit weapon for the Divine Light sect. In an even shorter amount of time, he had forged a sword. The body of the sword was like jade, sparkling and translucent, and it emanated a sharp aura. Looking closely, the surface of the sword was covered with countless complicated patterns, which were carved and arranged by Donghuang. As long as the inner yuan of a primal core adept was injected into it, it could be activated. And this was also the principle behind how a spirit weapon could increase the power of inner yuan. Done. Tuaku had originally thought that he would have to wait a few days and nights, but he did not expect that in less than 4 hours, the young man would push open the door and come out, handing him a transparent jade sword that was 3 feet long. He tested it and immediately confirmed that it was a genuine spirit weapon. Because of this, Tuaku could not help but be stunned. He really forged it himself? It was not that Tuaku did not think that this spirit weapon was ready-made, and was not forged by the young man himself. The young man was just deliberately mystifying things. But on second thought, there was no need at all. I am preparing to go to the Divine Light sect. As Tuaku recovered his wits and looked at Donghuang in shock, Donghuang spoke with an unquestionable tone. Tuaku was taken aback at first, but he hurriedly responded, "Young Master Donghuang, if you wish to come to our Divine Light sect, we will naturally welcome you with open arms. The sect leader has long wanted to meet you, the unprecedented genius of our Ziyun planet. But before that, I would like to ask you something." At this point, Tuaku looked carefully at Donghuang, as if he wanted to say something. "Speak." As Donghuang spoke again, Tuaku took a deep breath and said with some apprehension, "Our Divine Light sect's 10th elder, Lin Han Tian, once went to young Master Donghuang's hometown, but it was then that he completely disappeared. I wonder if you have seen him?" Faced with Tuaku's apprehension, just as Donghuang was about to answer him, he felt a sudden vibration in his chest. It was the Mother Jade token that corresponded to the Child Jade token in his sister Yinlu's hand. After the vibration, there was a soft crack, and it cracked in his chest. Hearing this sound, Tuaku was shocked. And at this moment, Tuaku saw that the young man's face had suddenly turned cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. This was the first time he had seen a young man's face fluctuate so much. In the past, when he saw the young man, no matter what, the young man had always been calm and unperturbed. Even when the Golden Essence Elders of the Divine Light sect had come, the young man's face had not changed at all. But now, he could clearly feel the cold emanating from the young man's body, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by several degrees. Whoosh! In the next moment, there was a slight sound of wind, and Tuaku only saw a flash of white before the young man in the snow-white robe completely disappeared, causing his pupils to shrink uncontrollably. So fast. This speed was so fast that he could not react at all. 2 years ago, he could not have had such speed. Although the young man had been very strong 2 years ago, Tuaku was sure that he could not have had such speed 2 years ago. Yuntai. Speaking of which, Donghuang and Su Mo had stayed in this inn for a long time. Currently, in a large courtyard in the inner courtyard of the Cloud Platform Inn, a middle-aged man dressed in a grayish-white robe was sitting in front of a stone table. His eyes were shining as he stared at a little girl who was about 8 or 9 years old standing there. "Little girl, since you don't have a master, You should become my disciple. With your talent, come under my tutelage. I guarantee that you will be able to attain the primal core stage before 15. No, 13 years old. The middle-aged man's words were persuasive and patient. He had never imagined that after leaving the Xinguang sect and coming to the capital of the Xinguang Empire, he would meet such a good seedling. She looked like she was not even 10 years old, but she was already an ultimate Khanate stage adept, and it was obvious that she was a little girl who had not seen the world. Otherwise, she would not have appeared so curious about everything in the streets and alleys of the capital of the Xinguang Empire. Such a good seedling. Her future was limitless. If she could marry his son, it would be a blessing to his descendants. He had also wondered if this lass had a powerful background. Even if she was not a disciple of one of the 4 great sects of Ziyun, could she be the disciple of some reclusive master? But she had clearly told him that she did not have a master and did not know what it meant to have a master. Little sister, my father does not accept disciples easily. It is your good fortune to be able to be under his tutelage. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young boy of about 12 or 13 years old, with an innate arrogance between his brows. Who are you calling little sister? Yinlu put her hands on her hips and glared at the young boy. Little brat, how old are you this year? And you dare to call me little sister? You should call me big sister. I, Yinlu, am already 14 this year. End of this chapter. Chapter 191. You? 14 years old? The youth looked Yinlu up and down, his face full of disbelief. This little girl looked at most 8 or 9 years old, yet she said she was already 14 and wanted him to call her sister. Did she think he was stupid? Girl, I am the 12th elder of the Divine Light sect, Shunyan. My father is the 6th elder of the Divine Light sect, Kong. If you become my disciple and then enter the Divine Light sect, you will immediately become a proud daughter of the Divine Light sect and enjoy the best treatment in the sect. The middle-aged man smiled at Yinlu. Shunyan was the 12th elder of the Divine Light sect, a mid-primal core adept. His father was the 6th elder of the Divine Light sect, Kong, a late primal core adept. The Yuntai he was in now was one of his father's businesses. Today, he had seen the girl in front of him meet injustice and stand up for justice, displaying her Khanate level of practice. He was stunned. A little girl who looked less than 10 years old was an Khanate level adept? Was this a joke? This had completely overturned everything he knew. Even the mysterious young man named Donghuang, whom he had heard about a year ago, might not have had such practice at this age. At that time, Shunyan had immediately approached Yinlu, subconsciously thinking that even if Yinlu was not a disciple of one of the 4 great sects of Ziyun, there must be a hidden master behind her. But when he probed, she said that she did not have a master and did not know what a master was. In that instant, he had been hot-headed and taken the girl back to the Yuntai Inn to see if he could take her in as a disciple. In the future, if his son could marry this girl, not only would they be closer, but they would also have the hope of ascending to the top of the Divine Light sect. A Khanate level adept who was not even 10 years old would one day enter the Dharma stage. Divine Light sect? When she had been taken to the Yuntai Inn by the middle-aged man, Yinlu had panicked and did not know what to do. She had been so scared that she had crushed the jade tablet her brother had given her. But then she had completely calmed down because she knew that her brother would definitely not let anything happen to her. Now, hearing Shunyan's words, she frowned slightly. Brother told me that on this trip to the Xinguang Empire, we would also go to the Divine Light sect. You are from the Divine Light sect? As she spoke, Yinlu's eyes lit up. Brother? Hearing Yinlu's words, Shunyan was taken aback. Only then did he realize that he had been a little too anxious earlier. When the girl said that she didn't have a teacher and didn't know what a master was, he didn't even ask her if she had any relatives by her side. At that moment, Yin seemed to have lost his mind, because, in his eyes, Yinlu was like a peerless treasure. He didn't want this treasure to be discovered by others even for a moment. Therefore, he immediately abducted him back. While Yin was still in a daze, Yin Lu had already raised her head to look at the sky behind Chun Yin and his son. She waved excitedly at the young man hovering in the air. Big brother, I'm here. Whoosh. In that instant, Chun Yan's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. Is there someone behind him? He actually didn't notice? Chun Yin hurriedly got up from his seat and turned around. Only then did he realize that there was a figure in a snow-white robe descending from the sky. The figure was surrounded by a milky white inner yuan. It was a mid-primal core adept just like him. Most importantly, this white-robed, handsome young man with an otherworldly aura looked very young, at most 20 years old. You little girl, I thought something had happened. Zhou Donghuang descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yin Lu and stroked her little head affectionately. Just now, when Yin Lu had crushed the jade pendant, he had thought that his sister had met with some danger. When he came over, he realized that his sister was not in any danger. It was just that someone had taken a liking to his sister's talent and wanted to take her in as a disciple. Big brother, I was really scared just now. I thought this uncle was going to do something bad to me. Yin Lu giggled and stuck out her tongue playfully. Hearing Yin Lu's words, Chun Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. This little girl, wasn't she thinking too much? He was going to do something bad to her. Chun Yin, was not a pedophile. It's good that you're all right. Zhou Donghuang smiled warmly. Big brother has settled the matter here. Next, I'll take you to the Divine Light sect. Sure. Yin Lu nodded excitedly. At the same time, she did not forget to look at Chun Yin and his son. She called out to them, Hey, uncle, little brother, aren't you from the Divine Light sect? Do you want to follow us to the Divine Light sect? Yin Lu knew that Zhou Donghuang had never been to the Divine Light sect before, so she greeted Chun Yin now to let him lead the way. Zhou Donghuang did not stop her. He was willing to come because he wanted the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuaku, to lead the way. If there was someone else to lead the way, there would be no need to look for Tuaku. No problem. Chun Yin agreed readily. He was now very curious about this pair of siblings in front of him. The elder brother looked to be at most 20 years old, but was already a mid-primal core adept. The younger sister, who was no more than 10 years old, was already an ultimate Khanate adept. Just who were they? Young. Are you staying at Yintai Inn, or are you returning to the Divine Light sect with me? Chun Yin asked the youth beside him. Father, I'll go with you. The youth was Chun Yan's only son, Chun Yong. His gaze never left Yin Lu, and his young face flushed from time to time. When Zhou Donghuang realized this, he was speechless. This kid, could it be that he had fallen for Xiao Lu? Little brother, how should I address you? After the golden-crowned eagle, Little Gold, carried Zhou Donghuang and the others away from the capital of the Xinguang Empire, Chun Yin could not suppress his curiosity and asked Zhou Donghuang, who was sitting cross-legged nearby. Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang replied casually. Zhou Donghuang. Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, Chun Yin could not help but be stunned. After a while, he recovered and smiled bitterly as he shook his head. I should have known, on the planet of Ziyun, to have such a level of practice at such a young age. Besides you, who else could it be? You know me? Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow. Brother Donghuang. Chun Yin sighed. Nowadays, in our Divine Light sect, except for a few disciples who are more uninformed, basically everyone knows you, especially when you battled with the third elder and defeated him. When the news got back, it shocked everyone who heard it. As Chun Yin sighed, the shock in his eyes did not fade for a long time. Brother Donghuang. All of a sudden, Chun Yin seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned solemn. In the past, my father, the fifth elder, and the eighth elder went to your hometown and found out that the last time the 10th elder Lin Han was seen was there. Now, many people suspect that Lin Han has already died at your hands. Yes, he died at my hands. Zhou Donghuang spoke openly, his face calm and collected. You killed the 10th elder? Chun Yong's eyes widened as he stared at Zhou Donghuang, as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was only 12 years old, He knew the 10th elder's position in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and he also knew that Lin Hantian's grandfather was one of the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect. However, a child was still a child. Although he was shocked, there was a hint of admiration in the depths of his eyes. What was an idol? This was an idol. Not only had he killed Lin Hantian, but he had also admitted to it so openly, completely disregarding the golden essence adept of the Divine Light sect. Hiss! As for Chun Yin, after being shocked by Zhou Donghuang's response for a moment, he drew in a long, cold breath. His eyes flashed a few times, and he could not help but laugh bitterly. Brother Donghuang, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Do you know? Lin Hantian is not just the 10th elder of our Divine Light sect. His grandfather, Lin Ju, is one of the 3 golden essence adepts of our Divine Light sect. I'm afraid Elder Lin Ju will not let this matter rest. Chun Yin had thought that after he said this, the young man in front of him would have some reservations. But he never expected that the young man would just reply with an indifferent and then take the initiative to ask, Lin Hantian is dead. Apart from Lin Ju, who else would not let the matter rest? As Zhou Donghuang asked this, a murderous glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Before he left the Ziyun planet, he had to eliminate all threats to his family while they were still in the cradle. Whoever stuck their head out would die. Elder Lin Ju will definitely have the most intense reaction. And there are also his disciples. Chinyan did not know why Zhou Donghuang had suddenly asked this, but he answered him anyway. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Brother Donghuang, why have you come to our Divine Light sect this time? Or are you just going for a stroll like you said? Chinyan asked. I had originally only intended to see the leader of your Divine Light sect, but now I have other things to do. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. It was only when they reached the Divine Light sect that Chun Yin knew what the young man in front of him wanted to do. Help me take care of Xiaolu. As soon as they reached the Divine Light sect's Divine Light peak, Zhou Donghuang greeted Chun Yin and flew directly into the air, arriving in the sky above the Divine Light peak in the blink of an eye. Before Chun Yin, the 12th elder of the Divine Light sect, could react, Zhou Donghuang's voice, imbued with inner yuan, spread throughout the Divine Light sect. I was the one who killed Lin Hantian. Anyone who wants to avenge him, come out now. As soon as Zhou Donghuang's words reached Chun Yan's ears, Chun Yan's scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine from the soles of his feet to his head, causing him to tremble in fear. My God, was this Zhou Donghuang crazy? This was the first time Chun Yin had seen such a fearless person, and it was a young man who looked at most 20 years of age. Did he not know that he was provoking the entire Divine Light sect? If it had been in private, even if Zhou Donghuang had admitted that he had killed Lin Hantian, Lin Ju and the Divine Light sect would not have dared to act rashly because of Zhou Donghuang's powerful background. But now, Zhou Donghuang's words had forced Lin Ju and the Divine Light sect into a dead end. End of this chapter. Chapter 192. Within the Divine Light sect, Zhou Donghuang's words had caused an unprecedented uproar. Under such circumstances, if the Divine Light sect did not do something, how could they establish themselves in Ziyun in the future? Today, if the Divine Light sect cowered and did not do anything, they would be laughed at by the other 4 major sects of Ziyun. This is Zhou Donghuang's voice. Although it had been 2 years, as one of the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect, the Divine Light sect's right-hand man, C.I. Xian, could still recognize the owner of that voice. It was the young man he had met in the black market, Zhou Donghuang. His power. Could it be that he is already so strong that he is not afraid of the 3 of us? C.I. Xian's expression was solemn. This was the thought that came to his mind. 2 years ago, he had the power to defeat the 3rd elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuo Ku. After 2 years, his power was naturally stronger than before. Even if the other party had the power to defeat him now, he would not doubt it. However, defeating him alone and defeating the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect were 2 completely different concepts. With his power, standing in Zhou Donghuang's position, facing the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect, he would definitely not be able to last more than 3 breaths. Furthermore, now that he and his senior both had spirit weapons, once they joined forces, their power would be incomparable to before. Very quickly, the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tuo, came to find them. With a serious expression, he said to C.I. Xian, "Uncle C.I. Xian, he has come with ill intentions. I hope that you and Master will support the Grand Elder and protect the dignity of the Divine Light sect." Tuo Jin's master was the left guardian of the Divine Light sect, C.I. Yun. C.I. Yun was also C.I. Xian Sr., one of the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect, and the strongest in the sect. C.I. Yun was already close to 280 years old, and if he did not enter the Dharma stage in the next 20 years, his life would come to an end. Because of this, in recent years, C.I. Yun rarely appeared in front of people, and he was elusive. However, today's matter concerned the dignity of the Divine Light sect, and even if Tuo Jin did not want to disturb his master's practice, he had no choice but to do so. "Uncle C.I. Xian, you have seen Zhou Donghuang and even talked to him. That voice just now, was it him?" Although Tuo Jin already had his own guesses, he still couldn't help but ask. "Yes." C.I. Xian nodded. In the sky above Divine Light Peak, all the elders and disciples of the Primal Core stage and above who were in the Divine Light sect encampment had all risen into the air and were standing in mid-air, looking at the figure in the distance, dressed in robes whiter than snow. "It's him? He said he killed the 10th elder." Furthermore, he even said that he was waiting for the Divine Light sect to come out and avenge the 10th elder. A group of elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect stared at the young man in white in the distance in shock. Where does his confidence come from? This young man looks to be at most 20 years of age. He's already a mid-primal core adept. Could he be that Zhou Donghuang? Just as the group of elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect were deep in discussion, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their discussion. "The Grand Elder is here. The Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect. Lin Ju." He was also one of the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect. Most importantly, Lin Ju was the grandfather of the 10th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Hantian. Lin Hantian was the only descendant of Lin Ju. Because of this, Lin Ju valued Lin Hantian to a certain extent, even more than himself. "It's you who killed my grandson, Lin Hantian." Lin Ju was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. His white hair was tied up behind him, and his figure was thin. As he stood there, he gave off a sage-like aura. However, now, as Lin Ju and Zhou Donghuang faced off, the look he gave Zhou Donghuang was unusually fierce, as if he was about to devour him. "Master." Without waiting for Zhou Donghuang to respond, 2 figures emerged from the crowd and appeared behind Lin Ju. After bowing respectfully to Lin Ju, they stared at Zhou Donghuang fiercely. These were also 2 old men. At first glance, they did not look any younger than Lin Ju. They were both disciples of Lin Ju, and they were also late Primal Core elders of the Divine Light sect. "Yes." Zhou Donghuang glanced at Lin Ju casually and acknowledged his words. Suddenly, Lin Ju's face turned red, and his gray robe fluttered despite the absence of wind. The golden inner yuan that surrounded his body shone even brighter and expanded. "Young fellow, since you are so eager to die, I will grant you your wish." At this moment, Lin Ju had completely forgotten the advice of the Guardian of the Right, C.I. Xian, and completely cast aside the possibility of Zhou Donghuang's background. Now, he only had one thought in his mind: kill Zhou Donghuang and avenge his grandson, Lin Hantian. At the very most, after killing Zhou Donghuang, he would leave the Ziyun planet and go to another planet. He really did not believe that the powerful person behind Zhou Donghuang would be able to find him in the vast universe. Boom! Almost as soon as Lin Ju finished speaking, it was as if a clap of thunder had sounded out of nowhere, shaking the eardrums of the elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect who were watching from afar. It was the golden inner yuan that surrounded Lin Ju's body, and there was a deafening explosion. Then, like a bolt of golden lightning, he flew towards Zhou Donghuang. Master, I'm here to help you. You dare to kill Han Tian, you will die today. As Lin Ju moved to attack Zhou Donghuang, his two disciples followed behind him like shadows, arrogant. At that moment, all the onlookers stared unblinkingly at Zhou Donghuang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was not until Lin Ju had crossed more than half the distance and was not far from Zhou Donghuang that the expressionless Zhou Donghuang's lips finally curled into a smile. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang's figure flashed, leaving an afterimage where he had been standing. At the same time, a series of afterimages appeared. Lin Ju's attack landed on Zhou Donghuang's afterimage, but it missed. Not good. Lin Ju had never imagined that Zhou Donghuang's speed would be so fast. After his attack missed, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ju hurriedly turned around, intending to save his two disciples. However, the moment he turned around, he clearly saw that there was someone behind him. Zhou Donghuang's afterimages flashed past his two disciples, and as he passed, their heads flew into the air. Zhou Donghuang's speed was far faster than the two of them, and as he passed by them, he struck out with his palm and chopped off their heads. As the heads of Lin Ju's two disciples flew into the air, they still maintained their expressions of righteous indignation. Evidently, they did not even have time to react before they were killed by Zhou Donghuang. Hiss, 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 hiss. Looking at the young man in white who had killed the two late Primal Core elders of the Divine Light sect, as if nothing had happened, the crowd of elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect all sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with fear and panic. This young man, who looked to be at most 20 years of age, actually had such great power? This level of power could only be achieved by an ultimate Primal Core adept, right? Father, isn't Big Brother Donghuang too powerful? On the back of the golden-crowned eagle, Little Gold, Chun Yong looked at the young man in white who stood there like a god, and the admiration in his eyes deepened. He recognized the two old men. They were the 4th and 9th elders of the Divine Light sect, both late Primal Core adepts. Among them, the 4th elder's power was even stronger than his grandfather, the 4th elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuo Kong. Yong, now that Brother Donghuang is an enemy of the Divine Light sect. If you call him Big Brother Donghuang, be careful lest others hear it and use it against you. Chun Yong said softly to his son, deeply afraid that his son's words would cause others to be unhappy. Didn't you go to the capital? Why are you back? At some point, an old monk in a silver robe with a strong build and fierce eyes had landed on Little Gold's back. Just as Little Gold realized that this stranger had landed on his back, he was furious and was about to explode. Grandfather! Father! The way Chun Yong and Chun Yin addressed the newcomer made him suppress his anger. Along the way, he had a good impression of the Chun father and son, and now he naturally had to give them face. The newcomer was the 6th elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuo Kong. His expression was serious as he looked at the young man in white, who was constantly changing his body so that Lin Ju could not even touch him. This Zhou Donghuang's power is stronger than distinguished elders. He is toying with distinguished elder. After Lin Ju realized that his two disciples had been killed by Zhou Donghuang, he was furious and attacked Zhou Donghuang again. However, Zhou Donghuang's body moved so quickly that Lin Ju, a golden essence adept, could not even touch the hem of his clothes. At this moment, the inner yuan that emanated from Zhou Donghuang's body was no longer milky white, but bright silver. How'd he do it? Isn't he a mid-primal core adept? At this moment, not only did Chun Yin notice the change in Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan, but the group of Divine Light sect elders and disciples who were watching also noticed the change in Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan. At the beginning, when Zhou Donghuang stood there and had not made a move, The inner yuan around him was clearly the milky white inner yuan of a mid-primal core adept. But now, after dodging Lin Ju's attack and killing Lin Ju's 2 disciples, the inner yuan around him had become bright silver. Now, because Zhou Donghuang's body was surrounded by too much silver inner yuan, it was as if his entire body was covered in a layer of silver flames. The inner yuan of a late primal core adept can be so thick. No wonder 4th Elder and 8th Elder were killed by him in a second. His inner yuan is at least 3 times thicker than that of an average silver essence adept. The group of Divine Light sect elders and disciples looked at Zhou Donghuang, stunned. They felt that Zhou Donghuang had completely overturned their understanding of silver essence adepts. End of this chapter. Chapter 193. Do you only know how to run? Lin Ju was exasperated because he couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. Of course, he also knew in his heart that based on the speed that his opponent was displaying, if they were to fight head-on, he would most likely be no match for him. Speed also depended on true essence. The other party's speed was faster than his, which meant that the other party's true essence was thicker than his. Escape. Hearing Lin Ju's words, Zhou Donghuang immediately stopped in his tracks. Facing Lin Ju's ferocious attack, he casually blocked it. His expression was calm, and it was obvious that he did not feel any pressure. No matter how many times Lin Ju attacked, even using all his strength, Zhou Donghuang still managed to stop him. Lin Ju was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Where did this little bastard come from? He was clearly just a silver core cultivator. So why was his quintessential essence so powerful that it was even stronger than a golden core cultivator like him? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would dare believe that a golden core cultivator will be helpless against a silver core cultivator? Some of the Divine Light sect disciples laughed bitterly. Where did this young man come from? In a Ziyun planet, there is such a monster? Many people were shocked by Zhou Donghuang's strength. From the beginning to the end, he has only been defending and dodging. Up until now, he has not made a move against the Supreme Elder. What is the meaning of this? Are you disdainful? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it. It seems like he really hasn't made a move against the Grand Elder. Soon, many people realized that Zhou Donghuang had not attacked Lin Ju. Father, Big Brother Donghuang, why isn't he making a move? Shen Yong could not help but ask Shen Yin. Before Shen Yin could speak, Tua Kong looked at Shen Yong in shock. Yong, you call this Zhou Donghuang, Big Brother? You know him? Tua Kong was dumbfounded. His grandson knew Zhou Donghuang? Father, we have only just met Brother Donghuang. Shen Yin smiled awkwardly. Speaking of which, I was the one who brought him to the Divine Light sect. Father, I have not introduced you. This is Brother Donghuang's sister, Lady Yunlu. As for this flying beast, it's little gold Brother Donghuang's. Just as Chun Yin introduced Yunlu to Tua Kong and was about to introduce the golden-crowned eagle to Little Gold, he realized that he did not know how to introduce it. Brother, I'm young master's brother. Little Gold quickly helped Shen Yin. Tua Kong felt a little dizzy. Zhou Donghuang was brought to the Divine Light sect by his son. Wasn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Furthermore, Zhou Donghuang had only known his son for a short period of time, and he was already at ease leaving his sister by his son's side. Was he not afraid that the Divine Light sect would use his sister to threaten him? Thinking of this, Tua Kong glanced at the white figure in the distance and sighed in his heart. Maybe. He's not worried that we would use his sister to threaten him. Zhou Donghuang. Just as Lin Ju's expression grew uglier and uglier, a loud voice rang out from within the Divine Light peak, followed by the sound of 3 people breaking through the air. Everyone looked over and saw 2 old monks in golden robes flying side by side in the air. The leader of the Divine Light sect, Tua Jin, followed obediently behind them. It's the Right Guardian. The Right Guardian is here. The one beside the Right Protector. Could it be the Left Protector? Oh my God, Left Protector. It seems like you haven't appeared in front of people for many years, right? The people who had arrived were the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tuo Jin, the right guardian, Si Xian, and the left guardian, Si Yun. Si Yun looked even older than Si Xian. He was skinny and had a kind face. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old monk who had one foot in the grave. However, the faint golden halo around his body revealed the fact that he was a powerful golden essence adept. Amidst the respectful cries of the Divine Light sect people, Si Yun, Si Xian, and Tuo Jin finally arrived at the scene of the battle between Zhou Donghuang and Lin Ju. At this time, Lin Ju had already retreated to the side of Si Yun and the other two, greeting Si Yun and Si Xian. As for Tuo Jin, even though he was the leader, Lin Ju only nodded slightly at him. Instead, it was Tuo Jin who bowed respectfully to Lin Ju. The one who had just called out Zhou Donghuang's name was Si Xian. Zhou Donghuang, I never thought that after 2 years, you would already have such power. Not a golden essence adept, but comparable to one. And not an ordinary golden essence adept. What a joke. An ordinary golden essence adept would be able to toy with a golden essence adept like Lin Ju. Since you're all here, all of you, come at me together. Zhou Donghuang ignored Si Xian's words. His gaze first fell on Lin Ju, then on Si Xian and Si Yun. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly challenged 3 golden essence adepts. As soon as Zhou Donghuang's voice fell, the entire place fell into a dead silence. No one could have imagined that Zhou Donghuang would say such a thing. He actually wanted to fight 3 golden essence adepts of the Divine Light sect alone. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. Crazy. He's crazy. Does he really think that just because he is stronger than Sect Grand Elder, he can fight 3 golden essence adepts of the Divine Light sect alone? Not to mention that Si Xian is already stronger than Sect Grand Elder. Si Yun is even stronger than Si Xian. I heard that he is not far from the Dharma stage. It was not only the elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect who were shocked by Zhou Donghuang's words. Even Tuo Kong and Chun Yin felt their scalps go numb. Was this Zhou Donghuang crazy? Although he could easily toy with Sect Grand Elder, the left guardian of the Divine Light sect, Si Yun, could do the same. Furthermore, it was the old Si Yun. The current Si Yun was definitely much stronger. After all, Si Yun was focused on breaking through to the Dharma stage. His improvement over the past few decades was definitely not something that Lin Ju could compare to. If only I could be like Big Brother Donghuang in the future. How great would that be? Qin Yang's eyes shone as he stared at the figure in the white robe. Now, he looked like a die-hard fan looking at his idol. Dream on. Yin Lu scoffed at Qin Yang's words. Big Brother is unique. No one can compare to him. Little Gold, Brother Donghuang is getting ahead of himself. Si Yun of the Divine Light sect is no weaker than him. Why don't you go and stop him? Chun Yin said to Little Gold. They're just 3 old fellows with 1 foot in the grave. How can they be a match for my young master? Little Gold scoffed at Chun Yan's words and responded with blind confidence in Zhou Donghuang. Chun Yin was speechless. It looked like it was not only Yin Lu, but even this flying beast had been completely brainwashed by Brother Donghuang. At the same time, hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Lin Ju's face darkened. Si Xian's face was filled with anger, and even the kind-looking Si Yun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Arrogant little brat. Si Yun flew out to face Zhou Donghuang. However, since you have asked for it, then we will grant you your wish, so that you will know that there is always someone better out there. The instant Si Yun's words left his mouth, Si Xian and Lin Ju simultaneously flew out and appeared beside Si Yun, one on the left and one on the right. I will give you 3 breaths of time to prepare your strongest attack. Zhou Donghuang ignored Si Yun's words and said lightly, Otherwise, I am afraid that you will not be satisfied with your defeat. Arrogant. Now, even if Si Yun had a good temper, he was enraged. The golden robe on his body swelled, and the golden inner yuan that was originally like stars in the sky suddenly expanded, as if it had turned into a golden flame. Si Xian and Lin Ju were also enraged, and the golden inner yuan around them raged. At the same time, a 4-foot-long knife appeared in C.I. Yun's hand, and an exquisite hill appeared in C.I. Xian's hand. As for Lin Ju, he did not take out any weapons. To a primal core adept, other than a spirit weapon, any other weapon would only be a burden and would not be as useful as an inner yuan weapon. The three elders are angry. How can they not be angry? This Zhou Donghuang is too arrogant. I only hope that he has the ability to be arrogant. Otherwise, he may die here today. Most of the elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect did not think that Zhou Donghuang would be a match for the three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect. On the planet of Ziyun, the three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect were enough to defeat anyone. Attack! Following C.I. Yun's command, not only did he move, the inner yuan of the 4-foot-long knife in his hand surged, transforming into a sharp blade that swept toward Zhou Donghuang. Even C.I. Xian and Lin Ju followed closely. Buzz! 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 C.I. Yun attacked, and the knife and sword followed him like a shadow, rushing toward Zhou Donghuang. Boom! Kaboom! C.I. Xian attacked, and the exquisite hill in his hand flew up into the sky, descending towards Zhou Donghuang's head. Swoosh! The inner yuan in Lin Ju's hand condensed into a sword, and the tip of the sword pierced through the air, heading straight for Zhou Donghuang's brow, as if he wanted to kill Zhou Donghuang in one blow. The three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect attacked together. Whether it was C.I. Yun or C.I. Xian, they both used spirit weapons. Although Lin Ju did not use a spirit weapon, when he joined forces with C.I. Yun and C.I. Xian, he was able to use 120% of his power, which was completely different from before. He had used his full power. Tom seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone present stared unblinkingly at the scene in front of them, regardless of whether they could see the movements of the three golden essence adepts clearly or not. The former watched the technique, the latter watched the show. If he can block the combined attack of the three elders, as long as there is no Dharma adept on the planet of Ziyun, he will always be the top martial artist on the planet of Ziyun. Although he felt that the sudden thought in his mind was a little crazy, Chun Yin could not help but look forward to it. This was also what Chun Yin was thinking, and the others of the Divine Light sect did not know. Otherwise, their spittle would drown Chun Yin's saliva. You, Chun Yin, are the 12th elder of the Divine Light sect. Is it really okay for you to do this? Your father is the 6th elder of the Divine Light sect. Is it really okay for you to do this? And your son is also protected by the Divine Light sect. Is it really okay for you to do this? In a chapter. Chapter 194. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Facing the three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect, a folding fan appeared in Zhou Donghuang's hand. It was the spirit weapon that he had just taken out from his space ring. Furthermore, it was an ultimate primal core spirit weapon. It was also the most powerful spirit weapon among all the primal core spirit weapons. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang raised his hand and waved the folding fan in his hand. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and the elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect were speechless. Was this guy trying to use this to fight against the three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect? Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect had no intention of holding back. After all, the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect had just been defeated by the other party. Facing such a person, if they held back, it was very likely that they would give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of them, and they might even be doomed. However, in the next moment, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. They saw that when the folding fan in Zhou Donghuang's hand was fanned to the extreme, a vast, unparalleled silver inner yuan suddenly appeared. This silver inner yuan was majestic and vast, like silver seawater, stirring up huge waves as it swept towards the three golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect. Most importantly, this silver inner yuan not only looked vast and majestic, but the aura it emitted was also very condensed, and it did not seem like it was intentionally dispersed. An ordinary silver essence adept could disperse his inner yuan to this extent. However, after the inner yuan was dispersed to this extent, even an early primal core adept would be able to remain unscathed under the cover of this inner yuan. However, now that Zhou Donghuang was fanning, the density of the silver inner yuan that swept out was so high that it was no weaker than the inner yuan of a silver essence adept at its maximum. Whoosh! Whoosh! The silver inner yuan seemed to cover the sky as it swept out with awe-inspiring power, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping past, menacing. On the other side, 3 golden inner yuan flew over like meteors, but they seemed to pale in comparison. 3 golden essence adepts. As the silver inner yuan rolled out and engulfed the 3 elders of the Divine Light sect, the corners of Zhou Donghuang's mouth curled up in a playful smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect finally met the silver inner yuan head-on. It was fine before they got close, but once they got close, their expressions changed drastically. How could he have so much true essence? Such dense spiritual essence is comparable to the spiritual essence of more than 6 silver core cultivators working together, right? Faced with 6 silver essence adepts, the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect were naturally not afraid. They could completely defeat them one by one. However, if a person possessed the true essence of 6 silver core cultivators, the combat power they could display was not something 6 silver core cultivators could compare to. In fact, even if 16 silver core cultivators joined forces, they would not be able to match up to this person's combat power. The next moment, the crowd of elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Although the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect had their golden inner yuan bursting forth from head to toe, shining with a golden light, in front of the silver inner yuan that was like a rolling wave, they seemed very small. How dare a grain of rice compete with the moon? Zhou Donghuang's calm words reached the ears of everyone present as the silver inner yuan swept out to meet the 3 golden essence elders of the Divine Light sect. The sound was not loud, but it shocked everyone. Bang! The left guardian of the Divine Light sect, C.I. Yun, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but in the face of the silver inner yuan, he was sent flying the moment he touched it. It was like a small soldier in light armor being sent flying by the charge of a heavily armored cavalry. Puffed! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from C.I. Yun's mouth as he was sent flying. It was dazzling and piercing to the eyes. Bang! Following closely, the right guardian of the Divine Light sect, C.I. Xian, also followed in C.I. Yun's footsteps. Not only was the exquisite hill spirit weapon that he had thrown out sent flying, but he himself was also sent flying. Wah! Blood splattered across the sky like red roses falling from the sky. Just as the people of the Divine Light sect thought that their Grand Elder would also follow in the footsteps of the left and right guardians, a cold snort rang out in their ears. In the next moment, many people saw it. The young man in white who was holding a folding fan suddenly shook the folding fan in his hand. In an instant, the silver inner yuan, which was like a raging wave, suddenly retracted and pulled, directly splitting into 2 parts. One part quickly circled to the back of the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Zhu, and attacked him from the front and back. No, Lin Zhu's old voice rang out in that instant, his voice filled with despair and indignation. And this was the last thing that Lin Zhu would say in this world. Boom! Kaboom! The silver inner yuan collided with each other, and Lin Zhu's entire body was compressed infinitely, finally exploding into a mist of blood, leaving only a space ring that slowly fell to the ground. The space stone that was used to make the space ring was a very special kind of ore. It was difficult for inner yuan to destroy it, and it could not even change its shape. However, it was not difficult for the samadhi fire, which was formed from the inner yuan to melt it and shape it into various shapes, but it was also extremely difficult to destroy it. On the 22nd of July, 1233 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Donghuang defeated the two Golden Essence elders of the Divine Light sect and killed the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Zhu. After this battle, the whole place was dead silent. Gulp. Chun Yin, the 12th elder of the Divine Light sect who had invited the wolf into the house, swallowed hard, his eyes round and wide, almost popping out of his head in shock. He had originally thought that his idea, just now, was already considered crazy, thinking that as long as the young man in front of him could block the combined attack of the three Golden Essence elders of the Divine Light sect, he would be able to reach the top of the martial way of Ziyun. It was only at this moment that he realized he had underestimated the young man. The young man had only casually waved the fan in his hand and defeated the two Golden Essence guardians of the Divine Light sect. If he had waved the fan again, he would have crushed the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect. Absolutely crushed. Crushed as easily as stepping on an ant. Unsurprisingly, when the group of people from the Divine Light sect recovered from their shock, including the Divine Light sect leader Tuajin, they could not help but gasp. When the group of people once again looked at the young man dressed in white, there was only fear in their eyes. There was no other emotion. What kind of demon is this? The late primal core stage is already so nature-defying. He has not even entered the Golden Essence stage, but he is already so nature-defying. When he enters the Golden Essence stage, I'm afraid even a Dharma adept will not be a match for him, right? On the planet of Ziyun, as long as there is no Dharma adept, I'm afraid he will be the top martial artist on the planet of Ziyun, enough to dominate everything. The scene that had just happened was destined to be unforgettable for the primal core adepts of the Divine Light sect. Is there anyone else who wants to avenge Lin Hantian? Zhou Donghuang stood in the air, the fan in his hand gently waving in front of him. His gaze swept across the people of the Divine Light sect. Of course, those who want to avenge the three people I just killed can also step forward and avenge them. Faced with Zhou Donghuang's question, the whole place was silent. Many people were secretly cursing Zhou Donghuang for asking the obvious. You can even crush the three strongest Golden Essence adepts of the Divine Light sect. Who would dare to provoke you? Brother. Yin Lu's eyes shone. Although she had confidence in her brother, she did not expect him to be able to crush the three Golden Essence adepts so cleanly. Young master, has he become so strong? The golden-crowned eagle Little Gold swallowed hard. Based on his understanding of his young master, he would never do anything he was not confident of, so he was confident that his young master could handle the three Golden Essence adepts of the Divine Light sect. However, even though he could handle them, he did not expect his young master to have such terrifying power. He could see it. Just now, if his young master had not shown mercy, not only would the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect have died, but the two Divine Light sect guardians would also have died. Thank you for showing mercy, sir. After the left guardian of the Divine Light sect, Xia Yun, caught his breath, even though he had lived for almost 300 years. When he looked at the young man again, he could not help but tremble in fear. At the same time, he hurriedly bowed to the young man to thank him. At the same time, the corner of his mouth turned up in a bitter smile. He, Xia Yun, had been a genius disciple of the Divine Light sect since he was young, but after practicing for almost 300 years, in the end, he could not even be compared to a young man in his early 20s. Someone like him, and he still wanted to enter the Dharma stage? What a fool's dream. What a fool's dream. And at this moment, Xia Yun's rock-solid heart of martial arts began to crack, and there was no possibility of him ever entering the Dharma stage. Thank you for showing mercy. After Xia Xian regained his composure, he smiled bitterly and bowed to the young man to thank him. He had originally thought that he had overestimated the young man. He did not expect that not only had he not overestimated him, the young man was even scarier than he had imagined. Apart from the elders, the rest of you, please go back. At the same time, the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tuajin, gave the order in a clear voice. As he spoke, the group of early primal core disciples of the Divine Light sect all left. As they left, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It was better not to face such a frightening person if they could avoid him. Although the young man had killed the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Ju, from the fact that he had shown mercy to the two guardians of the Divine Light sect, it was obvious that the young man was not as powerful as him. Thank you for showing mercy. After C.I. Xian regained his composure, he also smiled bitterly and bowed to the young man to thank him. He had originally thought that he had overestimated the young man. He did not expect that not only had he not overestimated him, the young man was even more frightening than he had imagined. Apart from the elders, the rest of you, please go back. At the same time, the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tua Jin, gave the order in a clear voice. As he spoke, the group of early primal core disciples of the Divine Light sect all left. As they left, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Such a frightening person. If they could avoid facing him, it was better not to. Although the other party had killed the Grand Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lin Ju, from the fact that the other party had shown mercy to the two Divine Light sect guardians, it was obvious that the other party had shown mercy. Baidu search for the UC Book League website to let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which were updated in seconds. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.